Good morning, everyone. Well, Notre Dame turned a late second quarter turnover into a score. They led by 10 into the half. They then returned the kickoff to open the third quarter to the house in a 23-10 win over Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. The Bowl Mania continues tonight. Virginia Tech and Minnesota meeting in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. We have coverage starting at 5:30 for the 7:30 kick right here on the Fan. Alex Ovechkin scores from the point of the power play. His third goal in 4 games back from a leg fracture. But the Caps fall in their first overtime shootout of the year, 4-3 to the Minnesota Wild. Washington earns a point. In other hockey news, future Caps forward Ryan Leonard scores twice for Team USA in the World Junior Championships as the Americans overwhelm Switzerland 7-2 in the quarterfinals. Maryland falls to 1-2 in Big Ten play with a 75-69 loss at Washington. Other local college hoop scores: Navy wallops American 81-59 in their Patriot League opener. JMU over Southern Miss 83-72. They're now 1-1 in the Sun Belt. Tonight, Georgetown hosts Xavier at 8 from Capital One Arena. Listen on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. And second overall pick, Alex Sarr, named Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for December. The Wizards are in New Orleans taking on the Pelicans tonight at 8. Listen on the Team 980. From the Crop Medcow 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. In a way, the whole gang is back together. In another way, we're not all back together quite yet. We're all in studio. It's me and Landfill right now. I have no idea where White Brian went. Did he go to help too?
I mean, we're definitely not all in studio. There's only 2 of us in studio.
Right, but we're all in the building.
Theoretically.
I believe we're all in the building. This is not, I want to be crystal clear, this is not a give grief situation. B-Mitch made gumbo. And when B-Mitch makes gumbo, he wants it to be like super hot and super fresh. He probably woke up at like 4 a.m. to make the gumbo to have here now. So B is parking. I don't know if it's because this is like a government building or just new buildings. Like you can't access the parking lot very easily. And this pot of gumbo Brian usually brings in is massive. It's like this giant pot. Imagine Kevin with the chili in the office. It's like that size of a pot. So Jeff and White Brian are somewhere helping B-Mitch bring up the gumbo. Me and Landfill holding it down. Because we played the Tribe, I meant to bring this up, I guess, yesterday. Wednesday night was the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I guess, induction. And Tribe got honored. I don't know when it happened. I saw it Wednesday night, I think. And maybe it happened back in the fall. I don't know why they re-aired it, but it was really cool. They did a hell of a job. I thought Andre 3000 was so, he perfectly described that band and what they did for hip hop and how they changed everything. So I just at least wanted to make mention of that. Brian is here. Hello. Good morning, Brian. What up? Brian's here. White Brian's here. And I think I just saw Jeff walking around in a wife beater. So we're all back. Some good football yesterday. If you got to watch any of it, the college games, Notre Dame, man. Notre Dame's no joke.
For real, brother.
Yo, they play good defense.
Hell yeah.
It was kind of, I wonder what Georgia would have been if they still had Stetson Bennett. But ifs and buts and candy and nuts, man.
Stetson
like
Bennett,
they didn't have him.
Stetson Bennett left, didn't he?
No, he had to get. Oh, you're right. Carson Beck. Sorry. He had to get the surgery. Obviously, wasn't playing. I like that kid, Riley Leonard. Man, when they had the fourth, maybe it was even the third down, and Leonard ran left and went head over heels to get the first down. Yeah. That's a kid that gets it. Like, yo, you're in the playoffs now. You're in the playoffs.
You got to make it happen at that point.
Yeah, man. It's pretty interesting. I think the teams that got the buys, did they all lose? All of them. I mean, that's crazy.
Hey, man, it's a certain thing. See, this is what I'm looking at this weekend too. All these teams are resting their starters.
Yeah.
Some of them are gonna get their asses kicked the next week. I'm telling you. You got to stay in it. You know, like I think we've gone through years of thinking that, oh, guys, okay, now it's playoff, they're gonna turn it on. You can't just turn it on.
I agree. It
has to be ignited already and keep that thing going. You know, there have been years where people play very well, rest that last game of the season, come out the first round and lose.
Well, I think one thing that I find kind of fascinating with the college football, so they seeded it 1 through 12, right? And Oregon, Boise, Georgia, and ASU got buys. That's 1 through 4.
Mm-hmm.
All of them lost. The teams that are now in the Final Four.
ASU, though, played tough, dog.
Yo, ASU got hosed by the refs.
Yeah, they totally got hosed. They should be still going.
And they came all the way back. But the teams that got through are seeds 5, 6, 7, 8. And, dude, I guess I got to wrap my head around Texas being an SEC team, but I still don't really think that way. You only get one SEC team out of the 4, and it's Texas who just joined.
And it's a team that used to not be in SEC. Yeah.
Right. I know the Penn Staters will hate this, but
they're playing well too now.
Yo, but they got to beat Notre Dame for it. They played SMU and Boise
versus still, AJ. Yeah. K-Tron can run.
Sure. They got to call the run, though.
Yeah.
Against Boise, he should have had 250 yards, and they just got away from it. Ohio State
everybody trying to make the quarterbacks look good.
No, it's true. Ohio State looks really good. That Ohio State-Texas game should be awesome. I'm really excited. So those games are what? Next Thursday, Friday, I think? All right, we're gonna debate the B. We never have plates, bowls, knives, forks, right? Like we're always running out of it. I was at the store. Doesn't it make sense to just get it all while I'm there?
No, that's why I specified bowls, because I knew we had spoons and forks.
Right, but eventually we're going to need more of it. I never bring it in. You usually are on top of that, so I was trying to just be helpful. I will say, I don't know if this is a Montgomery County thing. I fear it is.
It's a Montgomery County thing.
Dog, they don't have plastic stuff. Look at these GD spoons I had to buy. Everything is repurposed, compostable.
Now we have in Virginia, we have all the stuff.
You can't get plastic
something
anything.
Wrong with Montgomery.
It's so stupid.
Yeah,
yo, just sell plastic forks.
Serve beer, damn it.
Look at, beer for sure. If they had beer at the grocery store this morning, I would have hit it. Look at these. I thought you'd get a kick out of these because you can't just get paper plates. Apparently, look what they're made from. You're always telling me how much money's in Louisiana.
Made from sugarcane.
I got sugarcane.
So I should eat some of the plates. It might be sweet.
We'll have chocolate pudding pie, and then you can just eat the plate.
Cake. Eat the plate. Eat the plate, anime.
B, to your point about guys resting folks.
Yeah.
The Rams right now are the 3 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing the Seahawks, who I think will absolutely show up, even though they've been eliminated. I think that's how Mike McDonald is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gino's got some incentive money on the table. I don't think the Seahawks are laying down this weekend. White Brian, look up. I believe McVay is benching everybody. I think Stafford's resting.
That was announced yesterday. He's basically going to sit most of his starters. But Sean has done that type of stuff before.
But, dude, here's what I don't get. So if they hold the 3 seed, they get Washington most likely. Or they maybe get Green Bay, depending how it shakes out.
Maybe they're scared of Washington.
Bro, you'd rather play the loser of Vikings-Lions?
Hey, they probably think they could beat them. They scared of that JD, man.
I don't think.
I don't buy it. Listen, bro. This is the problem with football today. The coaches and front offices make decisions. Players want to play. You know, basketball, they don't want to play. Let's be real about it. But football guys want to play. But the coaches decide, I'm not going to play my guys.
I think NBA dudes would take nights off in the playoffs. I think they'd be like, oh, no, man, we played on Monday.
They just want to talk.
Thursday
they want to talk about what they do instead of going out there and being about it. But, you know, like LeBron talking about Christmas is for the NBA. You better go look at the numbers, boy.
Yo, and that wasn't even on TV.
Yeah,
You had to have Netflix to
they
watch that.
streamed 24 million. They had more in one game than they had in all their big games together.
I tell you what doesn't make any sense to me is what seems like trying to play the loser of Vikings-Lions. That doesn't add up to me. And you know where I stand with McVay, and I get you want to rest your guys, but that just – maybe he thinks Jimmy G's pretty good. I don't know. That one doesn't add up to me.
I don't know.
Tampa gets to play the Saints. The Packers get to play the Bears. Like, it's hard to think those aren't going to be dubs. You never know. Week 18 in the NFL gets very, very funky. Speaking of funky, Jeff has a hype song for us. PFT Commenter is going to join us at 11.
Yeah.
Governor Wes Moore is going to join us at 1 o'clock. And we're checking in with Newey Scruggs. You know what's wild about the Dallas media, folks? They bring heat. Like Sean yesterday absolutely brings heat.
Hey, man, listen, bro.
You know Newey's going to have something to discuss about Mike McCarthy.
Let's just think about it. I'm going to give you a little comparison. When Dan Snyder was still around,
yeah,
DC media bought heat. Because they got sick and tired of it. And right now, the Dallas media is sick and tired of Jerry. Yeah. Because Jerry think he can just do whatever and he can strong arm everybody. And they're now all giving him a combination of one finger salutes.
Sure.
That's what they're doing to him right now.
That's a good point. Because it
gets to the point when you could be such an ass to everybody, they get tired of it.
Yeah.
You know, and then when you see a lot of people speaking up, it's easier for the next person to speak up.
One thing I'm curious about. So I went to the Caps game last night.
You did?
I did. I'm gonna be honest. Honestly, my fandom for everything that isn't football is pretty specific to my team. Like, if it's July and the Rangers are playing the Mariners, I ain't watching it.
Uh-huh.
But like, I watch the Nats most nights. I watch the O's most nights. I watch the Caps most nights. I watch the Wiz through hell or high water most nights. Going back to my Bullets days, I'm still watching them, right? The NBA, I think, is the one. Now, once it gets to the playoffs, I kind of watch everything. The NBA is the one, like, if it's Warriors, Bucks on a Saturday night, I'll tune in and Giannis and Steph are playing, like, I'll watch that.
Yeah.
It's just more star-driven. But, like, I'm not generally turning into OKC versus New Orleans. You know what I mean? Like, I watch my team.
Yeah, I'm with that.
So I didn't know much about the Minnesota Wild going into last night's game.
Mm-hmm.
They are relentless, dude. They
are wild.
They are fast and play hard as hell. But even though the Caps lost last night, it is really remarkable to watch and enjoy. Ovi scored a goal. They pulled off like the inside straight. They've gotten younger and faster while having Ovi still be highly productive.
Yeah.
And dude, they still have Backstrom and Oshie contracts on the books.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, and Wilson's playing an incredible level. So they lost, yes, but it's still best atmosphere. Went to Clyde's before, saw my boy EP. Like, it was fun. But Landville, I think, sent us this text last night. I believe I saw it last night. The New York Jets announced,
oh Lord,
they have completed their interview with Ron Rivera for the head coach position.
I saw that.
How serious is that?
And I also saw that they signed a lot of people that were released from here that Ron drafted.
That's
so
true.
Is it they kind of making it up now where, hey, he coming here, he's going to just bring all his guys?
Do you think he's actually getting that job? I don't either.
No.
I think Ron will get a bunch of interviews, especially because the real interviews can't start until after the regular season's over. Like, if you want to request an interview with a coordinator or somebody that's on a staff, you can't do it till next week. I think Ron getting interviews. Ron is a well-respected person around the NFL, has a ton of contacts, connections, knows owners from all over the league. And it's not a bad perspective to get about how to run an organization. I don't know how real the interviews are as far as getting a job.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Brian, Cliff Kingsbury yesterday, you and I didn't get to talk about this. Cliff Kingsbury yesterday said, I think what we would all assume, yeah, someday he wants to be a head coach again.
Yeah.
And
he should.
And he's going to get interview requests.
Too.
And he should. Here's what's going to happen. I'm just going to clue everybody in. You've got a team with 2 Pro Bowl starters, 11 guys made Pro Bowl alternates. They won 11 games. They might win 12. It's the biggest turnaround in Washington franchise history to go from 4 to 11. That's plus 7 wins. A lot of guys are going to get interest. When you build a good staff and you win, and that doesn't just mean that's not just Cliff getting head coaching jobs. There's going to be guys that get coordinator offers or DC offers. There's going to be movement, and that's okay. I don't think it's a lock, though, that Cliff goes this year.
I agree with you, but you know what? I listen. I listen to a lot of fans since I've been off the radio. You all got to get your heads out the sand. You all of a sudden, just because it's a possibility he may get some interest, everybody want to just, I wish I could use the exact word, they want to poop on him. Okay? This man has done a masterful job with Jaden. Don't sit up here and start trying to knock somebody because they may get, a possibility to go somewhere else. That happens. We all want to take a job and hope we can get to the top. Why wouldn't he? And the ultimate thing is, I watched this coaching staff be put together. They are already prepared to keep moving on if he were to leave. They got Brian Johnson. Hell,
Anthony Lynn.
You got Anthony Lynn on this staff. Our guy, tight end coach.
David Rye.
He's a guy that we see as a next possibility.
Dude, I
just think
David Blau,
we got
Pritchard.
See, people like going, oh, I'm a fan. I love this guy. No, you don't love the guy. You love him because he's right here, right now. If you love somebody, you want them to do well, and have great things happen for them. So if he were to go somewhere, cool, bye, go. But then you just pull for the next guy. In a sense, what Nate does. Now, I can't believe I'm even saying this, agreeing with Nate. Nate is going to go all in for the guy when they're here. But you don't have to knock people just because they go.
You know what Cliff says all the time? He said this at least 3 times at the podium this year. It's players, not plays. I'm not suggesting that it's advantageous for Jaden should Cliff get a head job and he goes somewhere else. Cliff has been the voice in his ear all year. Cliff has a distinguished track record working with quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that it's great that if that happens. But
consistency is
players,
great.
Sure.
Hope if Cliff can stay here the whole time Jaden is here, that would be much better for him.
Right.
But as I stated before, Jaden Daniels seems to be the guy where he's going to do the work. And if a staff comes in, they have to understand you got a guy here who's already proven what he's capable of. And he's going to put in the work. You keep building what he's done. You don't come in and try to change it completely.
I agree, B. I think this is going to be a popular topic, understandably. I think you don't want to lose Cliff. I just be on a straight up personal level, and I'm curious what you think. There was talk of Cliff going to Chicago to be the OC last year. It didn't happen, obviously. I don't think he's going to be in a hurry to go back to Chicago. And what I really don't think Cliff is going to entertain is a horse race with Ben Johnson. I don't see him being Ben Johnson's foil to drive the price up. I just don't see that happening.
Now, I don't see it. I just, listen, man, but the whole thing, he has the ability now to wait another year.
Totally.
Because he's getting paid from Arizona still and here. Okay? He can, if he wants to go, he go. But I'm not going to be pissed at him. Listen, man, Cliff I think he's done a great job since he's been here. Been cool as hell. I'm not going to hate on somebody getting a job. And I think a lot of our fans, we always talk about we're the best fans in the world. Let's start acting like it then. Because that little crap I always want to just poop on, dump on somebody.
I didn't hear that. Are people doing that?
Oh, yes.
With Cliff?
Yes.
He hadn't even taken an interview.
Yes, but still, they are assuming. So if you want to go there that quick, I was listening to the little
That's
radio.
Stupid.
So I'm saying, that's what I mean. Absolutely asinine. So get the hell out. Get your head out the sand, please.
I wonder, and it's so speculative. And so Tischler yesterday, I'm curious what your take is on this. Mitch didn't want to talk about the Cliff stuff. He's like, yo, there's actual playoff football coming. Like, we should talk about that.
I never want to talk about stuff that's not here.
But it's news. He talked about it. Like, it happened.
It's news, but you know what? It's news that it has not happened. What's most important to me right now? Dallas.
Is it still Dallas, or are you looking at the wild card game?
I'm looking at
understand
Dallas.
what they're looking
No.
at. I'm asking you.
They asked me, what's my 3 things this week that I want to discuss? I said, we still got work to do. Let's not be content. And we got to finish strong. That's all focusing on this week, right? I don't give a damn about the playoff game yet because it ain't here. We don't even know we playing. So let's whip Dallas' ass to build some level of momentum and go into the playoffs on fire.
I tend to agree with you. What I want to see, though, is just really crisp football from the top units, because I won't be shocked if in the second half they pull some dudes.
I want crisp football, and I want them to win the game.
I know exactly
I still want to be in the 6th spot.
I know exactly what I want offensively, defensively. I'll tell you what it is when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Alex Ovechkin scores, but the Caps fall in an overtime shootout 4-3 to the Minnesota Wild, earning just a point in the standings. Maryland falls to 1-2 in Big Ten play after a 75-69 loss at Washington. And Wizards big Alex Sarr named Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for December. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got to be honest, man. B made gumbo, and it's phenomenal. Let's go around the room. Did White Brian get any? You don't eat gumbo, Brian?
I'm about to go grab some.
Okay.
He said he had some before.
Landini, what do you think, dude? This might be the best batch ever. No lie.
Really?
Yo, it's really, really good, dude.
Wow. Took me 3 hours, Jay.
So I wanted to.
I got up about 5:30. Started around 6. I cut up everything yesterday.
So 5:30, you start making, what is it, the roux?
I started actually in the pot, sauteing the onions. Well, the Holy Trinity, and added bell peppers to it. So the Holy Trinity, you talk about, you basically use celery, garlic, and onion. Then you add a little bell pepper to it. And then I started cooking that at 6 o'clock.
So when do you add like the shrimp and the sausage and everything?
Later. So 30 minutes I did that. Then I had my flour and stuff. Like, you could do roux different ways. People always think you got to just do the roux early on. You don't have to do it early on. You can add flour, and then the color will come into it. You know what I'm saying? A little bit later after you start doing your vegetables or whatever.
So when I say that you are like generous and kind, and you get mad at me about putting your business in the street, like here's an example of it. As much as B is going to physically attack and harass Jeff all damn day, Jeff is also allergic to shellfish. So B made a special side pot that didn't have shrimp or crab in it.
I think my daughter did that for Jeff. Nah, I did it.
I know you did.
Yeah, I made it do. He's allergic. I want nobody taking a dip on my watch. And then, but Jeff keeps talking, oh yeah, the day I'm gonna try the other one. I'm like, look, I told Brian, what did I tell you? I gave him a pot with nothing in it. If he goes into the other pot, that's his fault.
A pot for every, what was the FDR phrase? A pot for every kitchen? Something like that? A chicken in every pot?
But think about it, B. Mitch. If your gumbo was so good it killed somebody.
Nah,
that would be pretty cool.
That's not a good thing. If it kills somebody, that's not so good. That's awful.
I believe it's a praying mantis that the woman kills the man after sex. So that you could have praying mantis gumbo.
Yeah, but why you think she killed him? Because he wasn't no good.
I think it's just how they get down.
I'm just saying, man. I don't want a praying mantis.
I'm gonna be honest. Brian, we call him White Brian because he's White Brian. He's also a very white dude. Brian, have you ever had gumbo?
Yes, he has.
I have.
All right. What do you think of this batch?
It's very good.
All right. White Brian, man, a few words. Jeffrey, what do you think of the gumbo, buddy? That B made your own special pot of.
It's amazing. B, I appreciate you,
So
bro.
so your mom can use the real pot.
Yeah, I put her some.
Okay, cool. Got you.
I'm not trying to get cursed out again.
I want to have a conversation very specifically about what you want to see in Dallas. But I did want to run through this. I was listening to PFT Commenter's podcast this morning. So think about this 2018 NFL draft. And I say this because I don't know who these morons are, but apparently I got tagged in a tweet. So this dude, Disco, who I feel like Disco is a part of our universe, and we appreciate Disco, said that some fans have already declared Ben Sinnott a bust and wonder why he hasn't supplanted Zach Ertz. And I think the people saying this are so incredibly stupid. Sinnott has been really good all year.
All year.
Ertz might be a Hall of Famer. I don't understand this rush to not like Zach Ertz, who caught 2 touchdowns last week, including the game winner in overtime. Ertz is a fantastic player and one of the best pure route runners as a tight end, probably in NFL history.
We have to find a way to ignore the small amount of people who like to say the dumbest things possible. And let's not put any more, focus on them. Move past them and move on. You don't just sit down somebody because somebody outside the building think that they can't play. I've watched them play all year, and the guy has given us a hell of a lot. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stop. We got to start to ignore those people. And you know what? Maybe sometimes it's the infiltration of others. Fans that didn't like him from Philly when he left and this, that, and the other. People come in and do that stuff. So we got to learn to just ignore them.
I had an interview with Commanders tight ends coach David Rye yesterday. I think we're going to play that later in the show. We talked about Ertz at length and how impressed he is. But the notion of declaring a player a bust 16 games into his rookie season, I just found so stupid. And I was listening, like I said, to part of my take this morning.
Yes. Everyone that thought that Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey were supposed to automatically get playing time, I've always fought against that. I keep saying you have to learn how to play at this level. And Sinnott he's a hell of a blocker. He plays special team out the world. And then he's going to be able to enhance other stuff coming forward. You look at Luke. Luke is in his, 3rd year now of being a receiver?
Yeah.
And now he's at the highest level.
And he went from playing at Rice to the NFC East.
He has to learn how to play it. And I see a bright future for him. But everybody just automatically assumes just because somebody was we've seen Heisman Trophy winners never take a snap in the NFL.
Well, that's exactly where I was going. Let's look back at the 2018 NFL draft, shall we? And then think about what's happening in the playoffs this year. Number 1 pick in that draft, Baker Mayfield, who at various points in his career had been dismissed as a bust repeatedly.
Yeah.
I assume he made the Pro Bowl. Tampa's in the, I guess not definitively in, but Tampa's probably in the playoffs. Mayfield playing at a really high level. People definitely at one point in time called him a bust.
Yeah.
Number 2 pick in that draft, Saquon Barkley. The Giants just decided he was done, didn't want to pay him. How's that look? It might cost you your job, honestly, Joe.
Yeah.
Number 3 pick in that draft, Landfill's boy Sam Darnold.
Everybody thought people still think he's a bust, and he's sitting at 14-2.
Right, and about to get paid. That draft was loaded. Listen to this: Denzel Ward at 4, Chubb at 5, Quentin Nelson at 6, Josh Allen at 7, Roquan at 8, McGlinchey 9, Josh Rosen at 10. There's your first bust. Minka goes 11, Vita Vea goes 12, Deron Payne here. I mean, this draft was just loaded. Tremaine Edmonds in that draft, Jair Alexander. And you know who went 32? Fellow by the name of Lamar Jackson. I mean,
that was told he should try running back.
That is just
remember that?
Such a loaded draft, dude. But yeah, that's kind of my point is like people got to chill trying to make these pronouncements and determine draft success. This new staff is
I think they know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
Well,
dude, so 13 people got Pro Bowl recognition. Obviously, Jayden and Terry are in, and then 11 other dudes are some level of alternate, right?
Yeah.
Of those 13, 10 of them joined this organization since March. These guys know what they're doing.
And
the other 3 were here back to the Gruden days.
And then all of the pundits, think about that. When they picked all these people up, they were like, "Oh, Washington, they didn't get no talent." Remember that? We have no talent. And I say, let the people at least get in here first and see what they can do. They have more than enough talent.
Speaking of more than enough
They need some
talent,
depth, but that's about it.
I would say this Gumbo's got more than enough talent. Also, Cody Betts tweeting at me,
Oh boy,
trying to mess with me. Got to say what's up to the folks in the chat. Let's go. Let's see who's first. I'm scrolling. I got Strizzy. Strizzy at 10 a.m. said Dallas sucks. I think that's an appropriate first comment. You're going to mark him down, White Brian. Strizzy. All right. Strizzy's in there. Also, damn, Cody said, I tried my best to be first. I have no idea how y'all beat me in here. Too late. Cody, you snooze, you lose.
There you go, son.
Also wanted to say, our boy Greg is homesick and watching on the YouTube. So, G, we hope you feel better.
Greg.
Hey. The Vegas flu, man.
He ain't sick. That's the Vegas flu.
That's
right
the
there.
Vegas flu.
He's been in Vegas for a week. That's what's wrong with him.
Yo, Vegas for a week. When he told me he was going for a week, I thought he was nuts.
And then he showed us his equipment.
He went to the
store. he should be sick.
He went to the store. Vegas for a week, you're nuts. Vegas is a 3-night maximum. I think I legitimately, I don't even want to joke about that considering everything that's happened in the last couple of days. When we go to New Orleans. But it's gonna be a wild ride.
Yep.
It's gonna be a lot of fun though. So here's what I want to do. We'll go around the room. Everybody tell me one thing they want to see from the Washington Commanders this weekend in Dallas, specific to the Dallas game. One thing you want to see. Now, one thing you need to know, if you are in the business of buying or selling a house, if you and your family are thinking about making the most important financial transaction of your life, you need to call John Leahy.
Just like Fred. Fred needed to sell his Rockville home, so he called John and the Fine Living Group to get the property sold again. This was Fred's 8th time trusting John and his team to get the job done. With John Leahy's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
The thing that stands out for me about John is if you're thinking about selling your house, you probably want to know how much it's worth. How much money can you make? How much money can you then flip into another house, get a bigger house, buy a beach house, whatever it is you're trying to do? Go to his website, johnsellsdmv.com. That's Jon, no H, johnsellsdmv.com. Click on that home valuation tool. Takes about a minute, maybe less, and you'll have an exact estimate of what your home would sell for. Then you can call John, and he'll sell it for that number, maybe more. That's why I would trust John. 301-900-3052, 301-900-3052, or you can go to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. In a shocking development, Jeff just introduced me to another dude named Brian that works here.
Hey, we taking over.
And
The Bryans are taking over.
it also just cements that our other Brian's name is going to have to be White Brian because he's the only white dude named Brian around here.
There are too many Bryans and there's too many JPs as well.
It's incredibly odd to have two JPs. Brian's a pretty common name.
There aren't that many people who work here, and we've got multiple repeat names.
That's true.
Right about that, Landfill.
Are there any other repeat names?
I'm not sure.
Aren't both Valdez and Drab named Matt?
That's correct. Yeah, and there's Matt Essig as well.
Yeah, there's Matt Essig.
Hey,
Only one Russell.
Grant say, damn.
There's multiple
Gumbo
Chris's.
today, we not in the studio.
Who did?
Grant, I forgot they not in the studio.
Oh,
today.
they have their field
Yeah,
trip.
I thought they did.
That sucks. Who are the other Chris's? Chris Russell.
Chris Russell, Chris Kiner.
Oh yeah,
Heavy metal, Chris.
Heavy
Heavy metal.
Chris.
Damn.
All right.
And there's only one Jeff.
All it needs is one. We had two Jeffs. We had about
Bro,
damn problem.
I'm at Jeff capacity. That's
We got one
that's the
Sean.
most Jeff I can handle.
We got one Jim.
No, Landfill and I are both James.
Yeah, but he's never been called James in his life.
James Andrew Mullins the 10th.
No, he don't like that.
Yo, I legit don't know Mullins' first name. I don't know if it's James or Andrew, and
I
it
was gonna
seems
say,
to
I thought it was
switch.
Andrew.
Yeah, I think it's Andrew.
No, it is Andrew.
I think it's James. Why do people call him Jim?
JP, your name is James. Matter of fact, we're going to refer to you as James for the rest of the show.
Yeah, James.
Matter of fact, we aren't.
Why not, Jay?
I don't care. Go for it. It doesn't bother me. Landfill, what's your first name? He won't tell us. Is Stevie in today? Because I feel like Stevie
I
should get
told
some
Jeff
gumbo.
to call Stevie.
I texted her last night. She said she was supposed to come in.
What about Wendy?
I mean, I don't think none of them are in studio
Well, they're never here. The sales,
on Fridays.
the rest of the building is very rarely ever here, which is astounding that we have this monstrous office space with nobody in it. But that's a different conversation. I do want to, and it's not mine to offer, but Wendy and Stevie should get some gumbo should they want it.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, I can go first on this if you want. You get one thing you want to see from the Commanders.
Jeff, that's a little bit of the container. But go ahead.
One thing you want to see from the Commanders in Dallas. One thing.
I want to see dominance. I'm being honest with you.
I meant a little more specific, but that's fine.
I'm being
That
very
sounds
specific
like
on
you.
that. I listen, man. I understand. I listen to everybody talk about now the playoffs and this, that, and the other, and making. No, I want to see them go into this game against Dallas and show that they corrected things from the first game. And yes, if they are destroying them and they pull them out in the second half, fine. But I want to see them go out there and, like they say, put belt to ass. That's what I want to see.
Not mad. That sounds, for me specifically, it's turnovers. They have 6 turnovers in the last 2 games. I think Jaden has thrown 3 picks in the last 2 games, very unlike him. I want to see a clean operation. I want to see a clean sheet without turnovers against Dallas because I do think in the playoffs, you turn it over like that, it's going to be really hard to win. Playoff football's got to be clean. For me specifically, it is no turnovers offensively. And I think that's where they need to get to. Like the run offense, the run defense have both been bad. Like you'd like to see that get back in order. But the list starts for me with turnovers. You got to limit that stuff. I know you beat Philly despite having the 5 turnovers. You got to stop counting on these crazy comebacks. And it's great to be a second half team. They've been really good in the second half the last couple of weeks. But 3 weeks ago, they were really bad in the second half against New Orleans. Like you'd like, what I'd like to see, to your point, Brian, is a similar game that they had against Tennessee, that they had against Cleveland, that they had against Carolina. Like just go kick somebody's ass. And a huge way to do that is not give up possessions. Hang on to the football.
Yeah.
Landini, what's one thing you want to see this weekend?
I would like to see them run the ball effectively without Jaden, like with handing the ball to a running back and consistently gaining good yardage. That's what I want to see.
It hasn't been happening, man.
It has not.
You know, B-Rob was able to kind of get it going in the second half last week, but Jaden has been their leading rusher the last 3 games. It is great that Jaden can run. I am not a person that's going to pearl clutch on Jaden running the football. I think it's an absolute asset, and you don't want to stop doing that. But that's not necessarily effective run game. Like, you look why we all think Baltimore's so much better this year. Lamar can always go get you 75 yards on the ground every game. But now they have Derrick Henry, who completely changes the offense. Washington's offense is so much more effective when there is a back getting it done.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this yesterday. You know, it's great that Jaden can run for 100 yards a game, but inevitably he's going to have a bad game. I mean, every quarterback does. It would be nice if the offense, he's the entire offense. You know, it would be nice if there was somebody else who you could kind of lean back on, where if he's not having a great game, which, you know, if he goes up and you're in the playoffs and you're actually playing good teams pretty regularly, yeah, those are the teams that are probably more likely to stop him. It would be great if there were other guys on the team that could kind of pick up the load a little bit and make it so it wasn't 100% dependent on Jaden to go out there and have a great game.
That's well said. He has been
Unbelievable.
The reason they've won these last 2 games. He's been outrageously great.
Yes.
And I'm not being hyperbolic. He's been outrageously great.
I've been getting people hitting me from different cities, a lot of them that we played, and they all have been enamored by this kid. And I'm not talking about just fans. I'm talking about people that write, people with the last name Lombardo and that type of things.
Yeah.
They are raving about this kid because he's been unbelievable.
He's been unbelievable, but you'd like it to be spread around a little bit more. You'd like B-Rob to be averaging 5 yards a pop and not everything to be on Jaden. Or if it has to be, if that needs to be C-Rod or McNichols, or I don't think there's any way you're getting Eckler back this week, but maybe you get Eckler back next week. That's what you'd like to see. Here's what we're going to do. PFT Commenter joins the program next.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Alex Ovechkin notches his third goal in 4 games back from a leg fracture, now just 24 away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal-scoring record.
Down here is Ovechkin shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal for Alex Ovechkin, his 18th of the year, goal 871 of his career. It's tied 2-2, Washington and Minnesota.
John Walton on the goal, heard here on the Fan as the Caps led in the third, but fall in their first overtime shootout of the year, 4-3 to the Minnesota Wild. So the Caps earn a point and now remain home to host the Rangers Saturday at noon. Listen here on the Fan. Maryland now 1-2 in Big Ten play, falling at Washington 75-69, and Notre Dame wins the Sugar Bowl 23-10 over Georgia to reach college football's semifinals. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
We like Patrick.
We like Patron. All right, folks, time to go. It's Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We actually have some Scotties and Red Bull in the studio right now. We'll see how the rest of the show goes. To help us celebrate, our guy PFT Commenter joins us on the phone from Chi-Town. PFT, what up, man? Happy New Year.
Good morning, guys. Happy New Year. I saw that you got some gumbo in the studio. You're very, very lucky.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for New Orleans and cannot wait to eat all the gumbo. I'm planning on eating. I'm going to try to eat gumbo twice a day for the entire time there.
Well, you're a soup guy, so that's perfect for you.
I'm a soup guy, and then you can get in some fights if you start calling gumbo soup around the wrong people. I don't know.
I'm not saying that, but I know you like liquid lunch.
No, but you're right. You're right. And I actually think if I put my mind to it, I could have 20 gumbos while I'm in New Orleans just for the Super Bowl. So that's my goal.
Go for it, man. And you can eat different gumbos. You get you a chicken and sausage gumbo, a duck and sausage gumbo. You get a seafood gumbo. Just a chicken plain one, okra.
Duck gumbo is solid. You know, I mean, some duck gumbo that would hit the spot. Some shrimp gumbo. I'm going to eat every single gumbo. I'm going to be 90% gumbo by the time I'm done.
I like it. Well, since B-Mitch just made this, it is hot, it is fresh, it's very good. Would you like me to mail you some?
Oh Lord.
No, that's okay, JP. JP and I have a history of mailing food. So,
I know. You got those soggy sandwiches from the Masters.
I asked him to send me a pimento cheese sandwich in the mail one time, and JP, like the great guy that he is, actually did go to FedEx and put a cheese sandwich in the mail for me. Shockingly, it didn't keep, but it's okay. I had Nate there next to me, so I let Nate taste it.
Oh boy,
they didn't taste anything.
Talking with our friend PFT Commenter here, dude. I almost texted you this, and then I realized you were on the show today. Is your band playing Super Bowl week in New Orleans?
I don't think that we are. We don't have any plans for it right now.
Okay.
It could all change. That's all subject to change, and we're working through a few things. But no, I don't think as of right now, I plan on attending concerts while I'm in New Orleans.
Okay. All right. Very cool. Let's talk some football, dude. Commanders firmly in the playoffs, have a game this weekend against Dallas. Dan Quinn's been clear. He wants them locked and loaded on Dallas. The seeding matters. There's a lot to play for. They've already lost to Dallas this year. What do you want to see Washington versus the Cowboys?
All right. So I would like a win because, and if you're an Eagles fan, listen to this right now. Don't change the channel, but just turn the volume all the way down if you're an Eagles fan, You're contractually obligated to me. It's a two-party consent. So I'm not giving you consent to listen to me right now if you're an Eagles fan. I would very much not like to play against the Eagles in the playoffs. So what I would like to see is a win, and then I would like to see a couple other things go our way. I've mapped out – I'm sure you've looked at the schedule for the playoffs and how things could shake out. But there is a world, however remote it might be, that we could have an NFC Championship game at I almost said the F word, FedEx, at the Fed. It's a possibility. It's very remote, but I think our ideal path would be to play maybe the Bucs the first round, and then see how the rest of it shakes out from there. It's still a very, very good chance of that happening. So I'd like to see a win against the Cowboys. Obviously, like to see a win. It would just mean a lot to be 4-2 in the division. Looks a lot better than 3-3. And I think I would like to see obviously no injuries, and I would like to see some of the younger guys, some of the draft picks. I want to see a big game from Newton. How about that? I'd like to see him just wreck some shop in the middle of the field.
It's interesting to me. I've been thinking back to 2015. That was the you like that year where Kirk had that comeback against Tampa, and then they kind of got hot down the stretch. They won the division. They weren't as good. They only went 9-7 that year, but they won the division in Week 16 in Philly on day after Christmas, I think, and then went to Dallas for Week 17. And I actually think Gruden handled that Week 17 pretty well. They had already clinched the playoffs. They were already in as the division winner, but he started everybody. And Kirk came out on fire. I think Jordan Reed had 2 touchdowns early on, and then eventually he got to Colt and kind of let those guys sit. But I don't see a scenario where every starter, unless you're hurt, right? Like Lattimore, you no way are you playing him this week because you need him for the wild card. You're hoping you can get him for the wild card. If guys have an injury, fine, rest them, but don't just rest to rest, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a game where it does matter if we win. Like you would much rather play against the Bucs or the Rams than to go into Philadelphia. That's going to be a very tough environment. They're a very good team. I'm assuming that Hurts is going to be back by then. That's a whole nother conversation. But you want to win this game. It's not a meaningless game. So also, can you imagine in what world have we ever imagined the Commanders being 12-5 or 12-4? Like 12 wins. That's a great season. And it's kind of crazy because of all the people complaining about, the playoffs being watered down. There would be a chance that a 12-win team would get left out of this playoffs.
That's crazy.
If we only had 6 teams in it. So, yeah, I mean, I want to see 12 wins. I think that, obviously exceeds everybody's expectation. Probably good to get a little momentum going into the playoffs too. So, I would like to win this game.
I can understand people saying they would not like to play with the Eagles, this, that, and the other. But I just feel if this team is playing at their best, they can beat the Eagles and any other team out there. I just look at it differently because eventually, if you're going to get to where you want to go, you got to beat that team anyway.
Yeah, you're going to play good teams in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. So it's a matter of when you play them. But I think as far as a matchup goes, I feel like the Bucs would be, the best option that we had. And then that's the last time we won a playoff game was in Tampa. So maybe little shades of 2006. Obviously you can't plan everything out perfectly, and crazy stuff is going to happen. You don't know how the games are going to shake out. But I feel like the NFL would put that game, a Philadelphia-Washington opening round matchup, that to me seems like that is screaming prime time. And going into Philly at night, that's going to be a tough environment.
Yeah, I'm curious how you rank them. I think the matchup I want to see most is Tampa. And I think Jaden opened the NFL season in Tampa against the Bucs. And I think this team and Jaden Daniels have improved so dramatically. I would just love to see that rematch. And that's not to say Baker's what Tampa's doing right now is really good. I think Vita Vea is unbelievably good. Evans, they got serious talent down there. I don't understand. I'm curious what you think, dude. Why is McVay resting everybody? It almost seems like McVay is actively seeking out the winner of Lions-Vikings instead of playing Washington. B thinks he's scared of Jaden.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why he's doing that. But I'll tell you this.
He's crazy is why.
He's a little nuts. I would rather, the Bucks that's the team I would like to play the most. I put the Rams second. I'm not necessarily afraid of Matt Stafford right now. He hasn't looked good in this last month or so of the season. But I am afraid of what McVay will cook up in the playoffs. Like if he, focuses on one game, I feel like this is a dangerous guy. Like he's liable to pull some crazy stuff on us that we will not see coming. And so I'm a little bit afraid of going up against him in the playoffs. But if it's the Rams, I would rather go against the Rams than the Eagles at this point. With the Bucks, it's interesting because you talked about Lattimore. Getting Lattimore back to that game would be absolutely massive because he's generally played very well against Mike Evans, who is a great player, one of the best receivers of all time. But Lattimore has been as good as anybody else.
He gives him pure hell
against Mike Evans. So that would be huge for us. And we got a guy at the office here, Stephen Shea. He's a big Bucks fan.
Right.
That's my biggest concern about playing the Bucks is having to sit next to Stephen Shea for 2.5 hours while he does his little first down signs in my face.
You work with a bunch of people that you don't like their teams, right?
Yeah, well, I don't like anybody's team, Mitch. I don't. I enjoy when I think it's a pretty natural thing. You kind of enjoy it when your friends go through pain a little bit.
Yeah.
You like to see them suffer a little bit.
Yeah.
Ultimately, there's some teams where I like their fan bases. The Bucks, I guess, are one of them, with the exception of Stephen Shea. When he gets into Bucks mode, he is insufferable to be around. It is absolute torture. So I wouldn't be looking forward to that, but it's a small price to pay to get to avoid the Eagles in the first round.
Dude, it's funny. I kind of have no beef with the entire NFC South. Saints, Panthers, Falcons, Bucks, they're cool. The fans are always nice. Like, the stadiums are okay. Yeah. They're nice cities. But obviously that changes this week. B, I don't know if you know this, one of the dudes on PFT's podcast, pardon my take for all those that are somehow unaware of that, is a huge Eagles fan.
Uh-huh.
And the videos from 2 weeks ago of PFT and Max are pretty epic because he immediately just started screaming like all these Eagles fans, "Oh, congratulations, you beat Kenny Pickett."
Yeah, but they got to realize they've been beating backup quarterbacks for the last 15 years when it comes to this team.
Right.
What the hell are they talking about?
Right.
Listen, a win is a win. And Max doesn't have a great track record in the playoffs in terms of the teams that he roots for. But this would be an opening round game in the playoffs. And typically Philadelphia has done pretty good in those. So I would prefer to wait until the NFC Championship game to play against the Eagles, because Philly's got a recent history of not doing so well in those types of games.
Yeah, for sure. Talking with our friend PFT Commenter here on the Friday before Week 18. It's going to be fun and exciting. And I think regardless of what happens this weekend, next weekend, how much different does everything feel for you as a Commanders fan? Like, the world has been flipped upside down for people that root for the burgundy and gold in a good way.
Yeah.
It feels great, but with those expectations, now you have the room for disappointment. Whereas disappointment was kind of the norm. It was so regular to be disappointed that it didn't actually feel like disappointment. It just felt like same old, like going through it again. Now at this point, it's like, okay, well, there's a little bit of pressure on you. I actually woke up this morning. The first thing I saw, I don't know how it was on my timeline, but it was the graphic of all the quarterbacks that have thrown touchdown passes to Terry McLaurin through his career.
Wow.
And it just looking at those names just brought me back to a very, very dark place. But it makes me thankful that hopefully this is, the start of a very long, new, good era. And yeah, I sometimes have to pinch myself because it's like, on what planet are all these good things happening to us right now? But I think it's real. I think it's real. I think it's sustainable too. So listen, if we beat the Cowboys, getting a playoff win this year would be just unreal. I don't think that we necessarily have the team that can do something like go into Detroit and beat the Lions. I mean, crazy things happen in the NFL, but I don't know that our defense is quite on that level yet to be able to stop like a team like the Lions. But I think just going to the playoffs, winning a playoff game would be just so unbelievable for this season. But then, once you're in, crazy things happen in the playoffs.
Mm.
You never know. The schedule might break your way. There might be some bad injury luck or something, things that we don't even anticipate happening, where things work out in your favor. Maybe the defense just puts it all together, we get some good bounces, some important turnovers. Anything can happen. But I think if we get – my goal right now is get a playoff win. If we get a playoff win, then that's – as far as I'm concerned, this is a massive, massive success of the season.
Dude, they haven't won a playoff game since 2005. It was the 05 season.
Long time ago.
Bro, it's almost 20 years. It's 20 years. What year is it? 2025?
But my thing is, if you look at the big picture, though, PFT, beginning of the season, they said this team who's rebuilding, new front office, new coaching staff, new quarterback, all these players coming in, was going to be sitting at 11-5, possibly 12-5 at the end of the season. Would you be happy with that?
Yeah. I would be.
And I think that's the ultimate thing. Like, they are far and way above what any of us thought. And I know there's some people running around lying right now saying, well, I knew this all the while. No, you didn't.
Lying.
Nobody knew it. But I'm satisfied how they've been, but I want more now. That's why I don't want them to just be satisfied to be where they are. I want them to kick down the damn door and move farther.
Yeah, Dan, I want to correct you on one minor point. Dan Quinn said we're not rebuilding, we're recalibrating.
That's true.
Okay.
That's
Or
true.
maybe that was Adam Peters. One of the two of those guys.
Whatever it was, based on what we've seen and what we saw was on the team after the season ended last year, that was a rebuild.
Yeah. And also,
You brought 30-something new players in, that's a damn rebuild.
This season should remind everybody that if you ever hear a coach tell you that it takes 4 or 5 years to rebuild a franchise, you should immediately stop listening to what that coach has.
Tell him, hey, coach, stop. You're lying.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the things, like, you know, in football, you got to rely. What can you rely on? What is their play with 4th and 2, right? Like, having Jaden is what they can rely on. They run that QB counter. That's what they can rely on. The other thing I keep thinking about, and I pointed this out to Brian earlier, obviously they have the 2 Pro Bowl starters in Jaden and Terry McLaurin. Then they had 11 other players get some Pro Bowl nomination, whether it's, you know, 1st alternate to 5th alternate. They had guys get those accolades. Of those 13 players that got Pro Bowl honors, 10 of them are new this year. And I just think having Adam Peters run this operation is
Can I ask you a question?
so damn different than anything we've been
How
accustomed
many we had last year?
I think 0.
Okay, enough said.
I mean,
Rebuild.
Terry's made it, Duran's made it, John's made it, Tress has made it, Revo made it.
Rebuild.
But like, the other part of the guys that have made it during the Rivera era, they were all Gruden picks. Like, the whole in personnel from those 4 years is pretty damn astounding.
And let me give a shout out to Tress Way too, because Tress he's like the forgotten man on this team right now because we're not punting nearly as much as we have in the past. His punt against the Falcons, where he boomed that was like a 60-yarder, I think it was in the 4th quarter. That swung the field position. That was massive. So let's not forget about Tress Way. Still as consistent as ever.
Oh,
Hell yeah. And Revo too. Tress, PFT, I did want to ask you something here that Landfill just brought to mind. Did you happen to see any of the photos of Brian Mitchell wearing the tutu because the Skins won 11 games?
Landfill, that was supposed to be over with.
Yeah, I did see that, B. Mitch. It suited you. That's not your first time wearing a tutu, is it? I could tell.
That was my first time and my last. Why is it still landing here? I thought Steve was supposed to pick this up.
No, now it's part of the decor in here.
That's some.
I have said I'll wear it. PFT, I'll say this for you too. Not even if they win it, but should they get to the Super Bowl this year?
If they get to the Super Bowl, it's a lot of things we might do.
Bro, I will wear just the tutu. Like B-Mitch put the tutu on over his clothes. I will wear just the tutu.
JP, to be honest with
and
you.
no drawers either. So we'll see where the W
nobody
lands.
wants to see that.
Somebody does.
Yeah.
A lot of freaks out there.
No.
Listen, if they win the Super Bowl, I'll wear a tutu for a year. Nonstop. It'll be great.
Hey, you and a lot of other people.
Yeah. I mean, if they win the Super Bowl, all bets are off. But whatever, we'll see what happens. PFT, man, we always appreciate you making time for us. Who you got winning college football natty?
Ooh, you know what? I think I got to go with Ohio State. I think that's the way
They look good, man.
Yesterday, it was like unstoppable. That offense, it's going to be tough for anybody to step in there and slow them down at all. I would like to see Penn State win it. I feel like that would be the funniest outcome would be Penn State over Ohio State in the national championship. I think that would be just shocking to see. Like Ryan Day lose a big game to the guy that can't win a big game. So that's for the storylines. I think that's the funniest way to go. But I think if they can play even 80% of how they played earlier this week, I feel like Ohio State is going to be just about impossible to beat.
Ohio State looks.
They look good, man.
They finally have delivered on the. Oh my God, this might be the most talented team in college football that we heard for a couple months. They're finally playing. This Ohio State team reminds me of that Cardale Jones team that just got super hot late and rolled everybody.
Yeah. What about I guess Notre Dame against Ohio State in the national championship? That would be the ultimate Ryan Day versus Lou Holtz showdown, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like we've been
Notre
building
Dame
up
looks
to that
really
for 2
good
years.
too, and I feel like they're kind of under the radar. Riley Leonard, man, like they play physical football.
Yep, they do that.
They do. I don't know that they can outscore Ohio State.
Yeah.
The offense doesn't look explosive enough. They can try to kill the clock and make it a rock fight, but I don't see. Maybe it could happen. You never know. But yeah, I got Ohio State.
I went to the Caps game last night. They lost to the Wild, but what they've done to rebuild that team on the fly and still have Ovi, my cap is off to the Caps right now. They're playing awesome.
They are pucking.
They're pucking.
Yeah, and I went to go see him in Chicago when they played against the Blackhawks, and then I saw the Blackhawks at the Winter Classic on New Year's Eve. I have no idea how we lost to this team. The Winter Classic, it was a depressing place to be because it was like 26 degrees, rainy, snowy. You couldn't really see much of the ice because it's in a baseball stadium, so you can't see over the boards. And then all the Blackhawks fans all around me, it was so bad that they were getting into fights with each other. It was guys that were yelling about why the team stunk, and then other guys that disagreed and thought that they stunk because of other reasons. They were fighting each other. It was a depressing place to be. So it makes me thankful that the Caps are once again somehow competitive. So looking forward to maybe seeing a little playoff action from them this year.
All right, next week we'll have to talk about Ron getting the Jets job, but we'll save that for another day.
Maybe the Bears. You never know. Never know.
Big Cat would. I have called that because it's the 40-year anniversary of the '85 Bears, and Ron played on it. I called that 2 years ago, sitting in Ashburn, that I bet Ron gets that job. For Big Cat's sake, I hope it doesn't happen.
I hope it doesn't for his sake too. Ron Rivera, very nice guy, but it does feel like the most Bears hire of all time, right? If you look at their history of coaches, the type of personalities they like to hire, I feel that seems like they're going to have a hard time letting Ron Rivera out of that building.
I agree.
We'll see.
PFT, thank you for the time, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
All right, have a great weekend, guys.
Take care, man.
PFT Commenter. Give him a follow on X or Instagram, wherever you find your social media. PFT is out there. We got Jeff Walker's hype song, 11:45.
Jeffrey.
This sports update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Alex Ovechkin scores, but the Caps fall in an overtime shootout 4-3 to the Minnesota Wild, earning just a point in the standings. Maryland falls to 1-2 in Big Ten play after a 75-69 loss at Washington. And Wizards big Alex Sarr named Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for December. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Yo, today is January 3rd. So in either, depending how you do the math, 27 or 28 days, we're going to have this party at Tally Ho in Leesburg. 1067 The Fan live. Me and B will be there. The Junks will be there. Grant and Danny will be there. Yo, did you know Cakes did a solo show this morning?
Yeah, JP, I do it a lot here.
You do it a lot.
Yeah, normally when you go, I don't want no help.
The Cluster Buster has changed that. It used to be we did a lot of solos. Now we get Toby.
I'd rather not have nobody though.
I like Toby.
I can do it. Toby's good.
I like Toby.
That's why I did it with Toby. But I've done
Toby
a lot
gets
of
2
them.
thumbs up.
But you know what you find out with the solo show, you have to really pace yourself. Because what you got to do is talk a little slower. And then what you do, like when Philadelphia taught me this. Everybody do a lot of shows by themselves up there.
Well, hell, at 980, before everything changed,
But
weren't you doing solos every day?
yeah. But that was only 2 hours. That is 4. So what you do, like when I filled in for Howard Eskin for 2 weeks. What you have to do? Phone lines open all day. Because if you start talking,
well, in Philly
and
too.
you take a call, they will spark, like, the night before you do a show, you always thinking about all these topics. And then the next day, you only remember half of them. But someone will call in and spark your mind to what you were thinking about or give you a new topic. And you just go on through it. So it's cool. But Casey did do a good job. He had some help.
He had some help.
Drab and Valdez helped him out. And even White Mike was kicking it in too.
Shout out to White Mike.
They did good.
But come out, hang out with all of us January 31st, Tally Ho Theater in Leesburg. Tickets are on sale now at tallyhotheater.com. I just got an updated look. I wanted to share this. The draft order, the Giants this weekend. All right, so you've got 4 teams that are 3-13. New England, Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants. Then you got a gang of teams. You got 5 teams that are 4-12. Jacksonville, Panthers, Jets, Raiders, Bears. Depending what happens this weekend, I don't think anybody expects the Giants to beat the Eagles. But if they do, they could fall all the way.
They sit everybody.
They're sitting Saquon.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
He is more of the reason that you're where you are than anybody else on that team.
Hurts isn't playing, right?
No, I don't think Hurts can play. But Hurts has not been the answer or the reason this year. Saquon has been the reason. And you don't want him to get hurt. But also it shows you he's selfless. He doesn't care about the record and all that type of stuff. When he played the Giants the first game, he had a chance to set the single season rushing record. And now let the young guys go out there and work.
No.
No.
Sirianni said it was his call to bench him. Saquon said he's good with it. I think he's good with it. Hurts isn't playing. I mean, if you're Philly, it's clearly all eyes on next weekend. The Giants, I think, will be a live dog in that thing, but the quarterback play has just been so inconsistent.
Yeah.
I know they were all doing victory laps last week because Drew Lock threw a couple touchdown passes. It's just the amount of fluctuation. Right now, the Jets would have the 7th pick, right?
Uh-huh.
If they lose and a couple other teams win, the Jets could get all the way up to number 2. If you're the Jets,
Who they playing?
I think they're playing the Bills.
I say this: if you're the Jets,
No, they might be playing the Dolphins.
if you're the Jets and you want to win that game, you have to bench all your top-notch players.
Jets are playing the Dolphins.
Because if you put your top-notch players in, they're gonna play.
Here's my question. If you're the Jets, are you drafting a quarterback if you get into that top 5? If you get your shot at Ward or Sanders?
Yes.
You imagine, because, like Phil, Jesus. It was very distracting to look over there, and Landville was deep-throating a Red Bull can. I think if you're the Jets and you got...
Was he just drinking the
it was a wild
You
visual.
like the boy. You could change up a whole story, can't you? You just took that from a damn drama to a murder mystery.
The Jets, Rodgers is under contract.
Yeah.
You're going to have a new coach that's going to try to wrangle all this. You imagine then throwing Dion, Coach Prime, Shador, the camera crew that follows them everywhere. You imagine them throwing that
so
on there?
You think Dion is going to coach in the NFL this year? That's your thought?
No. But I think Dion will be involved.
Yeah, but Dion can have a camera crew follow him everywhere when he's in charge. He can't control that when he goes to the NFL.
Doug, you think
Yes.
whoever's coaching the Jets, let's
Yes.
who's going to be
The
let's say
NFL is bigger than Deion Sanders. And
Dion
they-
probably doesn't agree.
They'll shut that down.
I don't know, man.
They'll shut that down. Look, you listen. I love what Dion does, but there's no damn way your son can be walking around with a camera on the NFL property like that. They're not letting that happen. HBO, they might let you. He better go get a job with HBO when they do Hard Knocks.
Dude, I don't know how to frame this wager, but I would be interested in a wager of the Shador, Dion, camera crew world wherever he lands.
To be honest with you, wherever Shador lands, he doesn't need a Dion camera crew. If he's good enough, the camera crews in the NFL will promote you.
I'd also rather have Cam Ward.
Hell,
just so
the
we're clear.
NFL will promote you.
Did you see Milroe, the Bama quarterback, that is exceptionally athletically gifted,
Yeah.
but just not the most accurate passer?
He needs to get him a passing coach and work with him the whole time once his season over now.
He just signed with Jalen Hurts, his agent. And
And
I think the path, Jalen Hurts' path to being a good, there was a great season. I would say he's a good quarterback now, is what Milroe has to follow.
I think Jalen Hurts was a better passer than Milroe was in college. I think Milroe has to take that next step to get to the passing. I think if people look at Lamar, what he's done this year compared to what he did in his previous years as a passer, you got to figure that out. You got to work on that. It doesn't just happen. And I think all these guys in the league where you may have people, if they see promise in you as a quarterback, you need to improve the things that you have been short on to make sure you keep going forward. Because a lot of times, guys get drafted, guys get to the league, and guys stop working because they think job is done. No, job is just beginning.
Just beginning.
Yes.
And one of the things I like most about Jaden, he's getting better every day.
Yeah.
Every day he's working hard. And
he was considered a legitimate passer in the NFL, in college. He's gotten better at a level where he got people that are harder to compete against. So,
B. Mitch and Finley, when we return, Jeff Walker got a new hype song.
hype it up, Jeff.
Uh-oh, Stevie's here, and Stevie's dancing. Stevie, look at the stream, and you can see the tutu right behind me. That's why I want to leave it there, so the world knows. Right below the Prince poster, next to the tutty towel.
Yeah, JP gonna be wearing that.
Just
in
that.
Dallas. In Dallas.
Nah, they gotta get to the Super Bowl.
I'll
wear it on Bourbon Street.
He wearing
I
it.
will wear just the tutu on Bourbon Street, and I'll send a photo to landfill.
No,
Now,
we don't need that.
for the first time ever, Jeff had his song ready a day early.
Wow.
I think he's just really motivated because of the
No,
playoff
I just think he got
push.
it was made because it's the same one from last week.
No, it's not.
He just had to adjust some things.
Last week he didn't have one.
Yeah, I didn't have one at all.
No, he didn't have an engineer to just cut it. So he had it, so he just
You got to
was
cut
able
it.
to take that and make it into this week.
Cut it.
I know how that works.
Jeff, the floor is yours.
Well, B, you are absolutely wrong about that.
I'm right.
Because this song is summing up the season. It's wrapping up the season. We made it to the
If you
playoffs.
mention Gumbo, I'm gonna believe it's a real song.
All right. I mean, I didn't mention Gumbo, but
Hold on. You think this is a fake song that he made last week that he didn't have in time?
Yeah.
So you think this is the song, the engineer wasn't there, so he already wrote it, and now he's just using it. We're getting a sloppy second song?
no. Why would we do that? If I would have had to rap about the Falcons last week. I didn't make that song last week.
Change those
So,
names.
nah, I
Nah,
didn't.
I'm
even, I'm gonna say I didn't even
Jeff,
mention
just
the
go ahead-
Cowboys,
go ahead and
bro.
introduce the
I
damn
think
song.
he legit just didn't do a song last week, but I think he made one this week for Dallas.
Ah, man, leave me alone. I couldn't say the other thing, but the inspiration for this song is just the events that happened in the season, man.
Let's do it.
This is wrapping up the 24-25 regular season, and we still got some crank to come for the playoffs.
Let's crank it.
Let's go.
It's been a hell of a season, and I'm excited for the future that's coming. But I need to put the NFL on notice. Tell them, Washington, back up! We up, we 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 back up! I want to thank the football gods for a hell of a season. Predicted at a few wins, but them boys didn't achieve it. It's like they strapping up their gear and they playing with reason. Reviving life in the city, cause Lord know we need it. When they hired Dan Quinn, man, it was a lot of doubt. He put that hat on backwards, punched the haters in the mouth. Man, they talked about Cliff, said he was gonna fade out. Now we headed to the playoffs after a 4-year drought. Now let's talk about Jaden. Man, how can you hate him? The boy been balling since that pass against the Bengals. In the heat of the moment, I swear it don't faze him. He get back up and throw a touchdown, a laser. We up, we back up.
All right, so far this is really, really good.
We back up. We up, 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 we back up. And that's a wrap for our 2024-2025 regular season. Of course, we're gonna have the crank for the playoffs. But to my Washington fans, we up, we back. Now I know it's gonna be a lot of crazy talk, a lot of crazy fans, because you know, winning is bringing the haters out of the woodwork. But keep that left hand up. Get that left hand up. That left hand up. Keep that left hand up.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Truly fantastic.
That was hot.
I wrote down the line I liked the most. Put the hat on backwards and punched him in the mouth. Talking about Dan Quinn. I enjoyed that.
When I walked over to the park yesterday, I got a bat. Dan gave all of us a bat, signed it. Anybody, anytime, anywhere.
That's dope.
It's burgundy with gold writing.
That's cool. Now I have a I do have to, I suppose, relay some information here. Matt Essig's in the building eating gumbo. There's a number of Matts involved. I think we can all say Mike Beasley is our friend. Is Bees your friend, Jeff?
Yep. Yes, B's my dog.
Landfill? We're pro Bees on this program. White Brian hasn't met him. White Brian, you'd love him. Okay.
He talks a lot, right, Brian? More than JP.
Played in the NBA.
Yeah. Who was so excited to meet him?
Linnell. he thought it was Mike Beasley. His name, those dude named Mike Beasley too, right?
Yeah, he was like
the dude
Mike
from
Beasley
DC. Yeah.
I forgot about that. But just so we're clear, I want to reiterate, Jeff, Bees is your friend. He's all of our friends.
Yeah.
Okay. Because Bees just texted me. That was definitely last week's song, LOL. There was no mention of Dallas.
Yeah, I didn't mention Dallas because we was wrapping up the season. We wasn't wrapping up the season last week.
We wasn't wrapping the season last week. I kind of got to get it with him. Yeah, but
I don't know, Jim.
Jeff, but you know what, Jeff?
You can even hear it.
You know what I'm going to say, Jeff? Jeff, we up, we back.
We up, we back. Tell
Louis
him that.
Scruggs next.
This sports update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today. Well, we are still in the midst of bowl season, and tonight Virginia Tech gets their turn as the Hokies face Minnesota in the Duke's Mayo Bowl from Charlotte, North Carolina. We have coverage starting at 5:30 for the 7:30 kickoff. Listen to it all right here on The Fan. Now, Alex Sarr is starting to step up his game with the Wizards. He was named the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for December. The Wizards are in New Orleans set to play the Pelicans in the first of a home-and-home series tonight at 8 o'clock. Listen on the Team 980. And the Georgetown Hoyas have a chance to go to 3-0 in Big East play this evening at Capital One Arena. Georgetown didn't win 3 Big East games in either of the last 2 seasons. The rejuvenated Hoyas taking on Xavier tonight at 8. Listen on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, or CR-V. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealer for a great deal today. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. I think that third bowl of gumbo got to me. Joining us now is our guy, Mr. Newey Scruggs from Dallas. What up, Newey?
What up,
How are you,
Newey?
buddy?
Hey, happy everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy
Happy
New
New
Year,
Year
brother.
to
What's
you,
happening
man.
with you?
Is what you want most this 2025 for Jerry to sell the boys?
Nah, man. Jerry entertaining, bro. Jerry good for business. Jerry good for business for you too.
Oh, yeah.
Jerry
not
good
bad.
for business for a lot. Jerry good business for a whole lot of people, man. So, nah, man. I've always said maybe a sad day when that man passed away. So, Jerry good for business.
So seriously though, to that point, Jerry is obviously an absolute amazing businessman. Cowboys are probably worth, I mean, nobody's actually going to sell them. If you actually sold the Cowboys, they're probably worth like $15 billion or something. I don't know.
A lot of money.
Right? But at some point, Jerry's got to decide what they're about. Is it about the business side of this or chasing championships? What do you think happens, not necessarily before Sunday, but Sunday, Monday going forward for Dallas?
I don't know. And I think anybody tries to tell you they think they know, they don't know. He's an 82-year-old emotional man now. One thing I wish Jerry would do, and I put a commentary out there, I wish Jerry would go back to being, 47-year-old Jerry, who was bold, who bought the team, who fired Tom Landry and hired Jimmy Johnson. That guy who was out there making deals because he needed money with American Express to become the official credit card of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
And now that whole sponsorship thing, man, he was that guy.
Yep.
He's not that guy anymore. So that's the issue, is which guy do you want to be? I remember when they passed on Johnny Manziel, he wanted Johnny in the worst way. And Stephen and Will McClay convinced him not to do it, son, Stephen Jones. And he said to Stephen, son, I bought the Dallas Cowboys not laying up. That was a layup in terms of golfing.
Yeah.
So, if you want to keep Mike McCarthy and running things the way you run them, fine. All you got to do, though, is really understand the Cowboys is go look at that Netflix teaser that they got coming up, where he said it's bigger than football. 365 days a year. Like he gave you the whole game right there. The whole game right there. Like, okay, yeah, guess what? This thing it's not really all about football. I'll give you a good example. Last year, I was at Carolina in Charlotte for the game between the Panthers. And that's when Jimmy was out there. We're like, what is Jimmy doing here? I mean, Jimmy Johnson, it was just a summer ago. He told me that he didn't have time for Jimmy sniveling about getting in the Ring of Honor. He was mad at Jimmy. We see Jimmy and Jerry on the field waving. Next thing you know, they take over the Fox broadcast, talk about Jimmy's getting in the Ring of Honor. Then they come in the bowels of the stadium and hold a press conference. We're 15 minutes till kickoff. They start the press conference. Kickoff happens, they're still in the press conference.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then Jerry laughs. He goes, all right, guys, I got to go. I got to go call some plays.
but
And then he walks up there like, oh, yeah, there's a football game. So you know what the story was we did after the game, guys? It's
What was
about Jimmy getting a Ring of Honor. It wasn't about the game.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they beat Carolina Panthers. But, yeah, December 30th, Jimmy Johnson finally getting the Ring of Honor. That's what Jerry does, man. So there you go.
So, well, as you look forward, McCarthy, is he the coach of the team next year?
I don't know. Once again, I don't know how emotional and where he is with it. He hasn't given us enough clues. Jerry got older. He got more patient. I don't think the patience is what he needs to do. I like Mike first. I like Mike. But he had 5 years. And when he got here, the charge was simple. Be better than Jason Garrett. Go further than Jason Garrett. That hasn't happened.
Nope.
And so many people are like, well, where do we go? He's done this or that. I mean, he is like 12th on the all-time wins list. But somebody had really talked to me this week and last week, and they kind of said, you know what? Guess what? Other people are finding solutions. Look no further than what you guys have in Washington. DQ. You went and found a solution. The Rams went and found Sean McVay. Minnesota found KOC. 49ers found Kyle Shanahan. You can go find answers. At one point in time in this game, Jerry found Jimmy. So do you want to just run it back with Mike McCarthy? I don't really know if that's going to move the fan base, and the ultimate salesman is going to have a hard time trying to sell Mike McCarthy, because it's not like you're going to sell Mike McCarthy, hey, guys, we're back for one more year. Mike McCarthy's a free agent. So if he comes back here, he's going to want a 3 to 4 year deal. So, okay, guys, you're signing up now for a total of 8 years of Mike McCarthy or 9 years of Mike McCarthy. How many people are ready for that?
Yeah. And you're so – does it – talking with our friend Newey Scruggs from Dallas, covers the Cowboys. Do you think DQ coming here and having the immediate success, does Jerry even notice that? Is that something – because now, granted, they dealt with a lot of injuries, but the Cowboys defense is kind of falling apart without him.
No. I mean, I say it from this standpoint. Jerry loved DQ, by the way, okay? Loved DQ.
He's a great dude. I can see that.
To keep him around there, yes. And he paid him his head coach money to stay. But DQ would have had the same problems Mike had because Jerry wasn't spending any money, okay? At the end of the day, DQ ran out the door and took a bunch of good players with him on defense.
Yeah.
Took Joe Witt with him, and so you had that. And then the Cowboys didn't replace those players. Then the guys they thought they were going to go with couldn't get it done. They decided to go with a rookie center and a rookie left tackle, neither which ever played the positions before in college. There was a whole bunch of stuff that had DQ stayed here. You had the same problems. I mean, rolling out Ezekiel. I mean, what are we doing with Zeke one more time?
What is the Zeke nonsense to release him so he gets a chance to go to a win? Nobody's picking him up.
Hey, man, that whole when they left him at home, they should have cut him. It was done then. But Jerry likes him, so Mike's got to go ahead and go deal with all that stuff and what Jerry wants, because Jerry wanted Zeke around. Mike wanted Zeke gone the first time. You think he wanted him back? No. This is some of the stuff that we just watch, man, and deal with. So, but no, DQ would not have sat. Put it like this: what you have in Washington would not have happened here in Dallas. It would not have happened to me because, once again, look at the personnel. I said all year long the GM wasn't GMing. It's not good.
Well, dude,
Washington broke every time we turn around, it just wasn't good.
Washington had the same dysfunction and malpractice going on until the last 18 months. Everything you're describing, like the coach is forced to deal with the player because the owner likes him and all that stuff. We had it here. We got off that boat.
Yeah.
And it's very now you and I text a lot. You and I are friends beyond just like our media relationship. You enjoy telling me that the folks in Dallas don't consider Washington a rival. Is that Is that different now that Washington is succeeding, and at least with Jaden Daniels, looks to have a path towards sustainable success?
Stop it.
You don't think they're on a path to sustainable success?
Look, man.
It has to happen before they believe it.
The team people hate down here is Philadelphia. Because Philly's just so nasty. Okay, they're just nasty with everything, man. No, and then the Giants. Everybody thinks the Cowboys are their rival, except the Cowboys. It's like Texas, man. A&M hates them, Oklahoma hates them. It just comes with the brand. But Jaden Daniels, look, man, the guy's really good. Guy's really sensational to watch. Okay, he's fun. But by the way, then people are like, oh man, Jaden Daniels could be a problem here for a minute. Yeah, we want to stop that about RG3. Show me something over time. Anybody can hit 1 year. Show me you can do it again and again. It's like C.J. Stroud down in Houston. People got all hyped up about C.J. Stroud after his rookie year. Look at him now. This game is people going to catch on, and then let's see what happens over time. That time will either expose you or promote you. But this whole thing with, hey, what about Washington rival? You got to go do something.
Yeah.
Go do something. Your Philly's been doing stuff here.
I totally agree with you on that point. Like I say it all the time. When a guy has a great year, I say, show it to me again. Because for me, when you show something, then now I expect it. And if I expect it, then you have to live up to a different level of expectation. But I been around a lot of people, like you said, you mentioned Robert. I've been around a lot of people. This kid seems to be a little special, but I know if he does what he's doing this year, in the next 2 to 3 years, it'll wake people up and say, we got to be concerned about Washington. Philly has been the one going to the Super Bowls. Philly's been the one winning the NFC East championship. That's why they care about them at this point. I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, I mean, and the Philly thing goes back to Buddy Ryan, and maybe it's through the years, man. I mean, when Michael Irvin's career ended, he was carried off the field. They was cheering on the stretcher. I mean, it's just Philly in general, man. It just involves bad stuff, man. I mean, at the time, Drew Pearson told me he had to leave the locker room and run out to the stands at the vet because his brother and dad were fighting in the stands with folks. I mean, it's just stuff with Philadelphia through the years.
Sure.
But look, at the end of the day, right now, the Cowboys are looking up to what Washington's got going on and looking up what Philadelphia's got going on. Actually, I picked Washington to actually make the playoffs this year, by the way, at the beginning of the year.
I remember you were high on them.
Yeah, I think that much of DQ. DQ's a culture changer.
Yeah.
And he brought it here and he brought it there. It's not a surprise. And Cliff, I love Cliff. I love Cliff from his time over there at Texas Tech, and I think he's a really good offensive coordinator. Cliff can keep his ego in check, which some of these guys can't do that are play callers, man. But Cliff can do that, man, and he's not always out here trying to make it about himself. So I just think DQ set up a good staff. Joe Witt Jr. is a heck of a damn play caller. He wanted the job here. I think it was a mistake to let him get out of the building, and I think they paid for it very early on here as they tried to meld Zimmer's system defensively into some of the concepts they were doing without the kind of personnel, and it hurt them early on. But now you're sitting around here, as Jeff Fisher said, with that 79 Bulls, and you tried to get beat on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think – I just read that they might go with Trey Lance on Sunday. Do you actually buy that?
Well, Cooper Rush is supposed to be able to make some bonus money.
If I'm Cooper Rush, you can't keep me off that field.
So I don't know what McCarthy's going to do. Trey Lance should have been playing 3 weeks ago, man.
Right.
I don't know what they're doing. You gave him a fourth-round pick. You paid the guy $5 million, and we don't know what he can do. All we've seen the guy make any meaningful plays are in the preseason. It's just so raggedy. It's like, well, what are we doing around here, McCarthy? Try to finish strong and win. Yeah, Mike, I get it. You're auditioning for a job in other places as well. I get it. But damn it, we know what Cooper Rush is. We know. We don't need to see any more. We know.
Well, if I'm Cooper Rush, I want that money.
Hey,
what they can do? They better go get the Texas State Police to come put me off the field.
Hey, man, Cooper Rush been making a nice bag around here for a long time. So, man, I don't know how much Cooper can sit around here and complain. But, the Cowboys have taken care of him very well from a dude from Central Michigan who they let go one time. The Giants came back home and has been living good. So, either way, I suspect he'll be back here next year anyway.
I do too. I think Cooper Rush is 2-0 in 2 starts against Washington. I know he's beat him twice. Maybe he started another one, but Cooper Rush has been good against Burgundy and Gold for whatever that's worth. You mentioned Cliff. We're talking with our friend Newey Scruggs. You can watch him on TV down in the DF Dub. Cliff Kingsbury, it's no secret he's going to be a head coach again. It's a matter of kind of when and where. Do you think Dallas would be a suitor for Cliff?
It's a good question. It's a good question. If Cliff says, you know what, man, I'll let Zim run this defense, I could see Jerry going for something like that. I could see it. But the whole thing and the whole question is about, can you be a leader of men?
Yeah.
And that to me that's the question mark about Cliff and all these guys who call plays.
Mm-hmm.
Calling plays is easy, but it's being a leader of men. And I'll give McCarthy credit there. That's where he really has done a good job. Because you can question some of the play calling Mike has. But in terms of being a leader of men and running a room and getting people to play hard and live up to a standard, Mike's done a really good job there. So I think that for Cliff and for anybody out there, and really in some ways, it's how do you rebuild your resume? You know, Dan Quinn had to do that. When Dan Quinn got here, I was like, man, this dude in this tired defense, like, really? And he rebuilt himself. And he came in, had a plan, and and made sure he was better next time around. I think coaches can improve and get better. A lot of coaches the second time around have had, the kind of success that they want. I mean, look at Todd Bowles down there in Tampa. We saw it with Pete Carroll when he got a second chance in the NFL. We saw it with Belichick. We saw it with Tony Dungy. Can we see it with Cliff Kingsbury? Yeah. I would just love to know what's your program and how are you going to show us you're more than just a dude who can call some plays.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because
I thought you always say about Dolph Turner.
Yeah.
Great play caller, was not a leader of men.
I think Jay Gruden could run offense.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Gruden can run an offense. The hot name is going to be Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson can run an offense, undoubtedly. I just wonder, Dan Campbell is a human force of nature. Like, running the offense without that human force of nature, I'm not sure how smooth that runs. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is another element to this, of the human element, that you can't just manufacture.
Yeah, we saw it with Josh McDaniels twice.
Right.
Guy couldn't sit around here and be a leader of men and call some plays. Ben Johnson ain't coming to the Cowboys because Ben Johnson will want like $15 million, and Jerry doesn't pay coaches. That's the other thing. He doesn't pay coaches. But that to me is always a trick when you talk about these play calls. I hear people talk about Kellen Moore. I'm like, okay, yeah, can you stand up in front of a room and command it and get people to play? And sometimes we don't know. I wondered if KOC could do that, and clearly he could.
Right.
And he's fantastic. I wondered about that of Sean McVay. Clearly, I was wrong. So this is that question that I would have as an owner if I sat down there with Cliff. Hey, what's going to make you better than you were at Arizona and at Texas Tech? What did you learn?
Mm-hmm.
People can learn.
Yeah.
They can. But what did you learn?
He's been pretty open and authentic about that. Like, he's done some interviews. He talked a little bit about it yesterday, why he thinks he's ready for it in a different role. And just getting to know him a bit this year, he seems to have found, I don't know the right term for this, but like found this like inner calm.
Yeah.
Like he's got this, like, it's not arrogance, but there's this like inner calmness, confidence to him.
It's called athletic arrogance, as Coach Gibbs say. You got to believe in you, because if you don't, nobody gonna believe in you.
Look, there's some positives about Cliff that I would tell people. I mean, here's a guy who played for Belichick, played with Tom Brady in the quarterback room with Tom Brady, and was coached by Mike Leach. He's been around some really good minds.
Right.
And if he can put that thing all together, I kind of think about Pete Carroll, that Pete finally figured it out for himself, and he took off and became, a legendary coach. Cliff would definitely be somebody that I think any smart NFL owner and GM should say, let's find out more. I go back to Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles is a great example of how this league can get it wrong. He was with the Jets. And people just, labeled that he was with the Jets, and he had a bad GM. I think McCagnon, I think, was a terrible GM. And, luckily through him, he gets with Bruce Arians, and Bruce sets it up for Todd. And he gets down there. For 2 years, people kept waiting for Todd to get fired. And for 2 years, guess what? Todd ain't been fired. He's been out here getting it done. And then you realize, this man can coach. This man is a leader of men. And then, of course, you think about where Todd came from. Guy sat around here, played for Coach Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
He was assistant for Bill Parcells. I mean, the guy, and then he was there with Arians. I mean, the guy has been around some people. He knows how to lead, and it's clear once again this team had issues, and Tampa Bay is right there in the mix for a playoff spot. So can Cliff be that guy? That's the job of why executives need to do the work to figure out how do you find that person. And I would say that about Jerry. Having Cliff Kingsbury on your list of people would be something I would do and figure out how can we make you better this next time. Because they damn sure did it with DQ here. Now, he was better. He did the SWOT analysis on himself to see what his strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats were. And look at what he's doing right now. It's no surprise.
Newey, last thing, because folks here have this pipe dream. And honestly, he kind of plays into it a little. Micah Parsons has talked openly about how much he loves DQ and how much he loved playing for Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and the relationship and all of these things. And the folks here are convinced that Washington's somehow going to trade for Micah Parsons. I don't think it's going to happen. Jerry tends to pay his stars. Do you think there's any way Parsons gets out of Dallas?
Tell me the last great player Jerry traded.
Right.
Huh.
I'll wait.
That he loved. That he loved.
Right.
He didn't love Amari Cooper because Amari Cooper didn't get a COVID shot.
That's why he traded Cooper?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got personal.
That's surprising.
Missed 2 games, too. He missed 2 games, and they lost 2 of them games. Oh, yeah. That got personal, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That got personal. Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
That got personal.
I think the people who think that's going to happen, they're losing their damn mind. That's not happening.
I agree. I just thought we'd at least ask boots on the ground in Dallas, Newey, and I thought he'd give us a pretty good answer, and he did.
And go back to when he came out of Penn State. He wanted to be a Cowboy. Wanted to be.
Sure.
Yeah, he likes the spotlight. He liked them state taxes.
I wish.
Man,
I want
dude,
no
this
state
dude
taxes.
is here.
Last thing. Who's winning the college football natty?
Ohio State got that $20 million payroll playing. They playing, but I won't lie, man. I'll be rooting for Marcus. I'll be rooting for Marcus Freeman out there in Notre Dame.
Not Hookem?
No.
All right.
No, man. Dude, you know, that's an insufferable fan base, bro.
Oh, tell me about it.
I mean, these people still crying about Colt McCoy in the damn national championship game by Alabama. We the one if Colt didn't get hurt. Well, he played and he got hurt. It was big boy football. We out there got hurt against Alabama. Man, take that L. I mean, no, dude. These Longhorn fans, bro. Oof. Now, I love the AD Chris Del Conte, my guy, because he was at TCU's my boy. But man, no, dude, they win. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of them.
Newey, we got a break. Yeah. Otherwise, landfill's going to kill me. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you on Sunday.
Take care, brother.
Yo, B, JP, Happy New Year. God bless you, and good luck in the playoffs.
All right, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate
we'll see you this weekend. That's our guy, Newey Scruggs. Give him a follow at Newey Scruggs. We're going to open these phone lines up next. 800-636-1067. Ask me, Mitch. Anything.
Really?
I guess.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday. A win against the Cowboys will guarantee them the 6th seed. A loss and a Green Bay win will make Washington the 7th seed, and they would face Philadelphia. 2 NFL games tomorrow, the Browns and the Ravens at 4:30. The Ravens will clinch the NFC North with a win. Bengals and Steelers at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Steelers will clinch the NFC North if they win and Baltimore loses. The Bengals clinch a playoff spot with a win, a Denver loss against Kansas City, and a Miami loss against the Jets. College football, Duke's Mayo Bowl tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Minnesota. 7:30 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 5:30. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pelicans in New Orleans tonight. 8 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. The Caps fell to the Wild last night, 4-3 in a shootout. Ovi scored a power play goal in the second period, though, his 18th of the season, goal number 871. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka.
Handcrafted.
We were drinking Scotty's on, what day did we play golf? Tuesday?
Tuesday.
We had fun out there.
Yep,
It was
fun.
a beautiful day. We stole a day. We were drinking Scotty's.
Stole a day. I'm going to try to steal one tomorrow, too.
Scotty's. I was drinking Scotty's in G2.
Jeff, we didn't call you because the course is too big for you.
Yeah, Jeff.
It's a grown man course.
Hey, bro, I could have kept the vibes up.
Now we won't
The
bring
vibes were strong.
The vibe was strong. I had my big ass speaker.
We were chilling.
We were listening to all your songs.
That's all right. By next year, I'll be able to play the big courses with y'all. I'm not saying beat y'all, but play the big courses with y'all.
We'll see.
A little bit.
All right. A number of things we need to Landfill. How do you want me to keep operational when you send a text like that?
Landfill crazy, man.
Now listen, Darius Dameron reached out to me, Brian.
All right, what he said.
Darius Dameron is the producer for Grant and Danny, the show that's on after us in the afternoon. We are excited to promote where Grant and Danny are today. But the boys in the aquarium, I think, have leveraged themselves into a quite good spot.
What do you say?
Jeff and Landfill say, I'm not allowed to do the read for Grant and Danny where they are this afternoon until Darius sends them some Odyssey points.
I'm with that.
I kind of thought you would be.
And Darius coming in the studio?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Grant was like, man, you brought Gumbo today. We not in the studio. I'm like, I forgot.
And to that end, I must say I am freaking shocked that I tweeted about the Gumbo when the show started. We've been eating Gumbo all day. I have pie to serve in about an hour.
You haven't seen Chris Russell.
And we haven't seen Chris Russell. That is shocking.
I mean, his show doesn't start for an hour and a half.
Yeah, but generally when there's food about, there's Chris Russell about.
I also texted him and I was like, there's food here, Roost.
What'd he say?
He said he actually didn't say anything.
He texted me this morning, and I truly have no idea what this means. At 11:36 a.m., I got a text from Russell in quotation marks. It said, I like Toby with 2 smiley faces. What the hell does that mean?
Hold on. Who sent that?
Russell sent me a text in quotation marks. It says,
in other words, you say he's saying, back off of my territory.
He's calling Toby his side piece.
Yeah, it's a side piece. You trying to move in on his territory.
If I was Toby, I'd be terrified of being Chris Russell's side piece. Have to walk around holding his pocket.
I can see Russell right after my. Wait. What are they talking about?
Walking around rolling that bag.
Rooster did bring us donuts yesterday.
Rooster hit me the other day.
Who brought you donuts?
The Rooster.
He brought donuts when he knew we were in Ashburn.
No, olives. He hit me the other day.
Olives.
Yes, the olives.
He had like a football thing in his house, but I was already out. I wish I wasn't. Rooster lived 5 minutes, so I was going to go to his house, walk in with a bottle of bourbon and just wreck shop.
You were going to go to Rooster's house and watch football?
Yes. He invited me. He lives right down the street.
You guys should start hanging out more.
Sometimes when I'm at home, dog, I'm by myself. I'm just looking for somebody to call me just to go watch some football. Because I know
you don't like being at the house.
If
dude.
they come back in the house, it's gonna be like, can you do this? Can you do? No, I'm leaving.
Landfill, if B. Mitch goes to Rooster's house to watch football with a bottle of bourbon, would you go? Will that get Landfill out in public?
I might have to show up for that.
All right, Rooster, we're gonna do that next weekend.
Can I go?
I was gonna say I'll drive down there too.
Yes.
Roost about to have a party.
Hell yeah.
All right, Roost, we're coming for you. And maybe Toby, because that's your side piece, apparently. We'll find out. Toby said he's coming in. Rooster eventually has to come in. His show starts at 2:00.
I thought it was actually mentioned anything. Where the hell are we going?
I don't know, man. The phones are packed.
Damn, we at 12:36 and you still talking.
Dog, Reese is in St. Mary's.
What the hell?
Hello, Reese. Ask me anything.
What's up, Brian?
What's up, brother?
What's up, fellas? All right, I got a question for you, a good one. Dan Quinn, I mean, you know, the defensive coach, he like me, I'm a defensive coach. So to stop the run, to stop the pass and all that passing, we have to stop the run first. So my question to you is, as a defensive man, I'm getting rid of one of them tackles because Teron Payne and Allen can't take control of the game by themselves. I'm getting rid of one of them. Which one is you getting rid of and why?
Which one I'm getting rid of and why?
That's cool.
All right. How far is the one? Everything comes down to contract. Where you have guaranteed money, where you don't have guaranteed money. You don't have guaranteed money, that's the easiest person to let go.
Allen's deal, I don't believe, has more guarantees. Allen actually played this year without
He played
guarantees.
well. He played this year. You're right. I think that would be
Reese,
the
I
easiest
got to
route
put you
to
on
go.
hold, dude. There's like a screaming dinosaur or something.
Yeah. If you look at it, that's the easiest route. And a lot of times you look at the talent level, they're exactly the same. Kind of hard to decide which one, other than which one is closer.
Duran has $9 million guaranteed next year.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to point out Reese's voice sounded worse than mine. It sounds like he eats cigarettes for breakfast.
Well,
maybe a side of rocks.
You eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Nah, man, I'm retired.
Nah,
Pat is
bro,
in
you still do
Spotsylvania.
it, bro. Yeah, bro.
Pat.
You know what? Hold on. Pat, so hold on real quick. I listened to the show yesterday. Yesterday. And I now see what Landfill talks about when he go, You do that all the damn time. All right, what's up, Reese?
I think you're right. No, this is Pat.
Pat, what's up, brother?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
you know,
good.
I'm 30 years old, and this is the first time I've ever seen us have 11 wins, and the last time we won a playoff game was when I was in 5th grade. So, B. Mitch, my question for you, man, and on this glorious season, I don't care if people say about our schedule. We've had some good games this season. We've had seasons where, heck, we should have had way easier schedules, a lot more wins, and we never have. So, I'm taking this year for all of its worth. I'm so excited about it, but I wanted to ask you, what would it take for us to get to the NFC Championship game? That would be, I don't think any of us going to the season would have dreamed of that or even had that as a possibility going into it. But which team do you feel like we'd have a better chance against, the Bucs or the Rams? And what do you think would have to go right for us to get to that point?
I don't care which team it would take. I think what you say, what we need to do to get there, we have to take 2 magnificent damn wins. And I think the ultimate thing for me is I keep asking for that clean, damn near perfect game where all 3 phases play together. If they get all 3 phases playing as high as they can play, we've seen defense play spectacular at points. We've seen the offense come out and play spectacular. We've seen our special teams do it too. If we can get a 90% or better from all 3 phases in 2 straight games, we can end up in that championship game.
I think, to your point,
because offensively, they score so many points, and they can put these long, sustained drives that puts pressure on the other team's offense. And if you score on their defense, the offense feel like they got to get rid of the run and start throwing the ball, it makes it easier for our defense.
If their offense is performing at its good peak level, it's a race to 40. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whenever you're in a race to 40, you're in the game.
There you go.
I just think the NFC is truly wide open. I think the AFC, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens have separated themselves from the rest. Like if I could one of those three, I would guarantee, is going to the Super Bowl to represent the AFC.
Chiefs, Bills, or Ravens. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm with that.
In the NFC, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell.
Right. It's like, dude, the Packers are going to be the 7th seed, and I think they could get to the Super Bowl. I think
Detroit,
Washington could.
Injuries can hurt them, or they play. They don't care. Minnesota, they can stay like they've been, or they can finally Sam Darnold can wake up. You know what I'm saying? But Washington is that team. Nobody always say, well, you don't want to see this team. They don't want to see Washington either. Because you just don't know what 5 might do.
Totally.
So,
everything is different now.
Yeah.
And it's funny. We were talking in the press room the other day about like who's been covering them for how long and what all you've experienced.
it's a press room. I haven't been in a while.
You didn't come, I guess, since last week?
Oh, you mean at the park?
Yeah, at the
Well,
park.
I thought you mean like the press box.
No.
I was over there yesterday. I didn't see y'all, though.
Okay.
You were working, so I didn't want to bother you.
You came over there and then just didn't come through?
Well, I came in, and immediately they took me to go do my filming, and then they were like,
you were in the annex?
Yeah.
Like with Yoakum?
I walked in, they say, hey, we can go right now. We walked right out, and then I went right to my car and kept going.
That's amazing. That's cool.
I didn't want to bother you and Toby. Y'all were working, man.
It would not have been a bother. Shout out to our boy Brian Burrows. Just hit me up. And he said you promised him gumbo when y'all were eating steak in Arizona.
Burrow, so I got Jeff, you got another container? We can take Burrow some gumbo.
I told him to just come in here. We'll be here another hour.
Yeah, where the hell you at, Burrow?
All right, phone lines are packed. We're going to keep them going. I'm going to try to break on time.
Text me, tell me where you at. We'll figure it out.
It's B. Mitch and Finley. We're good. There have been a number of chaotic episodes of the B. Mitch and Finley program, but we're approaching peak chaos.
We love chaos.
We thrive in chaos. We were born in this. Chris Russell's here wearing truly one of the biggest shirts I've ever seen in my life. Roost,
I mean, this
lost
is many
weight.
pounds
you
ago.
Throw that shirt away.
I understand that.
It
I
is
understand
too
that.
large.
It's just like
It goes down to your knees.
All right, but it matched this, so I didn't want to.
So you're wearing this.
What's the new
to
shirt
be
they got out?
fashionable?
What's the shirt they call the something fit?
Dry fit.
Dry fit.
No, not dry fit. It's the new shirts that they untuck. You need to get some of those. Because if you tuck that with Rooster, it'd be below
you know
your
what?
butt.
Here's the deal. I need a sponsorship. I'd be more than happy to pimp any product that there is. If I can get some free clothes out of it, good deal.
Doug, you got to get rid of this shirt.
Okay.
I mean this as a friend.
All right.
All right. I have a
Okay.
number of questions.
Here,
for
can
you.
I tuck it in to make it better?
Nah, don't tuck it.
No.
If you tuck it, it might go down to your knees and stuff.
Roost, let's start at the top of my list.
Oh boy.
Where the hell you been? It was Gumbo Friday.
We talked about Gumbo at like before 10, so we figured you would be here about 10:05.
Well, I mean, I didn't know about the Gumbo. I heard about it on the way in, so I was like, well, Landfill actually texted me and Matt and said it's B. Mitch made Gumbo, so here I am looking for Gumbo.
You're very late. Normally, you're here very early when there's food about.
I've been up since 5:30 this morning.
Me too, and I cook Gumbo.
I didn't cook Gumbo. Not ironing the shirt. I was watching all sorts of things. I mean, I watched
grinding the tape.
I watched
all 22.
Yeah, exactly. I watched Cakes on the Junkies by himself. I mean, figuring out
You know,
how
all of us
how
are like
the
saluting
rest of
Cakes
us
for
live.
doing this solo show when
Cakes,
all of us do that.
Cakes, I love you. And you know, your wife, I read to the face. We gonna one finger salute you, Cakes.
Yeah.
We've done one man
six
show
dudes on that show.
You do a one man show every damn day.
Every day.
Cakes, and they make it like it's the only time that happens. We do this all the damn time.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right.
What the hell?
The Junkies aren't used to living like that.
So let's
in that neighborhood.
Let's
was a
ask
joke
another
today.
question. Speaking of the neighborhood,
Yeah.
it's my understanding you're going to host us all for a party at your home.
Yes. At some point we will.
You invited
I told
me,
you
bitch.
invited me, but I was already out.
I
But I told
didn't.
him I'll come now. I say I was coming the next time, and everybody now has invited themselves.
I invited B because he lives close by. I didn't think you would come from Maryland, so I said, screw it.
You act like Maryland's like Vermont.
Uh,
It ain't that far.
I mean,
you
it's
probably
pretty
won't
far.
come if he invites you.
I probably won't, but I'd still like to be invited.
There you go. All right.
The odds
So
of me actually doing stuff are always very minimal,
consider yourself all invited,
including
okay.
landfill. What about Jeff? Jeff smokes weed in the house. Is that okay?
Well, no,
he smokes outside.
No, can't do that.
What
Can't
about
do that.
gummies?
I'll throw him in the pond. I live on a pond.
Chris Russell has waterfront property?
Yeah. No, that's a lake. It's not a pond.
Or a lake,
It's
whatever.
a lake. Lakefront.
B. Mitch knows.
Lakefront.
There's a pond. The pond's
B.
good
Mitch
for
knows.
you. Rooster
Eddie has a little
lakefront
boat in the
property.
back
You got a boat?
with a troll on it.
Boat, stop.
If you got a boat, I'm going to burn this shirt. If you got a boat, you can
I don't
afford
have
new
a
shirt.
boat. I barely can I have enough money to buy a new shirt. Never mind a boat.
Is your badge okay?
What? I mean, it's what we have to use to get in and out of.
I thought it was
this
attached to your
prison,
shirt, bro.
No,
That's all.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all. So
I thought you were making fun of me for wearing a badge.
Have you had any gumbo yet?
I have not. I looked at it and I saw crabs, and Jeff was heaping like all sorts of things into
Crabs,
his
shrimp,
takeaway
sausage,
bowl,
and
and
chicken.
all that.
Jeff, how many Tupperware is Jeff gone?
Yeah, of course.
No, he went to buy some more Tupperware dishes.
Where's he acquiring all of these
Well,
Tupperware?
he's going to CVS now, I'm sure, because
I think he
normally
sold them
we
all
would have
just for
Grant,
regular
Danny,
salespeople.
we will have Darius, and they're not. I don't think none of them are here, right?
Oh, yo, speaking
Well,
of
Darius will be here later.
hold on.
But
Speaking
he can't
of
have
Darius,
seafood.
Have you received any Odyssey points yet, Landfill? Grant and Danny, we're going to do a promo read for their remote show today.
If
But
Landfill get
Landfill
promo
and
points.
Jeff have decided we will not do the promo read until they send Landfill and Jeff Odyssey points.
Landfill, you are really trying to shake down everybody for these Odyssey points. I
he just
told
heard
you go out with us on a Friday night or
Well,
to
no,
the Christmas party, and I'll give you my damn Odyssey points,
CK
and you wouldn't even do that.
He
CK
wants
told
to
me
give you
he
his
logged
damn
in,
Odyssey
and
points.
CK had 3,700 points.
3,700.
Landfill trying to get those.
I gave some. What is you want a backpack, Landfill?
I put all mine
I
in.
got the blanket.
Everyone I had, I put in on trying to win $1,000.
Can we put a pot together to get landfill a backpack?
I was trying to win $1,000. I didn't give a damn about a bank.
One thing I know about Odyssey, they ain't giving anybody $1,000.
Oh, they got the free $1,000 thing.
It's like a raffle ticket.
Yeah, but I put all my tickets in.
Roost,
Yes.
one thing you want to see from the Washington Commanders in Dallas.
Please stay healthy. Please don't get Jaden Daniels crumpled up like an accordion like you did on Sunday night. Please keep him healthy. Please get him out of there as quickly as you can. Meaning take a 20-point lead so I don't have to worry about anything.
I want them to.
You know what? I hear a Cowboy fan talking about not gonna happen.
Yeah, Donnie's just
I want to just throw an elbow
Donnie
to his
Donnie's scared
forehead.
of the mic. Now he's just commenting and hanging out in the background. It is an audio medium, Donald.
Here, Don.
It's always close. We know that. It's not going to happen like that.
It could be. But I already referenced it. 2015, I think, is the best hope. They clinched in week 16. They had to go to Dallas week 17. They ran off like 3 early touchdowns, got up big. Colt
If
finished
y'all
the
see
game.
this person out there, take a shot at him.
Roost, who do you think the best possible playoff opponent is for Washington?
I'm covering up.
Why? Your nipples hard?
No.
CP, why you ask those type of questions?
I mean, he asks
You
all
are
the
the
tough
weirdest
questions.
SOB in the world,
and you guys say I'm
Why
the
is he
horniest
covering
guy in
up?
the universe or whatever the hell you call me. I'm not. I'm not wearing burgundy. I'm not wearing anything.
It's true.
Hey, I think he's changed the color. He
Must
wears
have been
blue.
a boring night.
He
in the
wears
Russell House last
he
night.
wears blue a lot now.
We have, you know what?
No, I've got to avoid wearing all the burgundy that I have because of you two clowns.
Left hand up. I'm going to be mature. We have the governor coming on the line. We got a break.
Okay.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday. A win against Dallas will guarantee the 6th seed, and they would face either the Rams or the Buccaneers. A loss and a Packers win would make Washington the 7th seed. Then they would face Philadelphia. 2 games tomorrow in the NFL. Browns and Ravens at 4:30. Baltimore can clinch the NFC North with a win. The Bengals and the Steelers follow them at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. The Steelers would clinch the NFC North with a win and a Baltimore loss. The Bengals will clinch a playoff spot with a win and a Denver loss to Kansas City and a Miami loss to the Jets. And big Sunday night football game, Vikings and Lions, 8:20 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan after Wizards and Pelicans on Sunday night. The winner will clinch the NFC North and the 1 seed in the NFC. College football yesterday, Notre Dame beat Georgia 23-10 in the Sugar Bowl. They advance to the college football semifinals. They'll take on Penn State in the Orange Bowl on Thursday. Ohio State and Texas, the other semifinal, in the Cotton Bowl on Friday. Tonight, Hokies in action, Duke's Mayo Bowl, Virginia Tech versus Minnesota. 7:30 kickoff right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 5:30 following Grant and Danny. In the NBA, the Wizards take on the Pelicans tonight in New Orleans. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In hockey, the Caps fell to the Wild last night 4-3 in a shootout. Ovi with a power play goal in the second period, his 18th of the year, goal number 871. The Caps back in action tomorrow, a matinee game at noon against the Rangers at Capital One Arena. You can hear it right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He was like, "Oh, you."
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we're going to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore. His record is outrageous. I believe he's 56-24. What line? Okay. Be awesome if you told me that, Jeff. We have Maryland Governor Wes Moore on line 9. Governor, how do you do?
Oh, I was just listening to you praise my record. So keep going.
Dude, I mean, you're 54-26. It's unbelievable. That is.
You should have came in studio today, man. We had Gumbo.
Yeah.
Oh, listen. Listen. The day's not over. The day's not over. I might come peek in.
It's almost over for us, though.
Governor, you have some resources. Depending where you are, getting the chopper, you could be here in 10 minutes. We got plenty of Gumbo left.
I could be there before it gets cold. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man.
I hope you would be proud. I am defending the great state of Maryland when it comes to B. Mitch talking crabs. I understand a lot of the crabs are from Louisiana, but we know how to cook them better here. That's all I'm saying.
That's exactly right. And listen, I mean, all these people, and I hear all these Virginians, where do they? Yeah, all the Virginians, where do the crabs come from and this and that? It's like, yeah, but what the crabs are doing, what everybody's doing, which is coming to Maryland. That's the whole point.
Yeah, because y'all come and y'all buy them. Y'all making our crabs too expensive in Louisiana.
Governor, how about we got to make picks? Obviously, we know the games, but what about this Commander season, man? I mean, just the back-to-back wins over the Eagles and the Falcons. One goes to overtime. One's a last-second win. It's really, I mean, Jaden Daniels, all of it. It's just been so impressive, and I know you've been there for most of the home games, and
that's right.
You've got to be enjoying it.
I'm loving it. But honestly, it's like the whole culture's changed. And that's what's really beautiful, man. It's not just that the team is winning, it's that the team is worth rooting for. And I do think there is a difference. There's some teams that are winning teams, but are just really difficult when you look at their stars and their organization. It's difficult to root for them. Like, this is one where you feel good rooting for this team. And people, and listen, I'm giving all love and respect to Jaden Daniels. I mean, he is going to be the runaway rookie of the year. And he's going to be the first time you're going to have a rookie who will probably get some MVP votes. And so you're going to see what he's doing is special. But what's really amazing, too, is that the coaching has kicked up significantly.
Yeah.
Their offensive line has kicked up significantly. I mean, areas where they were having real problems, things like their secondary. You're watching their secondary actually shutting teams down, which is wild. So you're seeing a different type of team. that they're putting up right now. And so, I mean, I'm really proud of what they're doing, and I'm proud of what they're this young leader in Jaden is really bringing to this franchise.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. Why don't we start there then? I know your time might be limited, so we can start right there. The Commanders are traveling down to Dallas to take on the Cowboys. Cowboys have already been eliminated. Washington only playing for seeding, still a division game. These things are always hard to figure out. What do you think happens?
I think the Commanders blow these boys out. Listen, the Cowboys, and you know, as you know, I enjoy rooting against the Cowboys. Like actively,
I'm aware.
I enthusiastically root against the Cowboys, but I'm almost feeling bad for it at this point because they're just a really bad team. You know, they're a team that has been struggling all year long, and you see how it's not even just that their players they've had a tough time actually getting players to choose Dallas. They're having a difficult time keeping them on the field. You know, you still have a situation with Dak that, you know, he's done. And now with CeeDee Lamb out for the final week, I'm just not sure what options the Cowboys actually have. And so the Commanders have already said that they actually have something to play for, where it's not just respect. They're actually playing for higher seeding, that they know they're going to be an automatic playoff team. And so especially because the Commanders are going to go full throttle down there, I don't think the Cowboys have a shot.
I tend to agree with you. I'd be very, very pleased if you are proven correct on that one.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. One that doesn't really matter. I don't know who you want to win in this because I know how you feel about both of these organizations. Bengals, Steelers, Saturday night.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I can't stand either one of them. But the thing about it is both of these two teams have something to play for. And the ironic thing is that neither one are bad teams. The problem is they have, you know, if you look at the Bengals, their defense is embarrassing. I mean, their offense is actually pretty solid. I mean, you have some of the best offensive tools and some of the best offensive players in the entire NFL on that team. Where, you know, Burrows is, again, he's not in the same category as Lamar, but he's a very good quarterback. And then you have folks like Chase. I mean, you have a solid team on there, the Bengals. It's just that their defense could not stop a very good college team.
No.
At this point. They are just putting up, I mean, the teams are putting up just ridiculous numbers against the Bengals. And then you have the Steelers, where, you know, the Steelers defense is actually continues to be very strong, but their offense, you know, just decides when it wants to show up and when it doesn't want to show up, which is never going to mean you're going to be a good or consistent team in the NFL. So, but the thing about both these two teams have something to play for. They have something to fight for. And so I think they're going to be putting their best foot forward. But I do think the Steelers pull this one out because this Bengals defense is embarrassing at this point.
Yeah. It's astonishing that the Bengals are probably going to finish the season with statistically the best quarterback in the NFL from a volume standpoint, highest yardage, highest touchdowns.
Absolutely.
The best wide receiver in the NFL by a mile, yardage, touchdowns.
But they throwing it like 800 times more than everybody else.
And the sack leader in the I'm saying is they're going to finish with 3 statistical leaders. That's really hard to do and probably not make the playoffs. They got to fire that coach. They're not going to listen to me. Fine.
Honestly, I could not agree with you more because what you've just laid out and what we were saying before about when you have an offensive juggernaut, which they are, an offensive juggernaut in the way that the Bengals are, and you lose and you finish with a losing record, let's be clear, the front office has some decisions to make.
Totally. But unfortunately, they got cheap ownership and they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, probably right.
You want to pick I don't think this is going to take a tremendous amount of time, Gov. Cleveland against Baltimore.
The best team in the NFL against one of the worst teams in the NFL. Let me see how this one goes. I mean, here's the thing. And you see, and when I say the best team in the NFL, people have got to see, and I think they saw over the process past week that I don't say that because I'm like a homer or a fan. I mean, look how many Pro Bowlers the Ravens just put up.
You almost got a whole damn starting team.
They look excellent. They look like they're peaking at the right time.
And they are. And we always talk about it. The key thing going into the playoffs, it's the 2 H's. Are you hot and are you healthy? And the thing about the Ravens is right now we're both. We're both hot and we're healthy. Now I do not see all of our players playing the entire game. I think that Harbaugh is probably going to be smart about going into the playoffs, but I also think Harbaugh is not trying to lose. And we're at home against a team that has just struggled all year long. And so while I don't think that we're going to see a whole lot of Lamar or a whole lot of Zay or a whole lot of Derrick Henry or a whole lot of Kyle Hamilton, I think, or a whole lot of Roquan, I think we're going to sit a lot of them particularly during the second half. I don't think Harbaugh wants to lose going into the playoffs. And so I think that the Ravens pull this one off.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not even doing a bit here. Do you know who the Browns are starting at quarterback?
No idea. No idea.
They don't want to. They're like not making it public, but it's either Bailey Zappi or Dorian Thompson Robinson. So,
right. Yeah.
Gov, are you aware of what the point spread is in this game?
What is it?
20 points. The Ravens are laying 3 touchdowns. That's insane.
Well, only thing I got to say, I'm not going to lie. Like, I probably wouldn't take the points on that because I don't think the Ravens are going to play their players.
Right. I think there's real questions why, if you get into the third quarter and are up 2 touchdowns, why you have anybody out there. And I think that impacts the Commanders this week too. And there's a bunch of interesting games, but we got 2 games left, Gov, that are not like that whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh, but before I say that, I will say this about the defense. And again, I'm glad you knew the quarterback's names because I didn't. Who the Browns might put up, but the Ravens are probably the most complicated defense in the NFL to figure out, just because of the amount of schemes that we throw at you. So the Ravens are a tough defense against a seasoned, settled NFL quarterback. You throw someone in there who this is the first time they're seeing it. If the Ravens defense will feel like there are 15 players on the field. That's how many schemes that we throw at you. So this is going to be a real complicated game for the Browns.
Yeah, I totally agree. 2 games where at least one of the teams is desperate for a win. Let's start. I think they're playing this one in Denver. Kansas City Chiefs against the Broncos. Carson Wentz, your starting quarterback for KC. Denver needs it. I think it's winning in for Denver, and they're a big favorite.
Yeah, I think Denver does win this one because I think Denver is the only team that really has something to play for. I mean, I believe Coach Reed has already said that he's sitting Mahomes and he's sitting Kelsey. So I mean, I think that for this one, the Chiefs have already lost the aspiration of having an undefeated season. They already have the first seed bought in. They already have the bye in the first round. The playoffs in the AFC runs through Kansas City. They have no incentive of playing their players out here today. So, and the Broncos actually have an incentive to go out there and win, and it's at home. So I'm actually with it. I'm going with the Broncos on this one. And again, if this were 2 teams that had something to play for, who were both going to play all their players, my answer would be different. But it's not. So I'm going with Denver.
So that team, that Kansas City team that nobody said was any good all year, that's sitting at home, already made the playoffs, got the home field locked up, but analytically they say they're not good.
I'm telling you, this has been the most frustrating thing. Is all year long, everyone has been like, oh, they're not the same. Even when they win, they're like, it's not the same kind of win. I'm like, I'm sorry, they won, right?
Yeah, their defense is good.
That's the point.
Yeah. Right.
They literally have lost 1 game in an entire calendar year.
Yeah.
So until that dynamic changes, miss me with they're not winning the same argument.
Right.
I don't buy it.
They're 15-1 with a plus 97 point differential. And like your boys, like the Ravens, I think the Chiefs are playing their best ball right now.
Yeah, because they got those receivers back.
Yeah. And
correct.
That's going to be – Brian and I were talking about this, Governor. I think in the AFC, it is absolutely one of Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore that is going to represent that conference in the Super Bowl. I think one of those 3 is going through. I
100%.
I think the NFC is wide open, and
Commanders. Yeah,
a lot of it starts with who gets
Jay, put it out there. Commanders.
They're not. You could say they they're not the closest thing to a sure thing, but I would not count them out. I would not close the door on them.
No.
Winning 3 games, getting red hot, they could do that.
I'm going to just put it out there in an atmosphere.
That's right. And listen, we talk about it, hot and healthy. The Commanders are both. The biggest challenge and the biggest question that the Commanders are going to have is going to be on the road, because the entire playoff is going to have to be on the road. And so, and they are just, as of right now, they are a better home team than they are an away team. Mm-hmm. And so that is the biggest question that the Commanders are going to have to answer is can they go on the road against some of the best teams in the NFC and pull out victories? But I agree, it's totally wide open. I would not bet against the Commanders because they're hot and they are healthy. But the entire playoff is gonna have to be in enemy territory.
Totally. Well, then the last game that's going to decide the 1 seed in the NFC, the last game I'm asking you to pick, Lions-Vikings. This thing should be awesome. Who do you think brings it home?
This is such a good game. I mean, this by far is going to be the best game of the weekend, because these are 2 teams that are not just worried about what is their playoff seed. These are 2 teams who legitimately look at it and say it's either a Super Bowl or this was a failed season.
There you go.
And that's actually exciting. I think that the Lions pull this one off. Even though I got to tell you, Justin Jefferson to me is just one of the most impressive players in the league right now. He's so difficult to match up with. He changes the entire scheme of a defense, because if you think you have anybody on your team who can match up with him single-handedly, I think you're crazy. I think he's that talented. And again, he's the ultimate decision maker. He's the ultimate playmaker, where the entire defense needs to know where he is at all times. I just think that the Lions right now are just playing really good football. I think they're playing really committed football. And so I think that they end up winning this one, even though this is going to be a hell of a game. And not to mention the fact that both of these 2 teams understand that the NFC, there's a very good chance it runs through one of these 2.
Totally. You get that 1 seed, you get the bye, you get home field.
Yep.
Both of those domes get loud.
Very.
Yeah.
It'll be pretty wild, man.
That's exactly right. And they saw that last year. I mean, with the exception of just like that miracle year that the 49ers had last year, which obviously they showed a complete inability to repeat. Mm-hmm. The Lions and the Vikings are both 2 teams that have shown they have staying power in the NFC. So they're going to be tough. And I think this is a game that a lot of Commanders fans will be paying attention to this game, because if the Commanders are successful, it's going to be probably one of these 2 teams that they will see to figure out who goes to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Playoff football, Gov. Usually I think we run the picks all the way through Super Bowl weekend, but this year there's still Commanders games to be picking. We're used to doing it with the Ravens. It's a different ball game now.
Oh yeah.
And who knows? We might have to pick the Super Bowl of the Ravens Commanders this year.
I would love to see that.
I mean, it would be wild. If that happens, I am sure you will end up in New Orleans. Can we get one night out, B-Mitch, Finley, and the Governor on Bourbon Street?
Let me tell you, New Orleans ain't ready for that.
Hey, Gov, I know a few spots.
Governor, I know you got to run.
I'm down.
All right.
We appreciate your time sincerely, man. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. God bless y'all.
All right, take care, man. Same to you.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore, all-time good dude right there. And, dude, on fire making picks.
Yeah.
54-26 on the year, man.
Can you imagine if we were to go down there? We have his security. We'd be good.
That would be something.
Yeah.
A couple things I want to do.
It'd be very interesting.
Toby Altizer's here. Virginia Tech has their bowl game today. Other shows get off early. We do not. But I want to hear a little Hokies preview. I got to talk to Commanders tight ends coach David Rye yesterday. I thought it was a really interesting conversation. I'd like to play some of that. We got some bets to make, and I got a pie. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, But FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, Brian, for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan and the NFL. The Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday, looking to improve on their 11-5 record. A win on Sunday will guarantee the Commanders a 6th seed in a matchup with either the Rams or the Buccaneers. A loss and a Packers win would make Washington the 7th seed, and they would go on to face Philadelphia. 3 players already ruled out for Washington: cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, as well as Tyler Owens and Jordan McGee. Sunday Night Football, a big one. Vikings and Lions, 8:20 kickoff right here on the Fan, following Wizards and Pelicans. The winner is going to clinch the NFC North and the 1 seed in the NFC. College football last night, Notre Dame beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl 23-10 to advance to the college football playoff semifinals. They're going to take on Penn State on Thursday in the Orange Bowl. The other semifinal game, the Cotton Bowl between Ohio State and Texas, that'll come up next week on Friday. College football tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Minnesota in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. 7:30 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 5:30. In the NBA, the Wizards take on the Pelicans in New Orleans tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey last night, the Capitals fell 4-3 in a shootout. Ovi with his 18th goal of the season, a power play goal in the second period, goal number 871. The Caps back in action tomorrow. A matinee start, 12 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan as they take on the Rangers. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Every week on NBC4, I do a show called All Ears. I got to interview Commanders tight ends coach David Rye for the show, and you're going to hear it right now. Some really interesting stuff, particularly talking about Zach Ertz. Here we go. A first-time guest on the program, Commanders tight ends coach David Rye. Thank you for making some time for us. Obviously, it's been a heck of a ride this year, man. How much fun are you having coaching this team?
Oh, it's I'm having a blast. First of all, it's gone incredibly fast. And
really?
I got a great group to work with. So yeah, I'm having a blast. I love it.
Why does it feel like it's going so fast?
Well, I think it's a little cliche, but whenever you're having fun, like, time passes pretty quickly. And we have an incredible culture, like a ton of energy. So the day is just flowing to the next, and we're just having fun.
In that tight end room, right, you've got young players. Yankoff and Senator rookies. Bates is in his 4th year, I guess, 3rd year. And then you've got Ertz, the veteran. What does he do to set the tone for that room?
Well, first of all, Zach is like, I get so much joy out of coaching Zach. Like, number one, I'll tell you, he's incredible with the one-on-one, like, bond and investment between the player and the coach. And what he does is he sets a great example of what being a pro is every day. And I'm talking with the specifics about his weekly process. And what's so fun and brings joy to my heart is you're seeing, the results on Sundays.
With Ertz specifically, he catches 2 touchdowns, the game winner in that Atlanta game, which clinches the playoffs. What if fans not realize that Zach does so well?
Yeah. What you hope for as a coach, and the fans are seeing this on Sunday, but number one, he respects the game. Okay. And here's what I mean by that. The better you are, the better you have to be. So, like, think about playing at a really high level for as long as he has. Everybody knows that. Right. So the defense, the defenders, it forces you to continue to work on your process. And so what he's great at is the specifics. And out on the grass, he's training it in such detail, and he's so deliberate about it, which makes it so fun for me.
Sure.
And in the end, you see a result like last week. You think about the game winner, and it might look easy the way he's doing it, but that's the result, and it brings you so much joy because he's putting in the work to make it look easy.
Totally. For me, seeing him go down in New Orleans, that catch he made, and then the hit and everything, the full extension, I was just so happy to see him back, and then to catch a game winner 2 weeks later. He had a big catch against the Eagles too, but to have 2 touchdowns, a game winner, the more you get to know that dude, the more you kind of root for him.
Oh yeah, there's no question. He's he does everything at such a high level, and just in order to get back to that spot, it was a considerable, how he went down against the Saints, and to bounce back from that, He wasn't even feeling well that week either. But his daily regimen, I'm telling you, and that's how the great ones do it.
Yeah.
Like there's no surprise. He never gets bored of the basics. He obsesses over the specifics. And I'm talking about even a one-step release, getting off the press, how he carves the route. And we do it. I mean, we'll walk through it. And if you were just watching, it honestly may look boring. Like, what are they doing? Why would you be going this slowly or this detailed through the same stuff over and over? And like we say, the bold genius does the same thing over and over and over, knowing that the result is going to be when the game's on the line. So he's just doing what he does every day.
It's interesting you say that because Cliff, I think 2 weeks ago, was talking about with Jaden how great Jaden has been and what he has injected into this offense, but how important it is at the same time to never get bored with the easy stuff, like to never not just hit that 8-yard hitch or whatever that is, and to not look for the big plays. And I think your offense that collectively has figured out, like, yeah, there's going to be big plays along the way, but we have to do the little stuff right to make this thing work.
That's it. So two things come to mind. Number one, it builds trust. Right? When you build that consistency of how you're doing things. And number two, it's like one thing, here's what I want you to consider. If you see a great golf swing,
sure.
You're watching golf,
yeah.
or you see like a home run hitter who hits like 30 plus home runs a year, there's something about it that looks easy.
Sure.
It's like you could sit on a couch and go, well, yeah, I can do that. And then you go out there and you shank the golf ball into the woods. It's the process of doing it over and over, which gets you to a certain level where you run the route the way you've trained it. And then, what goes along with that is the trust that it builds with the quarterback.
So what's funny is I learned this in the preseason when we were down in Miami for that game. I listened to you and Logan Paulson talk about blocking, and I was like, man, I could lock in for an hour for this.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much time you have. You probably have a meeting to get to, so I'll try to keep it moving. Do you know who Stanford Steve is from ESPN?
Yeah.
He was a tight end in college. Yeah. He claims tight ends, and I'm curious if some of these other guys will hear this. He claims tight ends are the best athletes on the field because they have to be able to do what an O-lineman does and what a wide receiver does.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason I love coaching them, because you can train the blocking techniques of the offensive line, and you can train the route constitution and footwork of the perimeter. And when you combine the two, we ask them to do a lot, and the more efficient they are with their skills and fundamentals, right, the better the results are. And you even look at how John's playing at the line of scrimmage. The production is really more in the run game and the blocking.
How tough is that, dude?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you'd love coaching him too. So a different style of player, and he's got a great route tree as well. It's just what we're asking him to do right now is really take care of the edge.
And then what about Sennett's progress this year?
Benny, like, he has a chance to be a really good player. He's got it. And this whole experience being with the two vets in the room right now is strengthening his weekly process, his blocking techniques. And then think about being a young player with a guy like Zach right now. Like, that is tremendous.
Just trying to absorb as much of that as you can.
Yes. And so he's got a great skill set. He loves it. He cares about it. He's working his tail off. So we're seeing the progress. And I know at some point he'll get to shine.
I got two more for you. All right.
Yep.
You're a former quarterback. You're obviously coaching
Yeah.
tight ends now, but you're our former quarterback.
Yeah.
What have you thought of what Jaden has done as a rookie?
I'm just so impressed with his poise and his work ethic. Jaden's awesome, man.
Sure.
He does things the right way. And he also he's incredibly talented. But this league, he's got the right work approach. And that's what I'm most excited about. I mean, he's in here with Cliff before 6 a.m. like every day. I mean,
I've heard Cliff gets in here real early too.
Yeah.
What time do you get in here?
I mean, I get in here early, but not as early as Cliff. Cliff's awesome, man, dude. Yeah, 5. He's here at 4. I mean, I don't want to blow up Cliff's standings, but he nobody works harder.
Sure. I got one that won't blow anybody up. I'm not sure you really age much, but we have this photo.
My wife may say different.
This is you with the Packers in 2016. I don't even. What were you, a QC at that point?
I got the beard now. Speaking of them, I worked for Coach McCarthy. It was amazing for 5 years.
kind of interesting.
Was
Going
with the
into week
O-line.
18.
Yes,
Yeah.
So tremendous amount of respect for him. Like, I just want to say that. He taught me so much football. And, it was with the O-line, the quarterbacks. Yeah, let's go.
All right, you got
We've
work.
been talking about you.
You got work to do.
Hey, I really appreciate it.
Dude, thank you.
You guys
I appreciate you taking
okay.
the time. We'll be right back. David Rye, Commander's tight end coach, with some really good insight there.
Don't David sound like what's called Cliff a little bit?
Yeah.
I thought it was Cliff when I first was listening to this.
One, I don't want to say concern because this is all so far down the road, but one path of life I could see if Cliff gets a job, I wouldn't be shocked if Rye becomes OC and Cliff's calling the plays or something like that. I want to talk Gumbo. I want to talk Pie, but we've got him here, and he's a very busy man, very hard to pin down. Toby Altizer does something with Virginia Tech. I don't really know what it is, but he's wearing about
He got on some burgundy. It ain't burgundy and gold.
He's
though.
wearing
It's like burgundy and orange. It's like hokey orange. to
8
me.
hokey items right now. We can't even see his drawers. Toby, what do you
He
do?
better not have on a hokey orange.
Let's start there. Toby,
Hokey
you have
drawer
hokey drawers.
with a
on.
I do not
head in
have
the
hokey
front.
drawers on. No,
Okay.
I do not.
With the rooster head?
No. I do not have hokey drawers on, B-Mitch.
Speaking of hokey drawers, I believe, what is a hokey? Because what I believe it is,
Into the rooster?
I think it's like
It's a turkey.
it's
A turkey?
but I think it's a turkey with that's been to V-Town.
It's a
First
turkey.
of all, every time I hear about that, it hurts.
Yo, dog,
You shouldn't be cutting people's stuff like that, man.
I
I'm
went
just
to
saying.
V-Town. I'm a very responsible
Well, no,
husband.
you ain't no very responsible nothing.
I was laid up for a weekend. I was back in the gym in a week.
Take it on the last one. If you know you was done, they could have done that for you.
Is a hokey a turkey that's been to V-Town? Toby, let's start there.
I just know that it's a turkey.
You're our hokey
Is it a male
insider.
turkey?
I'm well aware.
You talking about going to V-Town? Is it a male turkey?
I think so. I would assume so. I don't know.
It could be a female turkey. What you talking
It's a
about?
turkey. I just know that you hear gobbles at Lane Stadium. When
Dude,
it's third down.
turkeys, like, you know how with chickens, it's like roosters and hens is how you call men versus women? Are turkeys just male turkeys and boy turkeys?
When you look at them, you can tell. One of them look kind of weird, all that little extra stuff, and the other one don't have all that. And then one of them got that little thing that, it comes out like this. It looks like a beard, but it's not a beard. I don't know what they call it.
I'm gonna have to study up on my
Study up on your
Hokies
Hokiism.
etymology.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Clearly you don't know anything about the mascot. Do you know anything about the football team? Namely, which side should I bet on? What time's the game start?
7:30 kickoff, 5:30 coverage right here on the Fan.
Oh, dude, it's a 7:30 kickoff, and they get off 2 hours early?
It's a
Why couldn't that game be at 2?
7:30 kickoff?
Yeah, 7:30
I'll be in the
kickoff.
air. I'm only able to do nothing.
Duke's Mayo Bowl against Minnesota.
Oh,
You will
Lord.
be asleep,
I
Brian.
I
I'm in
like
there.
Virginia Tech
Yeah,
tonight, JP.
asleep.
So
Man. Oh,
Pop-
on the plane, yeah.
Pop Watson is going to be making his second career start. Pop
Doc
Watson.
Walker?
Yeah, Pop Watson. He's a redshirt freshman that made his first appearance in the Duke game after their backup quarterback went down. He started against UVA, 14-21, 254 through the air and a touchdown on the ground, 11 for 48 and a touchdown. So pretty impressive debut for him.
Hell
He's
yeah.
going to make the start tonight for Virginia Tech. I like their chances with Pop Watson under center.
What's the line?
Pop Watson. I like that name.
Let me see. I'm not sure what the line is.
Pop Watson sounds like he played the banjo in a 1930s like fiddle band.
It is
Sound like he's
Minnesota.
from the that area down there, Tidewater area.
It is Minnesota minus 10 right now. It opened at 4.5.
Minnesota minus 10.
I get Pop Watson plus 10. I like that
Give
number.
it to me. Give me Pop.
I think me and Pop are going to ride tonight. You got all the coverage here. What do you got?
Yeah, I'll
Nope.
be the scoreboard host giving you updates on JP. It has been bad for the ACC in bowl season. They are 2-10. So
Did
this
you
is
hear
the
my
final
man?
one for the Hokies, the final ACC game, looking for that third win for the ACC.
What did Lane Kiffin say about the ACC last night?
What'd he
That's how
say?
we play against the ACC. They destroyed Duke.
Yeah, they killed them. They absolutely destroyed them. So ACC needs one tonight. Hopefully the Hokies can provide it.
Duke ain't ready for Ole Miss. Ole Miss can score 75 if they want.
Well, and they also lost their quarterback. Malik Murphy transferred. So, I mean, you know how bowl season gets wild now. But luckily for the Hokies, they got
think
their
a
quarterback.
new rule needs to come in place. If you get to the end of the season, you can't. If you leave and don't play in the bowl game, you don't play the next year.
We'll see.
I know kids, families might get mad. I don't give a damn. But I'm sick of people being able to play all year and then just give up on the bowl games. Because there's somebody that gives a damn about it. If you don't care, then you know what? You won't play in the bowl game. Cool. Get ready to do whatever you're going to do. But your team will not play the next year, or you won't be able to play the next year.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
B's had enough. We got to go to break. When we come back, we're going to wrap up the week and play Jeff Walker's hype song. We back up one more time. Here's something that makes no sense. Northern Illinois set to join the Mountain West. College sports is broken, dog.
Hey, man, if it got green, they chase it.
For sure. Something that does make sense.
I'm going to file a lawsuit. I'm going back and get my money as owed to me. I think I'm owed about $8 million from my 4 years in college.
As your attorney, I'll settle for a mere 5% fee.
You haven't done anything to be my attorney, though.
All right, 4%. If you don't have plans this afternoon, you should join Grant and Danny as the Field Trip Friday series continues. They're broadcasting live today.
Did Landfill get his points?
I got an answer on that.
Okay.
From Craft House Fairfax, from 2 to 5:30. Go check them out. Craft House in Fairfax. I've heard that place is dope. There's also one in Reston, I think. I asked Darius. I said, Darius, did you give my boys the points? Because I'm running out of time to do your read. He said, the machine is broken. I can't access them. I can't send them.
So you just took Darius' word for it. He just lied to you.
Of all the people in this building, I think like Darius and Toby might be the
The ones
trustworthiest.
that seem like they're trustworthy normally aren't.
Landfill, do you believe Darius?
I think the machine is broken, but we will absolutely never see those Odyssey points.
So in other words,
that could be true.
He gave the truth and the lie.
Like, he's not lying that the machine is broken. I mean, it's an
He
Odyssey
lying that
machine.
they're going to get them points.
It's an Odyssey machine. Of course it's broken. But I don't think Jeff and Landfill are ever going to get the points at the same time. Like, one day it'll get fixed.
I think y'all should just catch him coming up the stairs one day. There you go, Landfill.
Remember when the printer...
Tanya Harden, baby. Tanya Harden.
Only you're advocating for Landfill to take out Darius's knees for lack of Odyssey points?
Hey, you lie about the points.
B, the gumbo was terrific, and I am glad you tried the chocolate pudding pie and liked it.
Lauren, that right there, can't tell you what I thought, but it was great.
That sounds weird.
Hey, I know what I'm thinking. You don't know what I'm thinking, but it was great. I'll tell you that.
Jeff, anything you'd like to add to B. Mitch's?
Yo, that pudding was good. I never tasted a pudding pie before.
It's banging.
I always heard about it, but I never tasted it.
That pudding pie.
Jeff, as much as you like Miracle Whip, how do you feel about Cool Whip?
I mean, Cool Whip, cool. And look, stop saying it like I have like some obsession with Miracle
You
Whip.
do.
You do.
You talk about it constantly.
Nobody talks about Miracle Whip more than you on the
I was
planet.
just saying,
People who
like,
work at Miracle Whip don't think about Miracle Whip as much as
I
you.
think they need to give you a damn what's called.
If Jeff bathed in Miracle Whip, it would not surprise me.
Hey,
They should promote you.
Let's wrap up the week. Let's get the hell out of here before the FCC gets involved. Heard it here first.
Heard it here first. Gather around.
My man Sean is a dessert goblin. He just stays looking for it. Jeffrey, what do we got?
This is actually, I can see why the computer is down because the computer is frozen for me right now. I wasn't able to go back and listen to.
Okay, so we all tied. Good.
Hold on, I have an idea.
I
have an
lost.
official.
I know I lost.
Hold on, I have an official idea, and I'd like us all to vote on this. White Brian, can you hear me? White Brian's creating spreadsheets. White Brian seems very organized. Can White Brian take over? Heard it here first.
Fine.
I know
I'll
you
do
don't
that.
care. I'm asking if White Brian wants
Just
to
like,
do it.
please take it off my plate.
You want to, White Brian?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, we got him.
It'll be amazing. White Brian will actually write it down when people make the bets rather than trying to listen to the
I wonder
audio.
what people that listen to this show for the first time say, why they call it White Brian?
I don't think it's that hard to understand. We got two Bryans. All right. So since Jeff doesn't keep track of the bets and we have no idea who won or lost this week,
Do you know what you bet
I
last night?
just told you it was all ties.
I took the Duke under.
And did it hit?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Let's all make a skins prediction.
It wasn't a Duke under.
Commanders, Cowboys. Give me a score.
24
35-14.
24-12 Commanders.
35-14.
Landini.
I don't want to hear nothing from this dude named Donnie neither.
31-2.
31-2. I like that.
What the hell?
White Brian.
26-19.
23-16. Commanders
why
win.
you pick a weird score like that?
I like weird stuff, B. I'm weird.
35-14. And if the Commanders win, Donnie have to wear a Commanders jersey and eat two blizzards.
2-2.
Hold on. Landfill picked 31-2, and you're mad at me about my score being weird?
But 31-2 is very possible.
Didn't it just happen?
Let's all pick.
I saw something like that.
I got an upset for you. I think Carson Wentz balls out for the Chiefs because Andy Reid is just a quarterback whisperer. And I think they beat the Broncos. I think the Bengals get into the playoffs.
The Bengals.
What do you think? What's your pick for the weekend?
I picked the Commanders to win. That's it.
Okay.
I don't care about the other
Oh, were we going to play Jeff's song? Too late?
We can play it on the way out. Come on,
Yes, too
Landfill.
late.
Throw it in there.
It's all good. Too late. Just know that the CD is coming.
You've been saying that since the first game.
Jeff, it's 2025.
You gotta
wanna
wait
sell
for
CDs?
You gotta wait for the entire season to end so you can put them all on one tape.
Oh,
Not
a
a
tape.
CD,
Even
but
better. A tape.
Oh my gosh, I forgot you old, bro. It's a project, man.
All right,
But
we're gonna
only
put it
have
on-
16
Jeff-
songs,
hey,
though.
Jeff waited for the 78 to come out.
I'll take a
The
five.
LP.
Let's get out of here. Go visit Grant and Danny at Craft House in Fairfax. Thank you to PFT Commenter for joining us. Thank you to Newey Scruggs for joining us. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore for joining us. Thank you to the folks that called. Shout out to my man Wayne and Bowie. He's been on hold an hour and 15 minutes. The phone calls got away from us today. I apologize. There was pudding and gumbo.
Well, JP, you
White
always
Brian.
forget about the phone call. That's your fault.
Thank you to everybody. Have a great weekend. Commanders and Cowboys. Next week, we're talking playoffs, baby.
Take it to the house, Wayne.
Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. B. Mitch owes you some gumbo.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Commanders take on the Cowboys on Sunday, looking to improve on their 11-5 record. A win will guarantee them the 6th seed and a potential matchup with the Rams or the Buccaneers. A loss and a Packers win will make Washington the 7th seed, where they would face Philadelphia. 3 players already ruled out for Washington: cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, as well as special teamers Tyler Owens and Jordan McGee. 2 games tomorrow, Browns and Ravens at 4:30. The Ravens can clinch the NFC North with a win. The Bengals take on the Steelers at 8 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Steelers can clinch the AFC North with a win and a Baltimore loss. The Bengals clinch a playoff spot with a win, and Denver losing against Kansas City, and Miami losing to the Jets. College football yesterday, Notre Dame beat Georgia 23-10. They advanced to the college football playoff semifinal in the Orange Bowl next Thursday against Penn State. The other semifinal game, the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State and Texas tonight. Duke's
Draft House in Fairfax. Fairfax Corner will be here until our program ends and we get ready for Virginia Tech football right around 6 o'clock this evening. So come on out, say hello, kick it with us. It's a little bit of a Commanders pep rally with a side of celebration of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Some light snow falling, just enough to be pretty, not enough to be annoying. It is a great day in Fairfax Corner at the Craft House.
Yeah, not too shabby. I have already consumed a grilled cheese sandwich with bacon right on top of it. The tater tots were also topped with cheese, sour cream. It was a whole thing. And it's fantastic. I love this place. I love hanging out here. Super easy to get to. Plenty of packing and a lot of beverages, a lot of banter. But to your point,
if I could double
please,
click, let me double click.
Please.
Sometimes we do appearances and a lot of people hit me up and they'll go, "What's the parking like?" I don't know about we have a gigantic parking lot right next to us.
Yeah.
You have nothing to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
You're on 66. You're in the Fairfax area. You're driving by tonight. There is parking. It is beautiful, great facility. They got heated lamps if you want to sit under the overhang outside as well.
Check out the snow.
Really cool spot.
Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, I lost my choo-choo train of thought, but I think it was basically I love it here. The second part is kind of what we're doing. And we're doing the radio show, but this really feels like one part celebration. Right? I mean, just the idea of where they were supposed to be. The idea that most of the time when you do a first year with everybody being new, it's basically a cleanse of what was, right? You power wash all the different bad things and the negative influences and the guys that weren't playing very well and this, that, and the other, and you win 5 or 6 games. You're competitive and you're trying to instill the new culture and you're giving something to build on. Well, how about 11 wins plus to build on? How about the rookie of the year to build on? How about a coaching message that seems not just to resonate at the opening press conference, but 6, 7, 8, 9 months into this thing still is ringing true. I mean, you've got something pretty special going on here. And we're going to talk about this kind of throughout the show. In fact, we'll start here in a moment, where some things that aren't that great, but they're all being masked by how wonderful some of the great stuff is, if that makes any sense. And it's not to knock them. They shouldn't be here. And here they are heading right into the postseason. Chance to beat their rivals to get to 12 wins. Never in a million years did I think that was coming.
Yeah, a chance to end the season with 5 straight wins after their 3-game losing streak to the Steelers, Eagles, and Cowboys. And with that loss to Dallas that made it 3 in a row when they got beat by a bad team at home, it felt like the wheels were coming off the wagon a little bit. But this team, and you got to give them credit for this all year long, Every time it felt like things were teetering a little bit, like maybe they'd go sideways. So many times we've seen it in years past. They'd get up off the mat and they'd play a really good game. They had that game against the Titans going into the bye, really changed everything for them. Now, to your point, in this 4-game winning streak here on the back end of those 3 losses, they have now, since the bye, played 3 games. They're 3-0, but it's been leaky if you go back through the 3 games one by one. They beat the Saints 20-19. Luckily, a 2-point conversion was not converted, or a bad team gets you in their building there. They beat the Eagles 36-33. That was the signature win.
Yeah.
And they deserve full credit for that. I'm not taking anything away from them because that's a really good Eagles team. I thought Kenny Pickett played pretty well off the bench. By the way, without Jalen Hurts, they played Dallas the following week. They scored 40 points and blew them out 40+7. So it's not like just because Pickett came in the game, all of a sudden the Eagles were a 4-win operation. But it is also fair to say that if Jalen Hurts didn't get hurt, there could have been a different result there in your first and to this point only win against a team over 500. The Falcons, the second win against a team at the moment of kickoff over 500, are now right at that mid-water mark, as many wins as losses. But even that game, it took the missed field goal by Atlanta, a terrible clock management by Raheem Morris. So I'm not here to say anything other than I'm thrilled with 11 wins. I am giddy they're headed to the playoffs. They've got a chance to beat Tampa Bay. They've got a chance to beat the LA Rams.
Absolutely.
And whatever happens from here on out is gravy because they're not supposed to be here. And Danny, that makes you dangerous. I just think it's important to acknowledge there are flaws. There are things they've got to either fix or that will become their undoing. And even though it's 4 wins in a row, 3 of them don't leave you feeling great. But if you beat Dallas handily, if you have a really good game going into the playoffs, which Dan Quinn is not resting his laurels, they want the 6th seed, they're going to try to do that. It does give you momentum then going in to try to knock a team off in the playoffs for the first time since 2005.
Just 20 years.
20
years.
Years ago.
So this is a poorly drawn analogy, but bear with me. Okay, my wife does everything. And I know you've got a similar situation where your wife is better than you. Same here, right? Just smarter, felt more thoughtful. Everything happens because of her, right? Whether it's the food being served, food being purchased, the house being clean, whatever needs to happen, she makes it happen. I do my best to try to fix the flaws and anticipate the needs, but I stub my toe and get it wrong. She fixes everything. Well, what if she has a cold and can't get out of bed that day? What if she's got the stomach flu? My point is, that's what Jaden Daniels has been for this team over the last 4 games. They're Jaden Daniels 0 over their last 4 weeks. Now, you don't apologize for that. You got the special thing. You have the guy that makes so much of a difference. I mean, to me, I was talking to a buddy about this last night via text. I think they're a 6-win team without Jaden Daniels. Now, it doesn't mean they're never competitive. It doesn't mean that you can't jump up and beat somebody. You can't throttle someone that's down in the dumps in their own right. But in terms of talent, in terms of what they've got, they're probably a 6-win outfit. Can't really stop people. Sometimes you can. Can't really move the ball, but maybe occasionally with Marcus Mariota, you can make some plays. You've seen what that looks like. But you have him against Philadelphia. You've got him against Atlanta. You've got him for these unbelievably special things where it shouldn't be the design that he gets 16 carries and runs for over 100 yards because your running game can't get going without him. That's not sustainable, but it's happening right now, and you don't apologize for it. But he's making everything better, and you rely on that until you can't. Until he doesn't get up from that hit he took against Atlanta where they had to call timeout. And Mariota's going, hey, dude, everyone's watching you. Catch your breath. And he can come back from that until he can't.
That
right?
game-winning drive, I went back and watched it again the other night. It was such hero ball.
Yes.
It was just straight up like, I'm not going to lose.
Yeah.
I will not be denied. It was amazing. Let's look at a couple of the areas where they've been leaky and where they've got to still improve. Maybe against Dallas to get them going, but certainly in the playoffs if they're going to get a win. One thing is they have not run the ball well. This is something we've harped on quite a bit, but I actually have a bunch of the numbers I've dug up over the last 3 games. So this is not just a Brian Robinson issue.
Right.
That's what people are trying to make it, by the way. I've heard that narrative, and I do think they should run Rodriguez more. I think that's fair. He's been successful enough with enough of his opportunities to get
He's earned more, in my opinion. Yep.
But it's not Brian Robinson solely. Atlanta, Philly, New Orleans, these last 3 games. They're 3 running backs combined. So that's B-Rob, that's C-Rod, Chris Rodriguez, and that's Jeremy McNichols. Collectively, they have 58 carries for 184 yards. That is 3.1 yards per carry over their last 3 games. Against Atlanta, Robinson 13 for 60, Rodriguez 5 for 16, McNichols 1 for 5. Against the Eagles, Robinson 10 for 24, Rodriguez 3 for 5, couldn't get anything going. McNichols 2 for 3, couldn't get anything going. The Saints, if you remember, Robinson got 1 million carries.
Yeah.
He carried the ball 21 times for 65 yards, could not do anything. And one of those runs, in air quotes, was a lateral pass where he got 20 yards. So it was really 20 for 45 on actual handoffs in the game.
Just seemed they were so convinced now, just a quick side note, that they're going, this New Orleans run defense is bad. We're going to get him eventually. First down, thump for nothing. First down, thump for a half yard. First down, thump for -1. They were sure, it seemed, that eventually the levee will break. And it never happened. I mean, that game, the Dallas game, where you're going, these bad run defenses, Atlanta hadn't fared tremendously well against the run. They have been really ineffective running the ball with their running backs, especially on early downs.
Rodriguez combined with McNichols in that New Orleans game, 3 attempts for 5 yards. So again, we can harp on the Robinson issue of late. It's really collective in the running game, the traditional running game to their backs, right? Where they had 19 for 81 against Atlanta, which is the high water mark, as good as it's gotten. And they ran it a little bit better at times out of tempo. They had a direct snap that worked to Brian Robinson when they got cute and tried to pretend like they were tossing back to Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, to me, that was once Daniels got going running the ball. Then they had a couple burst runs that they got. But early on, they couldn't do anything.
But here's what's weird.
Yeah.
He was going in the Philly game. He ran for 81 yards in that game. They averaged 2 yards a carry by their running backs. He had 66 yards against New Orleans. Remember, had some big runs. They averaged right around 3 yards per carry in that game, actually less than that. So you think about like 2012 with 1,600-yard Alfred Morris and Robert Griffin and the presence and the threat that he was as a runner. Generally, defenses having to go 11 on 11, hat on a hat, means the running back's going to have a field day. And it just has not happened. So that is something now that they absolutely have to clean up. Daniels, though, has been the running game.
Yes.
To your point, when you say Daniels and 0 in the llast month, counting the bye, they're 3-0. He's got 36 attempts, so an average of 12 per game, 2 of them, considerably more than that, for 275 yards. Quick math, what is that? 80-some a game?
Yeah.
Over the last 3 games, 7.6 yards per carry. How much more can you ask of him? How many more times? And to his credit, he didn't take huge hits until the final drive near the goal line in overtime. But like, how many more times can you ask him, go run 12 times for 85 yards, get hit probably 5 or 6 times harder than you want to, keep getting up? And by the way, you've also got to throw for 200, a couple touchdowns, but don't turn the ball over.
Yeah,
it's just
throw
a
to
huge ask.
Yeah, throw to Alameda Zacchaeus in traffic on a 3rd and long, or I know what I would choose, and that's what happened in overtime. I mean, think about that moment before the punt, before the missed field goal and bad clock management by Atlanta. It's 3rd and long, and Zacchaeus doesn't get much separation, and Daniels throws a perfect pass right through his hands. You got a punt right there, and you probably lost the game against somebody that's a bit more capable. That's kind of the tightrope we're walking here, right? Where because they got a reprieve, because they got another chance, again, because of horrendous, embarrassing high school, probably below high school, junior high school level clock management from Raheem Morris and company, and a kicker that is atypical of the current NFL in terms of his ability to kick with any kind of distance or leg, you end up with another chance. They never touch the ball in overtime, and you go win it because Jaden Daniels scrambled 7 times. I mean, you're walking this tightrope, and these are all relative complaints. Again, I started off with, I can't believe they're here. I can't believe they've already got 11 wins. Great chance at 12. We're talking postseason, and we should. Simply now spinning the other plate, it ain't all roses. He's covering for a lot of stuff, and we haven't even gotten to the defense yet.
Well, the defense is, I would say, highlighted by, if we're looking for areas that have to be cleaned up going into the playoffs, a corner issue right now that got bad news today. Not that it was surprising, but Marshawn Lattimore is going to be out against Dallas. I didn't think he was going to play. He shouldn't play probably if he's not 100% anyway. Rest him up for the playoffs. But I'm officially nervous about his status now.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
When Dan Quinn said, I guess it was last week maybe, that this was the same injury that he suffered last time, I don't think he meant decidedly that it was like the same level of injury. If it was the same level of injury, that could be months.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it was.
We just
before.
saw it, yeah.
I just think he meant like it was a hamstring injury last time. It's a hamstring injury this time. But We have no guarantee that he's going to play next week. And if he doesn't, again, there is a real corner issue right now. Benjamin St-Juste, who's lost confidence, didn't even get run over Michael Davis last week. Michael Davis, who's been benched a couple times this year for play, struggled immensely. By the end of the game, the Falcons had just decided, where's 24? Throw it at him.
That's where we're going.
You look at the number one wide receiver they faced the last 2 weeks. Drake London went 7 for a $106 and a touchdown. And Michael Penix missed him more times than like missed connections on some weird website. Like Michael
Great
Penix.
Craigslist poll right there.
Thank you. Craigslist.
Got it.
That's what I'm looking for. Michael Penix probably could have hit him another 4 times where he missed him for another 40, 50 yards. Would have been a $150. Would have been a monster day.
Yep.
A.J. Brown 2 weeks ago. 8 catches for 97 yards and a touchdown. Oh, he's a Hall of Fame. 8 for 97 is not bad. Another 70 and 3 penalties on PIs. So that's 165. And that was when Lattimore was on the field. Oh, by the way, if you go back to the Saints game, now they don't have any wide receivers. You could pick some people out of Kraft House to go run around and catch passes from Spencer Rattler. But he still threw for almost 100 yards against the secondary in that fourth quarter where they came storming back. So as much as running the ball better is a thing you got to talk about on offense, I would say getting Lattimore healthy and finding a way to draw something up schematically to do a better job on the outside passing game is going to be huge. Especially, look, you're either facing Tampa with Mike Evans, who's going to the Hall, or you're facing the Rams with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Kupp's going to the Hall, and Puka Nacua's started his career in that way.
Yeah, he's at the top of leaderboards for his first couple of seasons. So when you were out before Christmas, doing the show with Linnell one of those days, and this was kind of my point. Yeah, they're not good at stopping the run. I'd never claimed that they are. But when they decide, all right, fine, not the run, they're able to do some things in the run game, right? They stopped Alvin Kamara early because they didn't trust Jake Haener to be able to beat them, et cetera. After Saquon Barkley went for 110 yards in the first quarter and Jalen Hurts gets hurt, they said, okay, not the run game, right? They did a nice job. When they've said, let's stop the pass, they can't. They've got no answer. And now you take Marshawn Lattimore out of the equation. That's terrifying to me. I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, there are only so many guys where you can put resources and different things. And if they play decent passing games, as they did, against Philadelphia with Kenny Pickett and company going up and down the field against them at will in passing games, they won that game because Devontae Smith dropped the pass, which he would never drop. He's literally his first drop of the season when he beat his cornerback by 15 yards. So to me, that's my biggest concern defensively is there is a free matchup that an offense can use whenever the hell it wants. You can do a lot against them, right, when they're not committed to stopping certain things. But that to me is there's no answer there. There's no one in that locker room that could try to go, I'll fix it. St-Juste is broken to your point, and Michael Davis just simply doesn't have the acumen or the ability to be able to stick with any of these guys they're going to have to play in the postseason. That's my biggest fear.
Well, here's one thing that I guess we could throw out there, though, is they have only really recently played their best game, complete 4 quarters, legit football against the Titans when they just destroyed them, at home about a month ago. To have won the 3 games that they did with either ugly starts in the Atlanta case, and I don't mean on the first drive, they went down the field and scored, but at halftime, you've scored 7 points, you're down 17-7. Certainly in the Philly game, they turned the ball over 5 times. That's a game you lose 99% of the time. To have survived and advanced, maybe you feel like they're scary because that game's coming. Like they're really good game where they get B-Rob going, where they're running the ball, where play action is married to the run, and Jaden Daniels is feeling it and going 25 of 29 for 251 and a couple of touchdowns. Like you feel like that game still could be coming. If you were to get Lattimore back and he plays better than he did the last time we saw him, if Benjamin St-Juste gets the nod over Michael Davis and with a little play time, added confidence, elevates his game a little bit, you can see a path now to this team playing its best game it's played in several weeks, which it'll need to do. But I guess that is the point I want to drive home is the game they've played against Philly, against Atlanta, against New Orleans, won't win them a playoff game. I am thrilled they've won 4 in a row. But if we're talking about beating LA on the road, if we're talking about going to Tampa and making up for week 1 and knocking Baker Mayfield, Liam Cohen, that offense, and the Bucs out of the playoffs. Sorry, Todd Bowles. Thank you for your services in burgundy and gold. You just got to be better than they've been the last few weeks. And so it's
I think
time
that's the point.
to ramp it up, starting with this weekend against Dallas.
Yeah, to me, it's twofold. On one hand, I am complimenting Jaden Daniels and trying to have everybody stop, smell these roses, and go, do we understand how transcendent and ridiculous this is?
Well, he's been good enough to win a playoff game.
That's kind of the point. But it's not fair to just go, hey man, I know you dragged this kicking and screaming here. Could you do it again, but more? On the road in the postseason, and he might. By the way, he's so special, he might. But that's not a sustainable way to do it. Is kind of the point here. There have, again, I use the poorly drawn analogy at the start of the top of the show, where it's like my wife does everything, and I'm just kind of relying on that. And thank goodness. Well, what if she's got the flu for 48 hours? The whole house would come crumbling down, right? Don't let the house come crumbling down. Like if Jaden Daniels has to, miss a series or miss a play or two, it's like, oh, I don't know what to do. That's the part that, he's masking so much, and it's awesome. It's been so much fun, but you're kind of going, let's acknowledge that. We can still celebrate because we got the dude, and big picture, this is incredible. But right now, this minute, just talking about winning a playoff game, which is a luxury, there are issues.
I heard Dan Quinn doing a radio interview on Sirius XM. I think it was yesterday. And he told the guys that he had an interaction with Raheem Morris after the game. They know each other really well.
Yeah, they're buds, yeah.
Obviously, Raheem was on the Atlanta staff under Quinn. And he told Raheem post-game, he said, a lot of the plays at the end of that game were never on a card. Meaning, none of the Jaden Daniels stuff was not designed. Like, they called something, and Jaden caught the ball at the snap, said, hike, got the ball. And then he said, oh, they called that thing. That's funny. And he just went and did something else.
Yeah.
And Raheem was like, yeah, 5's different, man. And Dan Quinn's point was like, you got. 5 got you. And so to your point, I get that. However, and Jaden, to his credit, acknowledged this in his presser this week, he's got to protect the football. There's no reason to spend any time picking nits on the guy that got you here. But he has thrown 7 interceptions in the last 6 games. If you go back to the rest of the season before that, he'd thrown 2 picks.
2.
So that's 0.
And it wasn't like he got away with a bunch either for that, right?
0 in the first 3 games against Tampa, the Giants, and the Bengals. He threw 1 against the Cardinals and 1 against the Browns. And then he didn't throw one for 5 straight games against the Ravens, Panthers, Bears, Giants, and Steelers, a great defense. Since then, he's been picked off by the Eagles, bad one, middle of the field, by the Cowboys, similarly, and then the second one in that game was actually a Hail Mary, so who cares? The Titans interception, I don't remember top of my head, did not get picked off against the Saints. He threw 2 bad picks against the Eagles, and then he got fooled against the Falcons, again, middle of the field. So you have seen in the stretch run that teams are starting to do some things to allow him to be caught occasionally. So that's just something. It's a small wrinkle in a shirt that you're about to wear. Let's just take out the iron and figure that one out before you start, because the games are about to get tighter. The margins are going to shrink. The quality of the opponent is going to be elevated, and all that stuff matters a little bit more. But let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys next. 4 straight wins. The last 3 of them coming with some caveats here. How you feeling going into Week 18 and, more importantly, the playoffs? 800-636-1067. Are you more confident than you were a couple of weeks ago? Do you feel like they've been fortunate or they're for real, I guess, is the best question. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, live out and about our Field Trip Friday series. Continuing with our last stop in the regular season. Although the good news is we will be keeping the train on the tracks in the playoffs. We'll give you the deets on Monday as to where we'll be this coming Friday for the first postseason version of our Field Trip series. I'll just let you know, Arlington, we are coming your way.
Oh, good teaser by you.
But today we're at Fairfax Corner. We are enjoying ourselves at the Craft House in Fairfax, and you guys should stop by and kick it with us. We'll be here all show long.
This place rules. Plenty of parking, as we've alluded to. Huge menu, bunch of different delicious food items. I tried to count the beers during the commercial break. I lost count because every time I'm like, oh, I got a pretty good feel for the entire wall of draft beers. There's also dozens more in a nice little refrigerated case there for your perusal. There's ciders and everything in between. All sorts of beverages out the yang. This place is awesome. I love hanging out here.
Phone lines available to you right now. The topic at hand at 800-636-1067. How you feeling about the Commanders as they approach the playoffs? Everyone's talking about the winning streak, but if you dig deeper into the process here, it's been a little bit shaky in some key areas in terms of secondary play defensively and running the football, which you could go into the playoffs not running the ball well if you are the Chiefs, maybe with Patrick Mahomes, right, or even if you are the Vikings and you got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. But this is the MO of this team, is the run game. And the numbers are still okay because Jaden Daniels has been carrying the mail. But you got to get B-Rob. You got to get Chris Rodriguez. You got to get Nate Nichols. Doesn't matter who it is. Someone's got to get going here. Again, 3.1 yards per carry for their backfield now over a 3-game span. Back to the Titans game. They ran wild in that game.
Yep, they did great.
But before that, they had issues as well. That's the outlier over like 6-7 weeks.
And so remember, we're going into the Cowboys game. You're going, okay, they've struggled on offense to a degree, ended up with decent point totals and yardage totals, et cetera, against Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. But you go, okay, those are two really good defenses. Dallas's run defense is an embarrassment. They've pretty much quit at this point, right? You can bully them and knock them into next week, and they couldn't run the ball at all. At all. With the running backs. Again, the running totals look fine because they got Jaden Daniels. But you just kind of went, well, I can't explain that. Maybe that's a weird one-off. And then against New Orleans, they got stuffed again. So it got to the point that the outlier is the Tennessee game. Then Philadelphia 2.0, Atlanta 2.0. Really struggled to run the football in early downs with their running backs. And the idea that we'll just rely on Daniels is awesome until it isn't, right? I mean, it's not fair to ask Josh Allen to do it. It's probably not fair to ask Joe Burrow to do it. It's probably not fair to ask Mahomes or whoever else to do it at this stage. But at least those guys are making 50, 60, 70 million bucks. It's a rookie quarterback in game number 17 at this point. It's unfair. And you've got to find a way to at least get something just to take the pressure off them so it doesn't have to be, hey, dude, listen, I know you can't stop anybody and you got nobody to throw to because of Brackley and McLaurin. Could you just fix it all for us? I just don't think that's sustainable.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Jim's in Spotsylvania. Jim, how you feeling about the boys? Where's your confidence right now as they steamroll toward the playoffs?
My confidence is high. We're playing with house money. We never thought we'd be here. I'm glad you finally hit on the point I'm trying to make here as an example of why I'm high. Key point last game, Chris Rodriguez Jr. brought in the game. Robinson is just slow. And that kid has pep in his step. I'm old. He reminds me of Larry Brown. He was dragging people. He was making plays. Remember what he did at the goal line. Remember what he did on that drive. That is what we need. Speed, power, running like his hair is on fire. That's what this team needs.
Thanks for the call. So I've got some deep dive kind of analytical numbers on those two, but suffice it to say, Rodriguez has just been way more efficient than Brian Robinson. Now, it's fewer carries. There's no doubt about that. But if you look at rushing yards over expected, okay, so this is going to sound wordy. It's very simple. Basically, with the chipped data and next-gen stats, they're able to kind of determine where a defender is, where a ball carrier is, how a play is blocked, and how much you should have gotten on the play. So let's say the play is designed, the block is there, the defender comes, you're supposed to get 2.5 yards or 3 yards. If you get beyond that, that's RYOE, rushing yards over expected. If you get less than that, you get negative rushing yards under expected. On the season per carry, Brian Robinson gets 0.1 yards more than is blocked for him. Chris Rodriguez gets 0.6 more, like a half yard more than what is blocked for him on those carries. If you look at yards after contact per attempt, so the first time you're touched to when you're tackled, Brian Robinson, and this is very good, 3 yards after contact per run this season. Chris Rodriguez, 4.1 yards
That's
after
insane.
contact.
That's insane.
Per attempt. So he has been better than Brian Robinson in those areas that it's, these per attempt metrics. Another one you could use is like rushing EPA, which I don't like as much because of the discrepancy in attempts, but that's, expected points added. So the really good players in the league have super high totals. The players that struggle have low totals. It can be positive or negative. B-Rob on the year is a -15 in EPA per play. Chris Rodriguez is like +7. But it's just indicative of the metrics, and these are, again, deeper dive analytical numbers, but I promise you the R&D department in Washington knows this.
Yeah, so I'm wondering why. Because I've seen Robinson run more effectively than he is right now. Just seems like I don't know if he's banged up. I don't know if he's slowed down because of all the hits he's taken. I don't know if because he's, if it's like Shaquille O'Neal in his prime, where in order to stop him, you just get a bunch of bodies on him and foul him and hit him super hard, and maybe that wears on you. I don't know. He doesn't look explosive, right? Like I think about that, the caller just brought it up. The touchdown to Rodriguez on that pitch play where a guy's got him dead to rights in the backfield. Should be a loss of a couple of yards. It's not. Rodriguez shrugs him off like Billy Madison playing dodgeball against the kindergartners or whatever, and waltzes into the end zone, breaking a couple tackles. I don't think Brian Robinson does that in that moment, right? There's the shiftiness that he had at one point. That the yards after contact stat is still good for Robinson, to your point. That's what I associate him with, is not a ton of wiggle, but just enough to then get to the point where you can't square him up, and he's falling forward. He turns 2 into 5. He turns 5 into 7. That's missing right now. I'm not smart. I wish I knew. I'm not smart enough to know that's, well, schematically they're now, they're able to, put their best defensive tackle over Allegretti. They're knocking him back into the backfield, disrupting some of the timing. Or it's there's a tell where people kind of know what's coming and how it's going. I don't know, but it doesn't look as good as it did earlier on this season when Robinson's getting the football.
They also early in the year were pretty healthy along their offensive line for the first several weeks, and they haven't been lately.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it hadn't been like wholesale at any one time, but Biotish has been in and out for the better part of the last 5-6 games.
That's right.
In terms of even in-game, I've seen him twice at home, walk back to the locker room, in-game with issues where Dieters had to come in. He obviously missed the Saints game in its entirety where they really struggled to run the ball. You think about right tackle, Wiley's been out, and then Lucas has been in and out. We've seen Trent Scott play multiple times at tackle. They were rotating at left tackle and keeping both Brandon Coleman and Cornelius Lucas really fresh. Now it's Coleman exclusively because on the other side, you've needed to play Lucas. So they have had some moving around up front, and I wonder how much of a factor that's been. Sean's in Gaithersburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean? How's it going?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, bud.
Doing well, buddy.
So I mean, I have a theory here, but I want to pick your brain on this. What do you think about this? So I think this whole issue with Robinson does kind of coincide with our guy Austin Eckler not being in the lineup. I think when you're able to have someone who can not only just break off a pretty good long run, but can also be a threat out of the backfield. And we all know how much Cliff loves to utilize the running back, especially in the short passing game. I think that takes away a huge dimension, and teams are more able to focus on stopping Robinson, especially because they have not been able to utilize whether it be Nick McNichols or or Rodriguez as much as maybe they would if Eckler was in the game. And I think if a healthy Austin Eckler is in and he's getting rushes alongside and snaps alongside Brian Robinson, I think that's where Robinson becomes more effective and can break off a run. I think there is a correlation there. What do you guys think?
Well, first of all, great call. Appreciate you making it. There is something to that. Now, it's not as if they're on the field all the time at the same time, but there is just enough, right? Think about that where we early in the season that Austin Eckler kind of hides down low, where Robinson's set deeper and Eckler's so low to the ground, and then there's him flaring out or him getting the football, stretching the field horizontal a little bit to kind of create some of those back cuts or ways or creases and things as the line starts to move around, some of the different action going other places. I think having other injuries as well, right? And your tendencies at this point, everybody kind of knows everything about you. There's enough tape to know what you want to do, how you want to do it, what you want to get back to, etc. So I think it's all these factors, right? The line lack of continuity, as you kind of pointed out, having a good football player out of the backfield, Eckler, doesn't hurt you by any stretch of imagination. It can only help. So I think there's something to that specifically, but there's even still within that, Jeeps, to me, the normal course of events, which is Robinson's on the field, Eckler is not, let's hand it off. 2 months ago, wildly more effective than it is right now. Like, that's the part I can't escape.
Top of the hour, want to dive in on quarterbacks in the NFC and just how high up the board Jaden Daniels ranks based on how he's playing right now going into the playoffs. I think you might be surprised by that conversation. But next, we should get into the Cowboys, who have all kinds of issues in terms of health and players they've shut down. Should be a very beatable team on the road this weekend with nothing to play for Dallas. We'll take our first look at the matchup and the opponent next on Grant and Danny live from the Kraft House in Fairfax Corner, where we'll be all day long. You're listening to The Fan. Grant and Danny at the Craft House in Fairfax Corner. Welcoming you back on 106.7 The Fan, your flagship home for the Caps and the Nats. The Capitals last night got to overtime. First shootout of the season, believe it or not. They lost in a shootout. I thought they played really well. They got a point against Minnesota. But how about the first shootout of their year coming in January?
Isn't that crazy? Feels like that's once a week for almost everybody else. I mean, or last year, it felt like that's all the only points they would get were in shootouts. Yeah,
I will say,
nuts.
though, I don't think they're built for shootouts like they have been in the past.
No, there's no Kuzi.
Kuznetsov's gone. Oshie's gone. Backstrom was fantastic in shootouts. So last night, as they're in that shootout, and Ovi's going third, who just notoriously has not been very good at it with the game on the line, he's kind of skating up, and I'm going, there's got to be a better trio here.
Right.
But hopefully they don't play in a lot of them, I guess.
Yeah, seriously. I guess that's the best plan is to avoid them. Yeah, but it's always struck me as odd. I totally understand that. This is not me being critical. The greatest goal scorer ever to live is not good at scoring goals in that one specific circumstance.
Well, I think it's because early in his career, I bet he would have been way better at shootouts because he had the puck handling and the dekes and a lot of the things that he did. But now it's so much about his shot.
Yeah.
And the shot is not how you score in a shootout.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, again, this is not a criticism. It's just
he scored again last night, by the way.
Yes, he did. Oh, by the way, I don't know if he was looking for a redirect. I don't care, quite frankly. Just that little, I might not. I did. And it was already in. Just whipped it past the goaltender.
Well,
He loves scoring against Fleury in Minnesota.
39 years old. And he is averaging the highest goals per game rate in his career, 0.8 plus.
Yep.
He has never scored at this rate like he is now at 39 years old. Make that make sense. I am sure we'll talk quite a bit about the Alex Ovechkin chase of Wayne Gretzky at the 106.7 The Fan live event that is coming up at the end of this month. Tickets are still available, but they're going quickly. It'll be the Junks, B. Mitch and Finley, myself and Danny, and the FCC restrictions, uncensored discussion, just shedding those restrictions.
Gone.
Behind-the-scenes stories. Going to be a lot of fun. Come hang out, get a babysitter that night for a night of sports and fun and laughs. Tickets are on sale right now. tallyhotheater.com. I believe that's on the final day of the month, right?
31st of January.
Yeah.
I do believe, my friend. That'll be a blast.
Friday night, we'll see you out there at the Tally Ho Theater. Before we put a bow on the Commanders Cowboys for the hour, I wanted to point out, so CeeDee Lamb, I guess some of you may not know if you haven't been monitoring Dallas at all, has been shut down for the season. I thought they were going to start Trey Lance or at least play him in this game, but it sounds like because Cooper Rush has an incentive that he can still go get a couple $100,000 based on play time if he plays in this game, that he will at least spend a chunk of the game on the field. But as much as the Cowboys, and we gave them a lot of credit for this, and I thought deservedly, had played really hard and been a real thorn in people's sides down the stretch here. They beat the Bucs 26-24 a couple weeks ago. They doubled up the Panthers, who have been playing a lot better, 30-14. They hung with the Bengals. They beat the Giants. They beat Washington. I thought this past week was kind of like the dam opened game.
Yeah.
Where okay, now it's December 29th. You have your family in town for Christmas, and New Year's is coming up, and they just didn't care that much. They got beat 41-7, woodshedded by the Eagles without Jalen Hurts. Saquon Barkley ran all over them. But from a passing standpoint, what are we doing here? I mean, you're talking about Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee as the Eagles quarterbacks who just moved the ball with ease against Dallas.
Yeah, you could play mediocre reliever or a quarterback that torched the Cowboys this past week. Yeah, that was something because it was close for a minute, and then you looked up and it wasn't at all. Just because Dallas couldn't get out of its own way. That felt like all the house of cards kind of came crumbling down there right at the end, right? Where they, as you said, they played inspired football. Now it wasn't that they were ripping off wins against the best this league has to offer, but even still, starting with that Washington game. A couple weeks before, they've been outscored, I think it was by 40-some points, right? As they got blasted by Philadelphia, Houston, not competitive. We're going into the game going, this team has quit. They're gross. They're going to fire their coach. Everything's bad. And they played inspired. They played well against Washington, New York. You mentioned the Cincinnati game, Carolina, Tampa. You're going, they deserve a lot of credit. I know Cowboys fans don't want to hear that. But as their season had kind of slipped away from them, you have no reason to play hard, and yet here they are, giving teams fits. And I think last week was reminded that, that's right, you just don't have the horses. You don't have the ability to stay with anybody that's legitimately good, and you hope now that maybe that was, as you said, the floodgates opened, Washington can really take advantage of a beleaguered group that's now on its whatever, it's 2, quarterback number 3, no CeeDee Lamb. This needs to be we're getting ready for the playoffs, you're getting ready to golf.
Yeah, it goes without saying that it's just a game that you can't let up in. Like, you absolutely have to find a way to win this football game because there is something on the line for you that does matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this does still, as much as it would be easy to just kind of stroll into the postseason not caring, the 6 versus the 7 is going to be significant. You don't want to go to Philly. You absolutely would rather play the Rams or the Bucs. We've debated which of those 2 matchups would be better for Washington. But it goes without saying that both of them would be better than Philly. So you just have to handle your business. And you've already lost once to this team. Makes it less likely to me that you would lose again. If somehow Dallas, with nothing to play for, beat Washington in a game where they're playing their starters and actually care, and there's some guys financially who are hungry too. Zach Ertz with a 9-catch game can make $250K. With 90 yards can make $250K. With 2 touchdowns can make $250K. If you look at the pass rushing group, Dorrance Armstrong with a sack can make $250K, I think it is. Dante Fowler with a half sack could get to 11 on the season, would give him $375,000. Like, there's a lot of reasons for a lot of players on this team to care. If the Cowboys beat them, it would be jarring and really should make people nervous going into next week. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think the Commanders are going to be a lot better and pummel this team pretty good.
Yeah, got caught with your pantaloons down maybe a little bit last time. Who knows what the week leading up to it was like. Who knows if you read your press clippings for the first time, or maybe you just give Dallas credit. You just didn't have a great game. That's allowed. That happens over the course of an NFL season. It was especially disappointing given the fact that Washington had lost their previous 2 games. Both winnable, both competitive against good teams. You go, okay, now this is the chance to take out some of that frustration. And they were inept for the majority of that thing. It took a busted Dallas coverage for them to finally get, that late touchdown to McLaurin. But the opportunity is here, as you clearly said, right? You've got so much more to play for than they do, both personal incentives, team incentive-wise. This needs to be the one more muscle flex in the mirror before you go out and pose for the playoffs.
Wait till you guys hear how many of the key starters the Rams are going to be sitting this week. We'll give you those details next. Also, what do we want to see happen this weekend? We can dive into some of those specifics before our Jaden Daniels conversation. How high does he rank among quarterbacks in the NFC going into the playoffs? You're listening to Grant and Danny. We're at Craft House Fairfax at Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here throughout the show, so come on by, hang out with us. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to the Craft House in Fairfax. We're at Fairfax Corner. It is warm, pleasant, and delicious inside this building. What a venue. Come on out and say hello. We're going to be here all show long, taking you up to 6 o'clock this evening on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The show is brought to you today and every day by the law firm, Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, I have been hearing some rumors. I don't want to get the young people in the building too excited. I see some school-aged children are out here with us today. There could be a pretty sizable snowstorm coming our way this week.
Yeah. Pretty annoyed about that. Enough. The people that are excited about weather events, quite frankly, can take a tiny pebble, kick it around for years, and then write a report about it extensively. They're
Go
so
back
annoying.
to your days as a school child, Danny. You were doing the good time dance.
Sure was. I have 2 school-age children at home. They need to be in school. It's time. It's been time. Let's go. Out the door. Seriously, go away. Go to school and stay there. I need them in school. You can't make me wait an extra several days, then take it away from me. You understand what I'm saying? It's time to get the children to school.
Well,
they need to be in school.
This would be an all-timer for kids if on the back end of the 2-week hiatus that you get for the holidays, you get pummeled with a snowstorm that then keeps you out of school for, around here, if we get 7, 8, 9 inches or whatever, that could be a week of school. Like that could be, you're not back until the following week. And Danny Huhe is playing, you have to play dad. You have to play school teacher. I don't even know what all.
I don't know what to do either. Yeah, it's a survival because the adults have to work. There's no off. The kids need to be out of that house and in that school. So if you're excited about snow, I have 2 letters for you. One's kind of towards the beginning of the alphabet, and then the one's a little bit later on. You could probably figure out what it is. It sucks. Get them in school.
So then you're going to think this is weird. I find in my adult life, ice annoying and terrible.
Yep.
Wintry mix, 2 of the worst words in the English language, like the cold rain, the icy rain. That's disgusting.
So wintry mix.
But here's where I might lose some of you, possibly.
Okay.
When I start hearing about several inches of snow, I get a little bit excited. I kind of like the possibility of a nice snowstorm, but I don't want to just get an inch or 2 of snow.
Okay.
I'm talking about a legitimate, can we build a snowman?
Do you want to build a snowman?
Do you want to build a snowman?
Okay,
I will build a
bye.
snowman with you. Like that kind of snowstorm. I'm talking about, let's go have a snowball fight and tell all the neighbors to be outside at 3 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. And we might get that. It's like a once every several year thing.
Yep.
I get up for that. It's like the Olympics. I don't care about skiing. I don't care about swimming. I don't care about track and field. But every 4 years, it's on my TV, and I care a little bit. So a good snowstorm, if I'm actually getting, and I don't know, what are you seeing in terms of accumulation?
4 to 5
Okay.
on the old
Someone
inches,
in here, and they might be completely wrong. They definitely weren't Doug Kammerer or a meteorologist. But someone in here, it might have even been Lucas, who's wearing a cap sweater, who I like, who works behind the bar. I think Lucas told me 10 to 12 inches in Gaithersburg or like Rockville or something.
Oh, no.
So that seems like an outrageous amount of snow.
That's too much. Any disruption is bad. And I don't have another way to say that. The children need to be in school. Stop taking them out of school.
I think you've made that point.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep hammering it until policy changes. Again, I support what you support. I hate the thing that's bad. I love the thing that's good. I agree with you out there. You've kept them out for too long as it is. They got out of school so early. They were home for so long before Christmas. Now you're going to give me extra
when did
time?
your kids get out? Didn't they get out like the Monday before Christmas?
No, it was like
November 3rd?
No, days before the days before. It's like instead of going up to the 22nd, I mean, whatever the math is, I can't
So
remember.
we
what day
used to
was
do
which.
it the way Dad did it.
Yeah.
The way Grandpa did it.
Well, they went to school. That's
the
what
way
they did.
the way Papa did it.
Yep.
I would go. So like on a today. Let me think. This year Christmas was on Wednesday. Everything blends together. They've all been the same day for 3 weeks. But if Christmas was on Wednesday, we would have had a half day on Monday probably. On the 23rd.
Right.
We would have been off on the 24th and off on the 25th. Are you saying that is not what happened?
No, it's not what happened. They were out. I'm looking at the old calendar now. They got out the week before at some point. I don't know if it was Wednesday, Thursday, half day Friday, or some other kind of thing. But they've been home for too long. They need to be out of the home, and it's disruptive and awful. Maybe it's neat if there's some snow and there's the novelty of looking out the window at the snow for 7 seconds. But they're school age, which means they need to be in that school.
Do you enjoy? I enjoy shoveling snow.
I don't. You're like, hey Dan. I don't know why you called me Dan right there. For
Yeah,
some reason.
Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Rouillet.
What's up, Dan?
You must be Dan Rouillet.
Hey, you Dan? Hey, Danny. Do you want back pain? Would you like some? It's going to snow. Isn't that great? Your back's going to be sore, and your hamstrings look like they're going to snap for multiple days on end. Enjoy, buddy. Nope. All of it sucks. Every bit of it sucks. Now, I understand. I know where I live. I'm in the Mid-Atlantic. All right, I'm here in this swamp that's got weather extremes. I think we've got the widest array of weather of anybody in the country. I can't prove that scientifically. I think our lows are pretty low. Our highs are pretty high. It gets to like 105 and humid in there, and it gets to plenty cold with all the wintry mixes and different things like that. I understand, part and parcel. I bought the house, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm going to give it the business.
You still get to complain.
Mm-hmm.
That's reasonable.
Yep.
All right, the Rams have some Commanders fans complaining because they are resting many of their starters. I don't know why this is, but based on the calls we took yesterday and the poll that I did on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson, more people want to play the Rams than the Bucs. I would rather play the Bucs. I don't know that Washington wins either game. There'll be a dog in both of them. I think both are winnable, but I would rather take my chances against Tampa than the Rams. The Rams currently would be the matchup in a 3-6. If they lose, Tampa wins. Tampa plays New Orleans. They'll probably win. Then they reverse spots, and now it's the Bucs against the Commanders, assuming they hold serve and beat Dallas. Here's who the Rams will be sitting this week in their game against Seattle. Matt Stafford will not play. Puka Nacua will not play. Cooper Kupp will not play. Kyron Williams will not play. Kevin Dotson will not play. Rob Havenstein, their lineman, will not play. The list goes on and on and on. If you have a Ram on your fantasy team and your championship has not been decided yet, you're getting screwed, just so you know, because they're not playing. But the Rams, and I don't really get this from Sean McVay, do not care about the 3 seed. They have a chance to play Washington or the loser of the Vikings and the Lions, and Sean McVay is willingly opting in to the possibility of playing Minnesota or Detroit as a 14-win team over playing the Commanders by making sure that Stafford, Nacua, Kupp, Williams, and others stay healthy.
Prioritizing health over whoever the opponent might happen to be, right? I mean, it certainly is a strategy. I don't know that I would do it, but this fits with who Sean McVay has been, quite frankly. I mean, again, he's the – I know some people are playing guys in the preseason. Some are not. I'm not even pretending. I'm not even going to go through the illusion that any of these guys are going to dress for preseason games. So he's erred on this side of whenever possible to rest, you rest. And to a degree, I get it. I mean, they're such a veteran team. Well, maybe not. That's entirely fair. But Stafford's such a veteran guy, and when you start doing that, you're going to sit Stafford, which is reasonable. Then you kind of cascade down. Well, if I'm not playing him, then why do I need to play this offensive lineman or these couple of receivers who are constantly banged up and fighting and have gone through a long grind after the bye week, et cetera? So obviously prioritizing health over anything else. I wonder if everybody was 5-by-5, would he still do this? My guess is yes, because like to them, they're hosting a playoff game regardless, and that may be good enough for them. But yeah, it's a strategy certainly that'll get picked apart if and when they get beat by one of these great road teams that'll come in with 14 wins.
3,500 people voted on my poll at Grant H. Paulson. Who would you rather the Commanders play based on where they'd have a better matchup, Bucs or Rams? 54% of people say they'd rather Washington play in L.A. 46%, and I'm in the minority here, say they'd rather Washington go back to Tampa Bay where their season started, where the Bucs beat them handily in week 1. I just think it's a completely different Commanders team than it was then, and that game's not all that relevant to me. But, yeah, I think if you're Sean McVay, it's gutsy, man, because to your point, you're going to get destroyed. You know, you are going to get absolutely crushed if you lose in the opening round of the playoffs after sitting your guys. Then again, if you play your guys and somebody gets hurt, you get crushed for that too.
Right.
So I guess you kind of pick your poison with how do I have the best chance to get a playoff win? How do I have the best chance to string together some wins to go on some type of a run? And obviously having Kupp, Nakua, Stafford is the way to do that. I would also say, lastly, this is a team that does have injury problems.
Yes.
Like Cooper Kupp is oft injured. Matthew Stafford is super injury prone. So I kind of get wanting them on the field a little bit less.
Yeah, I mean, Nakua's missed time this year, of course. As you said, they ride those horses so hard. Kyron Williams has 1 billion touches. So I get it. In general, though, by the way, I admire coaches, and paradigms have shifted here to a degree, but I've always admired coaches that weren't afraid of the press conference. Sean McVay's got enough cachet with the success he's had this early in his career, like the what forged him to kind of give him this leadership role, where he's not afraid to answer those kind of questions. Like it used to be guys, wouldn't go for it on fourth down because they were afraid of the old newsman with a cigar in his mouth and a fedora asking him, why'd you do that? Why didn't you punt and play the field position game? Guys now are, a little bit less afraid of that. And so to me, I admire McVay's decision. That's a little bit bolder, right? It's not necessarily the conventional wisdom. It's more, I'm about my guys. I could give a damn about the opponent.
Grant and Danny broadcasting from Fairfax Corner. We're out here right now at Craft House in Fairfax, where just about everybody got out of their seats and went over to the windows a moment ago.
I was like, what I'm saying is so profound. I've gotten everyone out of their chairs.
They all stood up and ran over to the windows to watch what is basically golf ball size hail.
Yeah.
Now coming down from the sky. Isn't
it great?
I believe we'd call it nickel size hail on this radio station.
One could call it that. Obviously, you could say that.
Straight down to the ground. And by the way, look, it's piling up like accumulating snow essentially already on cars and things, because it's just big chunks of hail that are sticking to each other. Wild weather out there.
Yeah, it stinks. It got really cold. It was already cold coming in, but it feels like the temperature dropped maybe another 10 degrees.
This feels like a great time, Darius, for an Al Michaels. Here we go.
Here we go.
Drop. I mean, this is one of the come on out. It's warm. There's glass everywhere, so you get to watch the weather. This is a nice place to have some food and drink and stay warm and do a little enjoying of the elements. Outside.
Here we go. Here we go. Thanks, Al. I wasn't sure what was going on.
I mean, I've never seen this. Is very strange. You know what this looks like? Like, it's legit crazy to me. This looks like a snow globe to me.
Yes.
Like when you shake up a snow globe that has big white balls in it, essentially. That's what we're talking about. Basically, there's like a half inch of snow on the ground based on 25
in the last 30 seconds. Yeah.
Because it's not real snow. It's not flakes. It's just giant golf balls.
Like it's not Johnny Cake Sawville.
So, as a show meteorologist, I can kind of attest this.
Yeah.
Actually,
you can speak
this
what's
is a
happening.
snow squall.
Squall.
This is what it is, and if you look it up, it's basically as if it's like the lake effect snow of the Mid-Atlantic region. Like this is kind of what we get. I don't really know.
I don't know that we do. I've never seen this before.
No, this does happen. This has happened actually a few times over the last few years, but this one was a pretty big one, I must say. I've never seen it quite like this.
It went from 0 to 100.
A meteorologist such as yourself has never seen anything like this?
I have not seen anything like this, but this is a snow squall.
At meteorologist school.
They did.
They did. I told you all about it.
Look at this. The kids that ran outside already have, like, snowballs the size of footballs out there. I mean, that was 30 seconds.
That was moments ago.
I've never seen anything like this.
There was just lightning as well.
Yeah,
there
so
is
is this thunder snow?
And this is thunder snow.
Ooh, there's thunder. I heard thunder.
I heard thunder.
Okay.
This is wild.
I mean,
this is insane.
This is a developing situation.
If anybody sees 4 people riding on horses rolling through, let me know. I need a local minister or something like that to get a couple things right.
Officially wacky, I will say. It's awesome because we're indoors here with 100 of our closest friends in the bar, and everyone's just at the windows basically because because it's all natural light and windows all over the restaurant, we can just see right out into the parking lot. But for those of you listening around the DMV, I'm sure in a lot of places, you're going, what in the hell are these guys talking about?
What are these rubes talking about?
But if you're near Fairfax Corner, you already know. That was about an inch of, I can't call it snow. It's an inch of.
I mean, now it looks like it's
stuff
clumpy snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Sherman clump snow.
Wow. That was
good.
If that happened during an NFL game, it would change the entire game.
Yes.
Like we went from it's grass, the conditions are fine, the teams are just playing normal football, to On third down. That was on first and
Right,
10.
yeah, first and 10.
On third down.
During the huddle.
Now you can't call any of the plays you want to because there's snow everywhere.
A couple years ago, we first moved to our spot in Fairfax. I had my oldest in like flag football or whatever, which he really enjoyed for the most part. But something like this happened. It wasn't like this extreme, but we left the house. It was 50. So we had like a long sleeve layer on with like his shorts or whatever. And nobody, it wasn't on any forecast as far as I knew it. Nobody was dressed appropriately for it. But it went from fine to freezing, wintry, mixed, sleeting, cold sadness. Like first quarter, fine. Second quarter, disaster. And every one of these kids, like during this game, is like they're like shivering and their tears are frozen, and like everyone got the flu. It was so stupid, and it reminds me of that, where it's like, what? No one was talking about this.
This is a really good zing from Richmond John. He just tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. He said, "Wait, golf balls and raise hail? Funny Danny is in absolute heaven. Golf balls and we're raising hail.
Oh, I see what's
all
happening.
Your favorite things.
Raise hail. We should hashtag that more.
If only there were puppies falling from the sky, you'd really be having a good time.
You'd love for puppies to fall to their deaths from the sky, Grant?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, as someone that doesn't love dogs, that's
You're
surprising from you.
You're a dog guy.
I do. I'm a big dog guy.
You're a dog.
Lifetime of dogs.
Like I am a cardio guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm a pickleball guy.
First of all, you are a pickleball guy.
I kind of.
You had fun.
I had a blast playing pickleball. Where does Jaden Daniels rank among NFC quarterbacks? We're going to get into that next. We're at the Kraft House in Fairfax, where we are hanging out in suddenly like a Antarctica.
Live from the apocalypse.
Right. We are live. This is wacky. If we're still on the air in a few minutes, you'll hear our voices on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back to the Craft House in Fairfax. Grant and Danny, it's a Friday field trip. I was outside making snowballs. I apologize for my tardiness. It got fun here outside. It got snow, or as Danny would say, unfun.
That's right. It got unfun. Got less fun.
We're having a good time indoors. It is warm. It is comfortable. The food is great. The drinks are cold. And you can enjoy the accommodations from Mother Weather from indoors, looking out the window. Check out the scene through the glass, which is, I think, the way we both like it.
That's the preferable way. Again, I know where we're talking about this. I asked Darius during the break, is this happening in D.C.? He said no. He has no idea what we're talking about.
Nobody knows.
Right. So I asked my wife here, a handful of miles away in Fairfax, and she was like, yeah, this is ridiculous. I had just gotten the kids to go outside, and they had to go right back inside, because of the apocalyptic weather.
I posted a picture at Grant H. Paulson. I said 45 seconds of Ray's hail did this. And it just looks like it's been snowing since 10 a.m. or something like that. Definitely nuts. All right. Wanted to get into Jaden Daniels and where he ranks in the conference. I saw this discourse online. Thought it would be interesting for us just to discuss. I don't know that we got to take calls on it or anything like that. But right now, this moment, based on how he's playing and how these other guys are playing, who would you rather have starting for you in a playoff game going into the playoffs? You ready?
Yeah.
Let's go through this. Jared Goff, Detroit, the 1 seed right now. Would you rather have Jared Goff or Jaden Daniels?
So quick qualifying question. Is this neutral talent, neutral offensive, league average personnel, offensive staff, and everything else?
That's an
or do
question.
I swip? In other words, Jared Goff in Detroit is good. Jared Goff, I think a lot of other places would not be, in my opinion.
So this is actually a great question. I think we've got to do it this way. It's not like Goff on the Lions and Daniels on the Commanders. I think the point is you have everyone's inheriting the same random offense and players, and we're doing this fantasy draft.
Yeah, 15.5 ranking in every category. Everyone gets kind of the same level talent playing field, et cetera. Yeah.
And in other words, who would you rather have on this team to be named later, so to speak? So Goff versus Daniels.
Daniels.
I agree with you based on how he's playing right now. Now, Jared Goff, for the record.
Sensational season.
11 touchdowns and no interceptions in the last 3 games.
Yep.
And I would, if I'm the Lions, by the way, I'm not trading Jared Goff for Jaden Daniels right now.
No.
He runs my offense perfectly. He fits perfectly. He's the leader of my team. The fans annoyingly chant his name, which drives me crazy after every single game. I think that's just a lot to deal with and over the top. But whatever, they love him. But, yeah, I'm with you. I would rather have Daniels than Goff in a neutral operation this coming week. How about Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts? Now, Hurts has been hurt. He has not played the last 2 weeks. But this is assuming he's back completely healthy, no restrictions from the concussion. And I would also just add that before that, Jalen Hurts was not having a great season. He had 18 touchdowns and 5 picks. His value largely comes from all of the 1-yard touchdown plunges on the tush push.
Yeah. So I think I'll differ from you on this one. It's Hurts narrowly for me, just because I've seen that playoff run. I've seen that guy that out-dueled Pat Mahomes in a Super Bowl and probably should have won one. I've seen enough of that ceiling, which gives him a slight lean for me, just knowing, again, that offense, that system, that design. I know we're talking about everything neutral, but I like Hurts, I think, more than you do. So I would go Hurts, but narrowly.
You haven't seen that guy in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Not as often. I mean, at times, certainly, again, the ability that he has to, now again, it sounds funny to talk about a guy that's able to avoid injury because he's hurt right now this minute, but in general has, he's so stout, so sturdy, so strong, and does a little bit of everything. So again, it's narrow for me, but I go Hurts slightly.
41 touchdowns, 20 interceptions over the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's a lot.
As a passer for Jalen Hurts. I will go with Jaden Daniels over Hurts again in a neutral situation this weekend. How about Matthew Stafford, who does have a Super Bowl title, or Jaden Daniels?
Daniels for me. And I love Stafford. I always have. I've always thought he was underrated. I've always been a Stafford fan. But you again, at some point, where's my prolific content? Where's my Stafford that I keep arguing is the real guy? Hadn't been there for some time. Even with these 2 excellent receivers and Kyron Williams, I'll take Jaden Daniels.
I will also take Jaden Daniels right now, the way he's playing over Matthew Stafford. Stafford in his last game got off to a really bad start against the Cardinals, went 17 of 32 without a touchdown in that game, threw for sub 200 yards. In fact, in his last 3 games, Matt Stafford has not thrown for 200 yards.
No.
He's thrown for 189, 110, and 160. That should be part of the argument, I think, for people that say they'd rather Washington play the Rams.
It is mine, yeah.
Is that the Rams and Matt Stafford offensively are just not peaking. They've scored 12, 19, and 13 points over the last 3 weeks. They've really struggled to move the ball and score points offensively. All right, we're going through the NFC quarterbacks. We're trying to figure out where Jaden Daniels slots in. We're on to Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. Now, Mayfield, who early in his career played like a Jag, has actually put together 2 excellent seasons in a row, and this year is actually dwarfing last year. 39 touchdowns. He does have 15 interceptions, one of the highest totals in the league. He does lead the NFL in turnover-worthy plays, so he's going to give you a chance to make a play or two on the ball. But 39 touchdowns and 4,200 yards, he's going to go 4,540 tutties.
He's having an insane season. So,
and remember, Evans missed time.
Yeah.
Godwin's been out for half the year.
Again, this is going to sound like I don't love Jaden Daniels, which is wrong. I do. But it's undeniable how well Mayfield's played. I mean, he's been so good, and he's on a heater at the moment, right? So it's probably slight lean to Mayfield, even which is again is probably stupid, just thinking about the playmaking that Daniels has done down the stretch. But what's more sustainable to me is dropping back and slinging it, and Mayfield has done that.
So I'm going to go with Jaden Daniels. Again, this is just based on I'm starting a game this weekend. He can go out and make plays with his feet. Now, if I need to have a guy stand in the pocket and just make throws, well, I'll take Goff over him. I'll take Stafford over him. I might take Baker over him. That's not what we're talking about. I'm just having a quarterback go play a winning football game. And so far, I don't think I'm saying anything crazy because to that point, Daniels is higher in the MVP odds, higher in basically where you would rank quarterbacks based on their performance this season, than most of, if not all of these guys so far. All right, let's go to a guy who's had a huge year. Sam Darnold of the Minnesota Vikings.
Another monster year, yeah.
Darnold, like Baker Mayfield, has some baggage, and you kind of know that what you're seeing right now might not be the whole story, but 35 touchdowns, 12 picks, 4,100 yards. It's working beautifully in Minnesota. He doesn't get Jefferson and Kevin O'Connell in this hypothetical, though.
I got too much baggage with Darnold, and it's probably not fair. In fact, I'm sure it's not fair, but that's where I'm at. I would go Daniels over Darnold simply because I don't trust Darnold in the wild. I saw that Jets Darnold, the Carolina Darnold, the San Francisco Darnold, the guy that bounced around to 19 teams in an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I know this O'Connell-Jefferson situation is good, and Addison too is really good. I think he's thriving, and he's doing all the right things. He deserves a lot of credit, but I trust Daniels more.
He's another guy, by the way, where, if I'm the Vikings, I'm not trading Darnold for Daniels for the playoff run.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because what they got's working for them.
It's going so well. The scheme is so good. The offense is a fit. I'm just letting that ride. So I think the only team I would say, honestly, even that maybe would be better off for their playoff run right now, the way things are going, like the Eagles, because Daniels is a better version of Hurts, in my opinion, and the Rams possibly because Stafford just older, immobile, and hasn't been dotting the I and lighting it up and driving balls into small windows. Last quarterback in the playoffs right now, Jordan Love or Jaden Daniels in a neutral situation.
Daniels for me. And I thought Jordan Love was going to probably, again, the curse of expectation maybe because of the finish to the season that Love had last year. I thought he was going to be an MVP candidate, and he simply hasn't been. Now, part of that's the injury, and he's missed a little bit of time, but not a ton. It just has been disappointing. Overall in Green Bay. Again, the numbers aren't bad. There's nothing wrong with what he's done, but I sort of thought this was the leap year. This was the ascend into that, NFL royalty along with Burrow and Jackson and Allen and Mahomes and company. It just hasn't happened that way. It's been good, but not great. So give me Daniels.
I'm thinking about taking Love. He's got 9 touchdowns since his last interception, which was way back in the middle of November on November 17th. He's not turning the ball over or putting it in harm's way at all. Remember, early in the year, he threw a pick in every single game.
Yeah.
From his first to his 8th game that he played in, he was leading the NFL in picks. He has not thrown one since. He's been awesome. The last couple of weeks, their offense has kind of cooled off as a passing game. Number one, because they didn't need to throw the ball against the Saints. They beat them 34-0. And then because Minnesota's defense is incredible. Brian Flores has been great. Just based on how much they struggled against the Vikings early, I'll go with Daniels by a hair, meaning Daniels, to me, is the hottest, best quarterback going into the playoffs. Now, he doesn't make the best decisions compared to everybody else recently. He's got a higher interception rate than Love and Darnold and some of these other guys. But I think when you add in the running, the playmaking, the making you right on a bad call, if you're just ranking QBs in the NFC right now this second, again, I'm not saying he's had the best season. Maybe Darnold I would take over him, or Baker. I wouldn't take Baker. Too many picks, too many turnover-worthy plays. But he's the guy for me. And the reason for this exercise is, what's the most important thing when you're trying to figure out if you can go on a run? Like in hockey, I'm looking at Cap's highlights on the screen over here. It's the hot goalie. Can you get a hot goalie to carry you through series after series so you can go win a Stanley Cup? In the NFL, can your quarterback ball out? Can your quarterback go on a heater? Even nubby Eli Manning twice got on a run and the Giants made Super Bowl appearances.
Joe Flacco, man.
And he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Joe Flacco went on a heater. Brad Johnson went on a heater. Trent Dilfer protected the football and handed it off and made a couple of throws. Daniels has a chance to outperform the quarterbacks in this conference.
Yeah, that's not crazy. It's the fun part is just to remind yourselves what's happening, right? Like it's a different way to smell the roses here, as we're kind of talking about, as they head into a last week of the season game where they could win their 12th game of the season. We're talking about seeding in the playoffs. We're talking about where he ranks in the conference. It's just unbelievable. I mean, the prolific numbers of guys like Mayfield that we talked about, Goff, he belongs in that conversation. Just as a rookie, it really is transcendent. I mean, the thing that we said before, or I said certainly before the season, I don't want to speak for you, was everyone's going, well, what if he's C.J. Stroud? I went, well, it's lightning striking. That's once in a lifetime. That's incredible. That's not a fair expectation for the kid. He's been better than that. He's been even better than Stroud was last year for a team that transformed themselves into a legit contender. It's really incredible how amazing that he's been from start to finish with a little bit of lull in the middle. And you thought, okay, maybe now it's solved. Maybe we slow down. Nope. He's played his best football of late when they've got less around them. No Eckler, no Noah Brown, injuries on the offensive line, no running game to speak of. Sorry, watch this. I'll fix it. It's incredible, dude.
I think the Lions, the Commanders, and the Vikings all feel great about how their quarterback is playing going into the playoff. I would say the Packers as well. 4 teams all have to feel great. I think the Bucs should feel really good. I think the Rams and the Eagles are probably the two that maybe are just kind of like, we got to get it going here. We need to get more out of this offense. The Rams' problem is they can't run the ball. They're 30th at running the ball right now, and it just hasn't set them up to have success in the play-action passing game or just the passing game in general. He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're at Kraft House in Fairfax. We're in Fairfax Corner today for our Friday field trip. Let's do this next right here on G&D. It's time because it's Friday in lieu of a double play to win off the field. So if you want to call us and tell us what little thing has made you smile today that nobody else would care about, we want to hear it. 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067. We got a Beltway Blitz coming up at the top of the hour right here on The Fan. off the field. You can call us at 800-636-1067 and let us know how you are in the win column. First, though, Danny, before we get to winning off the field, I want to ask you, double play style, about this wacky story I heard. What should the punishment be? I want you to play juror. Okay?
Yep.
I've got my own punishment, but I want to hear you slam the gavel on this as well. A driver was caught going 107 miles per hour in a speed limit zone of 65 on Interstate 35, some random place in Missouri.
Wherever it is, yeah.
107 in a 65. What's particularly wild about this, other than just that velocity and speed, is that when they caught him, he was playing a video game while driving at that speed.
I'm sorry?
Now, I don't know if he was playing like NASCAR or
Need for Speed or something. Yeah.
Exactly. But he was literally, as he's driving 107 in a 65, playing a video game while driving in his car.
Now, I don't think you should be able to do that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So my question to Danny Rouillet as judge is, what's the punishment going to be?
You don't get to drive until I say, whatever that is. I want years of unbelievably responsible behavior, but until then, you're not driving. That's where I'd start it. Second is, I'll probably take away that video game system and give it to somebody. I'm like, this is my creative court type thing. This is like no legal precedent. I'm going to take whatever video game system you were using, give it to someone less fortunate who doesn't have it. And then we're going to do some fines and maybe a little bit of time in the old clink. A little bit.
So I thought you would go harder than me. I'm going harder than you. I'm sending him to jail for a month. We'll start with that because you're an idiot. And then I'm taking away his license forever. He will never have a driver's license again. I will allow him to come back for a hearing to possibly get his license back in 12 years.
Yeah, I was thinking about a decade. Yeah.
12 years from now, you come back, we'll have a hearing. If you can prove that you're no longer a moron, you might get your license. I believe in second chances. But I'm taking away your license forever. And this is also important.
Yep.
You are going to jail for 1 month because you're an idiot. You that's as bad as drinking and driving or worse.
Yeah.
I mean, well, maybe not worse, but you're not paying attention to the road. And I guess if you're drinking and driving at 107, it'll be worse. But to go over 105 while you're playing a video game, get away from me.
I have a pretty hard stance on this, actually. I don't think you can play a video game while you're driving a car, man. Like, I'm willing to take that stand. I'm willing to put myself on the line there. And I love video games. I'm a gamer.
Don't sleep on 107.
Don't do it.
Rich is an Olney. Let's go win off the field here.
Richard
on the phones. Hello, Rich.
What's going on, boys? How you feeling today?
Good, buddy.
So video games is a great segue. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I might have perfected the art of parenting. I got my sons to do almost every single chore on their chore list, and as payment, I pay for the $10 PlayStation Plus for about 35 chores that they have done perfectly for the past 10 days. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
When you talk about cost effectiveness, I mean, a $10 PlayStation Plus membership, I might add, very worth it. And Rich benefits from it as well. That's pretty well done.
That's how you went off the field,
That's
boys
parenting.
and girls. Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg on Grant and Danny. How are you winning off the field?
Doing well, guys. Larry David said you can wish Happy New Year up until the 3rd, so Happy New Year to you guys.
Oh, that's I've always kind of wondered that. Is that the date?
I felt that was too early to stop saying Happy New Year. The first time you see somebody within a couple of weeks,
I think
it's
a
fine.
week. I think you get 7 days to say Happy New Year. On the 8th, it's weird.
That's a fair timeline. Yeah, big win for me. My wife made something called a dosa. It's basically like an Indian crepe, savory.
Okay.
And it was perfectly perfectly circular, perfect amount of thinness, and it was cut in half beautifully with cheese inside.
Oh,
it
boy.
was just wonderful. Big victory.
Winning off the field.
I like that.
Aesthetically perfect.
I like a good presentation.
Taste amazing.
Yeah, I like a good
That's what we're
shape in my food stuff.
Looking
Yeah,
for.
I'm in that.
Cynthia is in Rockville. Hello,
Hi, Cynthia.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen, and a happy New Year to you, since like I said it. This morning, morning I won tickets to next night's Caps game. So therefore, I think I am
Winning off the field.
There you
There
go.
you have it.
You're going to go watch the Capitals play some hockey. And Alex Ovechkin get a little closer to Wayne Gretzky, hopefully.
Well, he scores every game, so you're probably going to see it.
24 goals away from the great one as we're just under 50 games to go now in the season. Well, I guess we're well under that, but probably just under 40 games to go in the NHL season. He needs 24 goals. Next Caps game, by the way, New York Rangers, noon puck drop
The
at
noon
home
piece. Mm-hmm.
tomorrow.
So the thing that I am not going to do anymore, and I've learned my lesson over the years, and I'm just doubling down, maybe tripling down. Maybe I'm triple stamping, rubber stamp. I don't even know. I'm not going to say that Ovi can't do something. Just out. That is out. Where it's like, I don't think he does it this year. That's not something I'm going to say other than to say I'm not going to say it. He absolutely can. That's all. He's incredible. He's a cyborg. He's from the future. He was built by Cyberdyne Systems. Miles Bennett Dyson's the man most directly responsible, if you know your Terminator lore. He's so unbelievably amazing, and it's all happening right in front of us. We should be thanking our lucky stars every day.
Speaking of happening right in front of us, I'm getting tweets from people around the DMV saying they're now getting the hail that came here. So a guy in D.C. named Commander Mike says it's beginning to raise hail here in Southeast. I see exactly what I saw then. That's how it starts. It ends with like an inch of snow.
Then it turns very snowy.
In like 30 seconds. I got someone here. They're in a neighborhood with grass, so that's in the suburbs somewhere.
Yeah, yep.
They're saying they're getting the
Look at
hail
that,
thing.
yeah.
It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
The hail is being raised. It's a good sign, good omen, with the Commanders closing in on the playoffs. The Beltway Blitz comes your way at the top of the hour. We're live at the Kraft House in Fairfax. We're going to be here throughout the show today. Come on by and say hello. Hang out with us for the next couple of hours on Grant and Danny.
Winning off the field.
The Grant and Danny Show is sponsored today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We are live at the Craft House in Fairfax for our Friday field trip.
This place is the best. It is packed at the moment. All sorts of different parties and festival groups coming together. Just listen to your pals flap their gums about the local foosball team. It is a blast. Great food. The thunder snow has moved on. There's sun shining outside. It's in a different location now, so it's beautiful. You could probably sit outside, maybe make a snowball or two while eating some delicious Happies.
Yeah, they'll fire up the heaters for you. But if you're not a crazy person, you could just come inside and sit in the warmth and enjoy yourself. But it's been great to catch up with listeners of all ages who have been watching this team for many, many years, who are giddy
Just so
about
happy.
This season. You know, people telling me they've been fans for 30, 40, 50 years. I had a guy sitting here earlier today who showed me a picture of him and his dad at RFK Stadium before the final game the Redskins played at RFK back in the mid-'90s, hoping they go back to D.C. So it's been a really, really enjoyable day with our listening audience. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL ahead of a weekend of games and the Commanders. We'll start on the ice, though. Mike Vogel, washcaps.com, covers the Capitals, who lost in a shootout last night, 4-3 to the Minnesota Wild. That was their first shootout of the season, believe it or not. I thought the Caps played pretty well, Mike. Just didn't finish the game, and Minnesota kept coming late. What'd you think of getting one out of those 2 points at home?
Yeah, I agree with you, Grant. I thought that was probably of the 4 games that they played since coming out of the holiday break. That was arguably the best 60 minutes that they played. But it's one of the 2 games that they weren't able to win during that stretch. You know, a couple of times they had the lead. I thought it was a little bit criminal that they came out of the first period down a goal, because I thought the first period was their best period. Second was okay too, but yeah, the third, the biggest problems were the shorthanded goal, obviously in the last minute of the first that they gave up that put them down a goal. But you know, they battled back and get Ovi's power play goal. That's a crucial moment of the game to cash in on the double minor there. And then when you get the Marty Ferravari goal, you're thinking, man, this is a great story. This guy has been bleeding for this team for the last 2 weeks, pretty much every night. And for him to get the go-ahead goal in the third period, his first goal of the season, what a great story. And then, of course, the tying goal and the shootout comes right after that. It's unfortunate, but, you know, you look at the bright side, they did get a point. For me, the bright side was it took half a season to get to the shootout. I'm not a big fan. I think that was the deepest they've ever gone into the season without having a shootout. But now, you know, they turn their attention to the homestand finale and the Rangers tomorrow, and a couple more home games this week. They got some home cooking ahead of them, which I think should benefit them. They've if I'm not mistaken, I think they're 4-0-2 in their last 6 at home right now.
So, Vogt, you mentioned that shorthanded goal, and I love Charlie Lindgren just as much as the next man. And he's having a nice season in terms of saving the puck. But to me, he's lost his playing the puck privileges. That's a couple times now over the span of a few weeks. I forget who the first one to, where he just literally swept it into his own net. But last night, that shorthanded goal was very avoidable. That wasn't some odd man rush or a breakdown. That was just a bad play by Lindgren, and I'm sure he feels terrible about it. But I'd have to change some procedures there if I'm Coach Carbs and everybody that's in charge. I just have to do something different. I can't let him be as aggressive and comfortable as he wants to be until further notice.
Yeah, Danny, that's a tough one to give up, especially, you know, last minute of the period, all that. Just circumstantially, it's a brutal time for a mistake like that. And you're right, he I'm sure felt bad about it. And the gas that you're referring to, the other one was I think it was November 26th. It was in Tampa. It was the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, there you go.
But both games, I give him credit. He didn't in that game in Tampa. They actually wound up winning that game, and he did that. I want to say it was midway through the third period. It was the go-ahead goal at that point. So they managed to come back and and win that one. Yeah, I mean, you can't just, unfortunately, you can't just rein in a goalie's puck playing privileges. You kind of need him back there to set the table and to make the right plays at the right times, which obviously Charlie didn't do last night. And that's the thing. Not every goalie in the league has the puck playing skills of a Braden Holtby. Or even a guy that we saw in Detroit over the weekend, Alex Lyon, I thought was really good in that game. The only game the Caps did not pull points in over the last week. But I think typically, I don't think either Logan Thompson or Charlie Lindgren are among the top puck playing goaltenders in the NHL, but they typically do a good enough job. And again, it's sort of like a good defenseman. All you want is to not get noticed when you do that. When you go out and play the puck, you just want it to be a clean touch. Do what you need to do and get back in the crease. And obviously that was the furthest thing from what happened last night.
46 games remain for the Capitals. Last night was game 38. Alex Ovechkin has 18 goals. He's played just 22 games. Vogue's at 39 years old. He's scoring at the fastest, best rate he ever has in his illustrious career. First of all, he's only 23 away from Gretzky. How much of a chance do you give him to get there?
I mean, I think he's got a real legitimate chance of getting there before the end of the season. I think if he doesn't miss too much time or doesn't miss any more time, I think he's got a realistic chance. And I think, if the team can get rolling a little bit, I think that's going to help him, because I think that's actually what's at the root of his him playing so well this year, scoring so many goals. If you think about the beginning of last season, the whole team was scuffling to score, so it was easy to just for opposing teams to sort of key on him and let whomever else might be able to find a puck to the back of the net. Go ahead and knock yourselves out. This year, they've had such I think they're one of only two teams in the league right now that's sitting with 15 goal scorers. It's them and the Tampa Bay Lightning. So when you've got a few other weapons that other teams have to pay attention to, it gives the greatest goal scorer of all time a little more time, a little more space, maybe some better opportunities. And I think he still hasn't looked like he did before the injury in coming back. It's only been 4 games. It's going to take, I think, a little bit of time. But I just think that the way this team plays and the opportunities he gets and the way the power play is going right now, 23 goals in 46 games is absolutely doable for him.
Folks, thank you as always.
Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend.
You too, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Folks.
Let's hit that NFL sounder, Darius. Our pal Mike Jones, who writes for The Athletic, to keep the all-Mike train on the tracks at this point in the Beltway Blitz. What do you make, Jonesy, of Sean McVay not playing anybody that's ever played for the Rams pretty much this weekend? He's giving everyone time off. I actually don't mind the decision, but I know he's catching a little bit of flack.
Yeah, look, I mean, I understand there's two schools of thought. You don't want your team that's got some momentum to all of a sudden lose that momentum, going into the playoffs. At the same time, you got to take care of these guys' bodies, and you don't want somebody getting a needless injury or banged up or be, less than 100% next week in the playoffs. So I understand Sean's thinking. And look, remember, this is the same guy who hardly plays his guys in the preseason because he feels like they can get the work they need in practice, and he doesn't want to risk it in a meaningless game.
Mike Jones of The Athletic on Grant and Danny. 2 games tomorrow, early slate, 4:30. You got the Browns and the Ravens, and then an 8 East time game for the Bengals and the Steelers. I don't know how much really is on the line in that early game. You can tell me if you think Baltimore is going to be gunning for seeding or anything else, but Bengals Steelers should be fascinating. Pittsburgh does not want to go into the playoffs ice cold. That's a team that has lost 3 straight down the stretch, and the Bengals are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is going to feel like a playoff game already, this week, because if the Bengals, they have to win and then they need some help to make it in. Like you said, the Steelers have not looked great. They need to shore up these areas that have been plaguing them in these losses. So it's going to be, I think, a physical every time it's in an AFC North matchup. It's a knockdown, drag out. But I think that you're going to see a lot of intensity, a lot of physicality, out of Pittsburgh, definitely. And then, look, the real question is which Bengals defense is going to show up? The one that was getting torched in the second half of the season from the midway point on, or the team that's really kind of tightened things up the last couple of weeks and given better support to Joe Burrow?
So you mentioned we're talking about Cincinnati and Burrow here. If I'm Kansas City, I don't think I would say this out loud, but that's the only team and player really that would terrify me, right? So I get the sense that they're not too concerned if they lose to Denver tomorrow or this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I don't think that they're going with their stars. But the thing is the great thing for Cincinnati is that they have Joe Burrow. But the only problem is because of the way their defense is, it puts so much pressure on them. They've got to score so many points, kind of how Kansas City used to be. But now they can lean on their defense, and their defense really keeps them in games when their offenses are clicking right there. So, yeah, I think that, a healthy Joe Burrow and that offense clicking is maybe a little bit, give you some uneasiness in the playoffs. But the fact that their defense has struggled to stop people also kind of, makes you feel like, okay, well, we got a chance. We're just going to have to exchange punches.
The Lions and the Vikings are going to play in game 272 to end the season on Sunday Night Football. It's the most wins between two teams playing in the regular season ever, 28. It's the first time two 14-win teams are going to play. Division title on the line. Who do you like?
I really am kind of almost feeling that Minnesota might get this one. Now, I know they're playing on the road. They had a chance in the last game and just came up short here. Second time around, now Sam Darnold is even playing with even more confidence. And I don't know, the last couple of weeks, you've just seen him take it to another level with some of these throws. He's not just making easy throws. He's fitting the ball in some tight windows. They're asking him to make big boy plays. And, the way that their defense is playing now, they have familiarity. I think they could win this thing, but I think it will come down to ball security, who manages to wind up taking care of the football, and that team that does that will probably wind up winning this thing. But it's going to be close up.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
All right, see you guys.
We'll see you, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. We're going to our pal Chick Hernandez to discuss the local 53. Chick, how seriously do you think they're going to take this one? Is it one of those preseason type situations where guys will start, play a little bit, and then maybe rest in the second half, or is this pedal to the metal here for Washington?
This is Dan Quinn at his best. There'll be no taking it lightly. This is get that 6th seed, go in with momentum. Both the OC and the DC talked about it yesterday. We're not going to come into this thing lightly. So I expect them to come out, and he's setting the tone as he has all season long, set the tone for the playoffs with a win over Dallas in Big D.
Along those lines, though, Chick, I'm curious. Do you think if they were to jump out and be up like 21-7 at the half or something, is there a second half situation where they start to take their foot off the gas, or do you think they go 60 minutes like they got to win the thing?
I think, Grant, if they're up 21-7, nothing changes. I think if there's a large lead in the fourth quarter, then Marcus Mariota comes in at quarterback. That's what I see happening. Because I don't think, Jaden's that guy who wants to play. If anybody watched the video that was put out by NFL Films, the 14 minutes, you saw him up close and personal, what a kind of kid and a young man he is. I don't think they take the foot off. That's the way they've been built all season long, is to just go. And I don't see him making those moves. Obviously, there's some, players that won't be playing because of injury and all that, but I don't think they step off, because you got to come into that first playoff game with some major confidence.
Chick, we were talking about this earlier. Jaden Daniels, who we're obviously talking a lot about, has been so sensational here over these last, really the Tennessee game, everybody was. They destroyed them, but these other 3 games here during this 4-game winning streak, kind of Daniels has masked a lot of inefficiencies, right? It's like, for me as a pudgy guy, like wearing those vertical stripes, and it's also all black somehow, and there's good lighting. I mean, he's fixing a lot of ills. What non-Jaden Daniels division are you concerned about heading into a postseason run?
I'm not concerned at all. I'm really not. And that's hard to say about a rookie, but look, rookies are rookies for a reason, right? It's their first year. What happens in the playoffs? I mean, obviously, a lot of guys get affected by the bright lights in a big game. That's just not the way that he's been playing all season long. When he got injured, mechanics changed, and to their credit, Cliff Kingsbury kind of changed the way he called an offense as well. I think it's all systems go, and there's nothing that the young man can't do. And if you listen to his opponents when he's mic'd up, I mean, in mid-game, they're talking to him like, "Dude, bro, you're making some plays. You're the future," kind of thing. There's nothing to look at and go. I know a lot of folks said, "Oh, I wish he would gain weight or be bigger." Well, he's not. He's just not, and he hasn't even put it in 10th gear yet when it comes to running. There are moments where he kind of glides. The sky is the limit, as they say, and I can't wait to see. I really can't wait to see what's happening in the next couple of weeks, and I can't wait to see what's happening in the next decade. To be honest with you,
The ceiling is the roof, I believe they also say. Chick Hernandez is with us on Grant and Danny. There's two areas where we started the show that they've got to still clean up if they're going to win a playoff game. They have not run the ball well outside of Daniels in the traditional running game. 3.1 a pop over 3 games by running backs. And then they got a corner issue covering wide receivers with Marshawn Lattimore still banged up. Give me a thought on both of those two things. But also, do you think Lattimore is in line to play next week, or is that still very much up in the air?
I think it's up in the air. I mean, I think they're going to do everything in their power to get him. That's why he's not playing this week. I think they're trying everything they can to get him ready for the playoff game. Look, they played a major portion. Well, he's only played 2-3 games, so they've done it without him before. But they are definitely, I'm going to call it woeful right now. When it comes, watching Michael Davis was painful last week. I will tell you right now. It was, you and I were in the press box. It was not pretty to watch that guy move around. And BSJ has had his issues as well. But you have to play with what you have, and Joe Witt will figure out a way, I think, to mitigate the damage, as it were. So I think they're certainly trying to get him ready for the first playoff game. In the run game, look, Tyler Biotis is a stud, and Michael Dieter is his backup. That's what it is. And without Tyler in there making proper calls and confident calls, they have certainly had an issue in the run game. You get Austin Eckler back, which I think he's got a good chance of being active. Then you got that 1-2 punch of him and B-Rob, and I just know that without having Tyler in there, that is an issue. And they've got to figure around it. And I don't know if they do when it comes to the run game. But your quarterback ran for 127 last week, and that's how they're kind of fixing that.
Chick, great as always, buddy. Appreciate it. Have an awesome weekend.
All right, boys. Take it easy.
Go get him, Chick. That is Chick Hernandez. We are Grant and Danny. Your Beltway Blitz is in the books. How do we see Sunday's games playing out? There's still a lot on the line. We don't know who Washington's going to play yet. A Rams win or loss matters. Whether the Bucs win or lose, or the Falcons win or lose, could all influence Washington. We will give you our predictions on those games and what is going to happen for the Commanders as it pertains to a playoff matchup. We'll do that next, live from Fairfax Corner and Craft House in Fairfax on Grant and Danny on the Fan. What a scene at the Craft House in Fairfax. It is hopping in here on a winter Friday, January 3rd, 2025. Our first Friday field trip of the new year, a banger. Appreciate everybody who's come out and made this show fun today at Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here for another hour or so, so stop through on your way home off 66 if you want to try to beat the clock and get in here and hang out with the program. It's Grant and Danny live in Fairfax Corner at Craft House. Next week, ahead of the playoff game, we're going to be in Arlington. We'll give you the deets starting on Monday as to where our playoff pep rally is going to be next Friday. But, Danny, I want to go through some of the games that matter the most to the Commanders this weekend and just go around the league here and give some thoughts on how we think these games are going to play out. So why don't we start with the 1 o'clock game that matters the most to Washington, and that is the Tampa Bay Bucks. They play at home, Raymond James Stadium, at 1 o'clock. The fact that they're home going into a potential home game next week is notable and interesting. It's not like they're traveling cross country and coming back early in the week before a playoff game. 9-7, Tampa has a chance to get a win, clinch the NFC South at 10-7. They play the lowly 5-11 Saints. The Saints gave them a run for their money in the first game between the two teams, which was a shootout. This is a very, very different New Orleans team. The line in this game is pretty massive.
14.5. This is Alabama September against a directional Alabama.
It opened initially, and this was in the look-ahead line at one point, at 2.5 points. But obviously both teams have gone in different directions now. New Orleans has all but shut it down for the season. Draft positioning on the line for them. The Bucs are going to win this game, barring something crazy happening, which would mean with a little bit of help, they can get to the 3 seed and host Washington.
Yeah, to me, I think Tampa rolls in this one. I mean, 14.5 is just such a massive spread if you're a betting type individual. But just in general, I think it's kind of acknowledging, New Orleans, Derek Carr is officially not going to play. He's been ruled out. Not that was too much of a surprise, but still it's now official that it's happening. Well, Spencer Rattler will start for New Orleans. They don't have much to go on. And Tampa Bay is, despite a couple of hiccups and some bad losses in their own right, a team that's, in general played pretty darn well, punched above their weight class a little bit, with Baker Mayfield having a career year, Mike Evans cementing his legacy. He's one of the great receivers of all time. The emergence of Bucky Irving has been, sublime for them.
1,000-yard season for little Bucky.
As a part-timer for half the year, by the way. As basically the third down back for 5, 6, 7 weeks before he kind of took over the lead back role.
Not only do they want to climb in the standings to get out of a matchup with the Vikings or the Lions, they're doing it the opposite of the Rams, though. And they have not won their division. I mean, so frankly, like a loss means they're out of the playoffs if Atlanta handles its business against the Panthers. So it's just a different algorithm for them, but they're going to be coming with everything they got. They also, you mentioned Mike Evans, need to get him 85 receiving yards. I think one of the great props you're going to find is Mike Evans over 70, 80 yards on an alt line, because Mike Evans is trying to get to 1,000 for what will be a streak that goes all the way back to his rookie year in 2014, an 11th straight season. No receiver's ever done that. I think they're going to do everything they can to get him to that 1,000-yard mark. But they're going to win going away. So we'll leave the Bucs to the side for a moment. Then we get to the Rams. We've talked a lot about L.A. They're sitting Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, their entire outfit and operation offensively, some of their starting linemen as well. If they win, they get to 10-7. If they lose, they'll be if they win, they get to 11-6. If they lose, they'll be a 10-7 division champion. Won't matter. They've got the tiebreaker over Seattle. They're already in. So for them, it's just a matter of, do you want to be the 3 seed, host Washington, or the 4 seed, host Minnesota, Detroit? And by sitting everyone, they're saying they don't care. I actually think they lose to Seattle. The betting line in this game is now up to the Seahawks -6.5. Now, I don't think that makes sense. I would take the Rams in points. I think it'll be close. Having said that, I still like Seattle to beat the Jimmy Garoppolo-led L.A.
So what I haven't seen is what Seattle's going to do, right? Because they're eliminated. I don't know if that's, backup Billy for them too, and it's just going to be one of those completely meaningless late season games, or if they're going, no, we'd like to win it and get X number of guys to their contract incentives or what the heck ever. But the Rams announcing we're going to sit everybody. That's a 10+ point swing in the betting line. Rams open as 5.5 point favorites over Seattle, but now that No Williams, no Nakua, no Stafford, no Kupp. Nobody of note is playing. It's now swung in the opposite direction. So that's a tough one to anticipate, honestly.
How about this? If Geno Smith throws for 185 yards, he will make $2 million in contract incentives.
Same. That's
So,
pretty neat.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I have not seen the injury report to see his health or what it looks like for him on the report going into the final week of the season. So we both then, it sounds like we're in agreement. We both think Seahawks will beat Rams.
I do think the Seahawks do. Assuming they're not doing the exact same dance that the Rams are. I don't think they are, though.
That means we're betting on Washington to play Tampa Bay, not LA.
That's what we're talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Back where their whole season began, that would be fascinating. Now, if the Bucs stumble, all of a sudden the Falcons game becomes important. 8-8 Atlanta, hosting 4-12 Carolina. A Falcons win to get to 9-8, and they would be a division champion over the Bucs with the tiebreaker. That's if the Saints could somehow stun Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so in this one, Carolina has been game for a little while, right? It's a tale of almost 3 seasons for them, where they started off just so inept. Bryce Young just simply couldn't do it. You have that kind of middle portion where they began to be more competitive, not good. Now the return of Bryce Young, hey, they got something going. They got exposed last week, just got destroyed. This is who they are. They're picking top 10 again, or they'll finish in the top part of the draft for a reason. And, Atlanta still has something to play for as Michael Penix tries to establish himself. 7.5-point favorites. Atlanta is open at 6.5. It's kind of held steady and fast there. I expect Atlanta to win that game.
The Panthers without Chuba Hubbard are just a different team out for the season now. When he was running hard and a catalyst and a bell cow for them,
he can play.
Setting everything up for them offensively with 20-plus carries a game, they're just a much tougher out. Without him, I think you saw last week, to your point, it's just a different thing. Bijan Robinson's been running hard, running well, running a lot. He has had 17 or more carries in 5 straight games. In fact, 22 or more in 4 of the last 5. He's run for 102, 92, 125, 94, and 90 during that time with 6 touchdowns over those 5 contests as he comes down the stretch for the Atlanta Falcons. Other important football. We told you the Bengals play the Steelers, 8 East time tomorrow night. Joe Burrow led Cincinnati. Burrow leading the NFL in passing yards and touchdowns with a chance to become the 5th quarterback to ever throw for 5,000 yards and 45 touchdowns. He's got a chance to cement that against Pittsburgh. They still need help, though. The Bengals need to beat the Steelers. It would be a 4th straight loss for Pittsburgh. They'd make the playoffs anyway. And then on Sunday, they would need losses from the Miami Dolphins at 4:25 against the Jets and the Denver Broncos in their game against the Kansas City Chiefs at 4:25 in Denver. Now, if you say, oh, well, Kansas City's definitely beating Denver, Kansas City's sitting Patrick Mahomes and many of their starters.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz is going to get the nod for Kansas City.
So, yeah, just thinking about that, Cincinnati left themselves too big a hole to climb out of, and they're dangerous. I mean,
still a very slim chance for them.
There is a slim chance. They handle their business against a reeling Pittsburgh Steelers team. And you get some help. You're counting on the Jets to do something well for you. That's not a great place to be for anybody. And then counting on Kansas City's backups to be able to beat a team that's still hungry to solidify their own postseason position in Denver. So, yeah, it's a slim chance, certainly. But, Cincinnati will control some of their destiny there on Saturday night. They can do their part by beating Pittsburgh and then sort of play the wait-and-see game.
I don't even guarantee a Bengals win as 2.5-point favorites. I'm normally all over Tomlin as an underdog at home. I mean, if Mike Tomlin's catching points in Pittsburgh, you take him and you go to the well with it. So I'm probably going to play that as it is. But if the Bengals do win, I just don't see either of the things they need happening. I think there's a good chance the Jets could beat the Dolphins at home because Miami won't have Tua. In that game, you're going to be starting Tyler Huntley again for a 2nd straight contest, although he played well last week.
Jets are favored.
Jets are favored because of the lack of Tua. I think it's like a 1-point spread. It's basically a pick 'em. The game that I just cannot see happening the way the Bengals need is Chiefs-Broncos. Granted, Kansas City's 15-1, and they always find a way. But they find a way with Patrick Mahomes, who's a little bit of a one-man band. If Carson Wentz-led Kansas City beats Denver, it means they turn the ball over a few times. Bo Nix looked like a rookie. I just think they got the playoffs right there in their grasp against backups. It's hard for me to not think they win that game.
In Denver as well.
They're 10.5-point favorites.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Again, you've seen a number of these wild swings in betting lines this week. Understandable, as teams announce we're playing guys, not playing guys, we're starting them, not starting them,
give
whatever.
me Kansas City in points.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a big number. It's not
It's
a vote
not
of
like-
confidence in Carson Wentz, I'll say that.
But that's a Super Bowl program. They win every single week. It just sounds stupid, but they know how to win. Like, they just find ways. And yes, it's mostly Mahomes, but you mean to tell me they're just going to roll over and get blown out? I can't see that.
I can, but I understand your point in general. Like, to me, I think this is we don't want to show a single tendency, a single thing. Health is the priority. Let's get the hell out of here because we already know who we are. We've flipped the switch and played better as the season has progressed like a champion. We're going to the AFC title game. We're not giving anybody anything. So I guess I could see it. In general, your philosophy is right. I'm with you. They've done this all year where they haven't been great and yet are, whatever it is, 15-1 heading into this one.
They don't seem to do like the we'll shut it down and not show you anything thing very well or at all.
Yeah,
like
right.
Andy Reid plays Patrick Mahomes in every preseason game.
Yeah.
You know, late year, they're running trick plays. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't think they beat Denver. I just feel like 10.5 is way too
big line.
A spread. All right, next, let's go with some props, over-unders from FanDuel for the Commanders game against the Cowboys. How do we see the game playing out? The top of the hour at 5, we'll scout the opponent with Calvin Watkins, who covers Dallas in Texas. We are live in Fairfax today. Fairfax Corners, awesome craft house. It's a beautiful location. Come on by and kick it with us on G&D. Football Friday ahead of a Week 18 clash between the Commanders and Cowboys. Now, this is a weird Dallas week. Doesn't really have a whole lot of juice to it because Dallas stinks so bad and Washington has bigger fish to fry. Respectfully to the Cowboys, we don't have time for your nonsense. We are on to bigger and better things. We are on to the next. It's playoff time in D.C. But having said that, it's the Cowboys, so there's going to be a little energy. We had someone walking around with a Cowboys helmet with like basically a sword stabbed through
Yeah, it was like most of a spear, but then the
Right.
tip of this, like the handle of the spear got broken off.
I've
Pretty
got
good.
I think there was like a Dallas Sucks shirt over here as well.
There is a Dallas Suck shirt, yeah.
So we got good vibes.
Because they suck, and that's why you wear it.
Yeah, people are making sure it's known that Dallas is not any good, which we're on board with ahead of this final regular season game of the season. The Commanders have already won 11 games for the first time since 1991.
91.
And they have a chance at 12 wins. Kicking it like a Super Bowl campaign. Absolutely amazing. Let's bring in our producer back in our DC studios, Darius Dameron.
Oh, look at that.
He's got some props for us ahead of this weekend's matchup. We'll see how we think Washington Stars are going to perform.
What's up, guys? We miss you here in not snowy DC. Let's start with the passers. Jaden Daniels, they got his passing prop set at 214.5.
I like the over here. I think the kind of dirty little secret is Washington can't run the ball, and they won't be able to run it. They're going to have to sling it and throw it around a little bit. And Jaden Daniels goes over. I think he ends up with 225 or 230 yards, give or take. But I think there's some chunk yardage here to be had through the air. I think he gets it.
So when you said that total, I thought I was going to go under. It feels like a lot. Having said that, he's gone over pretty easily in 3 straight and in 4 of 5. His passing totals in those games, 275, 226, 258, and 227. I think he goes over that right around 220, which feels kind of like his average-ish on the season. It's not going to be a huge game. It's not going to be a 300-yard game. But he'll go for 220. There's going to be room to throw the football. You saw Kenny Pickett make plays down the field last week. You saw Tanner McKee come in for Philly, whoever that guy was, and throw 2 touchdowns deep down the field as well. Dallas's secondary is leaking a little oil at this point. We'll go over.
The opposing quarterback is set to be possibly set to be Cooper Rush. They currently have his prop set at 191.5.
Over. I think Dallas is going to lose. I think Dallas is going to be chasing the game for much of the day. So that will make them more one-dimensional than they already want to be. I know they don't have CeeDee Lamb, but Cooper Rush will go over that total. It's also a very, very low total. Now, here is my one concern, and it's why I'm actually not playing this prop. I'm just going to answer Darius for the sake of the segment. It's very possible they play him for the first half of the game, they sit him, and then they play Trey Lance. I would bet on seeing Trey Lance at some point, which is why this prop is so low. But just to answer the question, we're discussing how we think the game will play out. I think the Cowboys will throw for over 200 yards, so I'll say over.
Yeah, that's why I've got the under. You just said the reason. I don't think he plays the whole game. I think this, regardless of what's happening, I think we see Trey Lance for a live bet. They'll give Cooper Rush maybe a couple possessions, maybe a half, whatever. But we will see Trey Lance, and that's why Rush goes under. Not because it's a gaudy passing total, but I think he'll have a chance to do it.
On to the rushing props. Jaden Daniels' rushing prop is set at 47.5.
Over. I've been going under on this an awful lot, especially middle of the season, because teams are trying to take it away. I think now we're sort of realizing this is the offense. Jaden Daniels, put your cape on and do something special. I don't think they'll be able to run the ball conventionally. I think that part of their game and their offense right now is kind of broken. And I think it's up to Daniels to provide those rushing yards. I think he will on some scrambles. He will on a couple design things. I think he goes over. He'll be in the 60s for the game.
Yeah, he's been over in 4 out of 5. So those of us that have been over most of the season are now in the green for the campaign at this point if you're rolling cash over. He's had long runs, by the way. In the last 5 games, he's had runs of 23, 24, 29, and 25. He's starting to rip off bigger gains. That's how he's gotten to the over in 4 of 5 with rushing totals of 74, 66, 81, 127. I think they'll run the ball better with B-Rob in the backs against Dallas. They'll go back to the drawing board after not having been able to a couple of weeks ago. There's also just that end of the season, like stopping the run is a want-to thing. You're giving up your body. You're dealing with the pain. It's physical. It's taxing. how bad do you really need this one? If you're a run stuffer for Dallas, you got 1 foot out the door for your vacation. Golf clubs are packed. So I got him going over. I think the Commanders run the ball well with backs, with Jaden Daniels. He'll be at 55 or 60 rushing yards in the game.
The running back for the Commanders, Brian Robinson, they have his total set at 56.5.
I'll go over. He's not going to be running wild. This is not a field day where he goes for 100 for the 4th time this season. But even in games where he hasn't run great, like we don't think he ran all that well against Atlanta, top of mind. He ran for 60. The Saints game, he had a terrible game. Ran 21 times for 65 yards. He's been over in 2 of the last 3, 3 of the last 4. And if you go all the way back to like before Halloween, he's been over in 5 of the 7 games he's played in. It's a low total, so I'll go over. He's going to get carries.
Just under. He'll get the volume, but their run game is broken. I don't think it works anymore. And I think the word is out how to defend it, and they're going to make this team do something else on offense. And I think they will. I think they win this game. Just my little spoiler alert here. But I don't think they can hand it to Brian Robinson and run it. I think Rodriguez gets more. I think you'll see more McNichols. But I don't think Robinson gets north of that 50-plus yard total.
Will the Commanders be able to contain Rico Dowdell? He's set at 67.5 rushing yards.
I'm going to say I had it right around there. I'm going to say a slight over on that. I think there'll be a couple rip-off runs. I think in general they'll do an okay job at stopping the run, especially in the second half of this game where they'll finally fully commit to it, when they don't have to worry about passing attack against them when we see Trey Lance. But I think Dowdell goes slightly over that total, right around 70 yards.
I'll say over as well. He ran for 104 against the Eagles this past week and 150 against the Panthers a couple of weeks ago. They have really committed to him. They've kind of rode him down the stretch. I think when Lance comes in, even though you think they might just stack the box, he's actually maybe harder to defend at that point because Lance is keeping on read option stuff, making you defend him. Maybe he hits a 15, 20-yarder, he creases at the end of the game with Lance in there.
Wide receiver 1 for the Washington Commanders is Terry McLaurin. They have him set at 60.5, looking to bounce back after being shut down by A.J. Terrell last week.
I want to go over. It should be over. It probably will be over. I'll say under, though, just because Terry's a guy that I think, as physical as he is and as willing to take on contact as he is, this is one of those games where as the game goes on, you may need to protect him from himself a little bit. Like, I'd love to see him have a big half, get your lead, get up 20-7, 20-3, and then throttle it down a little bit. I could see him having like 4 for 50 in the first half and then maybe like one more catch for 7 after that or something like that because they pull starters as they're up big in the fourth quarter. So I'll go slight under, getting him ramped up for the playoffs.
I've got an over here. I think we're going to quickly realize that this is what the offense needs. To get that lead, you need Terry McLaurin to do it. They're going to move him around. You'll get a few different looks. He'll have a one deep shot, I think, that they connect on. I think he goes over. He'll finish 6 for about 77 and a tutty. Get to that 13th touchdown plateau.
Cliff Kingsbury calls him Oz. Everybody else calls him OZ. Olamide Zaccheaus set at 39.5.
Over. They don't have other options. This is their number 2 receiver, such as it is, right? He's going to get looks. He's going to get targets. He's going to catch a couple of Buble screens, a couple tunnels. He'll work that kind of middle of the field, a couple option routes there, opposite Zach Ertz. I think he goes over.
Yeah, he's a good number 2 for them, too. They don't need anybody else. He's been great. 70 yards and 2 touchdowns 2 weeks ago, 85 yards and a touchdown. With 1 coming off the board, would have been 90 and 2 last week. Cliff Kingsbury continues to draw things up, make it work with this weaponry. They have not wanted for more talent at the receiver position here of late. As funny as it is with Zaccheaus, who's a journeyman, with De'Ami Brown now hurt, and basically turning things over to the ghost of Jamison Crowder and Olamide Zaccheaus. I'll say over as well, heavily involved, bubbles, smokes, throwing him the ball early, a lot of slants. You'll see Zaccheaus getting early targets.
Last receiving prop, Zach Ertz has a bunch of bonuses on the line this weekend. 41.5 receiving yards for Zach Ertz.
Over again on that one. Now, I think in general that's kind of right where he normally will be in this offense is that, 25 to 40-yard range, catching 5 or 6 balls underneath, working that way. I think this is one of those you endear yourself to the locker room kind of things if you're this coaching staff where you know what Zach Ertz means. You went to him in crunch time last week to catch that game-winning touchdown. That's your third down war daddy. It's not a lot of yards after the catch, but that doesn't matter. They're going to get him a bunch of looks. I think they'll be working to get him his catches and targets and things. It's like a guy that, needs another bucket for a triple double or something like that. The whole offense is going to run through him. He's going to get targets.
Yeah, with a big day in catches, he could make another 250,000. With 90 more yards, he could make another 250,000. With 2 touchdowns, he could make 250,000. So I think the volume will be there. Jaden's going to know that going into the game. I would imagine that, if he has a big enough day, it could be 750 more thousand in incentives for one of the leaders on the team and well-liked guys in the locker room, Zach Ertz. So there you go, some props for you for the game coming up against the Dallas Cowboys. Speaking of Dallas, let's scout the opponent. We'll talk to one of their beat reporters next, live from Fairfax Corner and Craft House. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Down the stretch they come. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We are at Craft House in Fairfax, at Fairfax Corner. We're going to be here for a little while longer, but even if you can't get over here tonight, you should stop through at some point if you're in the area.
Rules.
It's absolutely fantastic. Great drink selection. Awesome food as well. Good vibes. Right in Fairfax Corner. Nice location off the highway. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Our guys are fired up. The first person I heard from after the Commanders clinched the playoffs was the group chat with Kandori and
Like
Murad.
the instant the all scoring plays are reviewed review happened for Ertz.
Right.
Bzz, bzz, bzz. You know, he'll cellular was going.
Did it. The boys did it. They are jacked
They're
up.
in.
Huge DC sports fans, big supporters of ours. All right, let's scout the Dallas Cowboys ahead of Sunday's game. And to help us get some intel on the Cowboys, we've got Calvin Watkins of the Dallas News joining us now. Calvin, thank you for the time in the nation's capital here on Grant and Danny. So let's start with this. How many guys are sitting, no longer playing, that matter for the Cowboys? We know CeeDee Lamb's season is over. Is pretty much everyone else going to keep on chopping wood here in Week 18?
I think Micah Parsons is going to play. He's got 9.5 sacks, and he wants to get to 10 sacks. So he's definitely going to play. The quarterback situation is a little unsettled. Cooper Rush or Trey Lance, they got some issues there. But other than that, most of the people who are not injured or injury reserve and that kind of thing should participate.
So, Calvin, until last week, when Philadelphia just sandblasted this Dallas team, I've been really impressed with a group that had won 4 out of 5 after getting blown out a couple times by that aforementioned Philadelphia team. And then Houston back in November, they were playing frisky. They were playing tough. They were, playing their best football of the year. And, then maybe the train went off the tracks against Philadelphia. But I've been impressed with kind of the rally under Coach McCarthy and company. I'd love for you to speak to what went on and what changed.
I don't think anything changed. Mike McCarthy has a pretty good culture here. And the players like him. And the players want to they want to play hard. They play hard for him. And the other issue is because they've had so many injuries, a lot of younger players have stepped up and they're showing their worth in these situations. And, the Cowboys also have 22 unrestricted free agents. So a lot of guys are also playing for the next contract. So the combination of things really that has helped the Cowboys. And also you got to give a credit to that coaching staff. Mike and, Mike Zimmer and Brian Schottenheimer and, the coordinators and all the position coaches, they did a nice job of keeping these guys engaged because we've all been around long enough. We have seen teams that just say, I'm done with it, and, get blown out 35-3 or 42-10 in the last couple of games. And, yes, outside of that Eagles game last weekend in Philly, which was going to be a tough game either way, the Cowboys have been very competitive the last couple of weeks.
So, Calvin, two-parter then based on that answer. First, is there any reason to believe Mike McCarthy may not be back? And then second, as far as the 22 players, I think you said, that have expiring contracts, does that mean the Cowboys should finally have financial flexibility and cap space to do some things this offseason?
I'll answer the second one first. Stephen Jones has already said they're going to be tight once again against the cap in 2025.
Wow.
Because there's this guy named Micah Parsons who they have to pay $50 billion to or whatever they're going to pay him, right? So, and they've given high-priced contracts to Dak Prescott and to CeeDee Lamb, which is kind of causing them some issues. You got some dead money that's going to come off the book. It's going to be on the books with Zach Martin, the guy who they gave a raise to 2 years ago. So there were some things they've done in the past that's kind of catching up to them right now. In terms of Mike McCarthy, this Washington game will have no bearing on whether or not Jerry Jones keeps him or not, right?
Jerry was on the radio today talking about, the haze in the barn. I already know, kind of, he didn't say I know what I'm going to do, but I've already got my evaluation. I already know what I think of this coaching staff. And so when him and McCarthy meet next week, probably on Wednesday, Thursday, they'll have that discussion. Let's see if they're on the same page.
Calvin Watkins with us here on Grant and Danny breaking down their opponent this weekend, the Dallas Cowboys. Going to this defense, because again, before last week, I've been pretty impressed with what that group had done, kind of week in and week out, limiting some offenses and giving their own offense a chance to thrive. What have you seen from this defense?
They're getting some turnovers. Now, last week they didn't do that against Philly, but going into that game, they had gotten a takeaway probably the last 5 or 6 weeks. And the pass rush has gotten better. They lost Micah Parsons for 4 games, and then once he returned, the pass rush got so much better. It was easier to cover in the secondary because you got a guy like Micah taking on 2 defenders and whatnot. And plus, Mike Zimmer, and he admitted that he was, he regrets not implementing his defense, and he was trying to blend a little bit of what Dan Quinn had last year and his defense. And finally, Zim was like, no, I'm going to do what I do. And that has also helped the defense. So the defense has played pretty good. They've had a lot of injuries. They lost Trayvon Diggs. They lost Eric Kendricks for a game or so. They lost DeMarcus Lawrence for about 8+ games. So they've had their health issues. As I said, they lost Parsons for about 4 games. But the guys that they've kept in place have done a pretty nice job. And as I said, the main thing is they have been creating turnovers.
Which is how they hung with Washington the first time around and eventually beat them in that back-and-forth seesaw wild finish down the stretch. Calvin, that brings me to this matchup and a potential revenge game for the Commanders. They want this one for seeding, obviously. Do you think Dallas hangs with them? Do you like them to have enough in this game, even with nothing to play for, to possibly upset Washington? Or do you think this is one of those Week 18 games where the team that needs it more eventually pulls away and handles business?
I think this is one of those games where the team that needs it the most should win it. Like last week with Philly and Dallas, Philly needed that win to clinch the division. Then they were trying to get Saquon to 2,000 rushing yards. And despite a slow start by Philly, eventually they took that game over and won it easily. And I expect something similar to happen on Sunday between Washington and Dallas. Now, as you guys know, these division games are always difficult because they know each other. They play each other twice a year and all those kinds of things. Mike knows what DQ is going to do defensively. Same with DQ and Mike and his offense. So it might be close for a little bit, but expect Washington to pull away because they need this game because they can move up to the 6th seed, right? So why not? Why not move up to the 6th seed and get a chance to possibly win a playoff game maybe?
Calvin, what's repeatable from that first matchup where Washington just was so ineffective when they had the football, something we weren't used to seeing for most of that season? Wasn't until late that a busted coverage led to their big play. But, I mean, that to me was, maybe you can go to school on that if you're the Cowboys looking at this matchup. What's kind of repeatable maybe from a Dallas perspective?
I look at that game as if that game happened in 1948. I mean, the last 5 minutes of that game was so crazy with the special teams blunders. And, I think McLaren, somehow he caught a pass that I thought the Cowboys were going to intercept, and he takes it to the house, right? Then the kicker misses the PAT. I mean, that kind of game, the Cowboys are always in some kind of crazy game in Landover, right? So it's like you can't really take what you had in that context because it was so crazy. But the turnovers, as you said, were the biggest difference in that game in a sense. This game is kind of weird because, the Cowboys, they're just playing out the string, right? They're going to play hard and all those kinds of things. But ultimately, we're all waiting for Mike McCarthy to see if his job is over with the Cowboys, right? And for Washington, they're trying to play to get to the 6th seed. So what happened about a month ago, I can't even tell you the score of that game. It's almost insignificant, really, to be honest with you. And no one in the Cowboys locker room that we've talked to over the last couple of days mentioned that first game, right? So all their focus has been on, hey, my contract's up, I need a job, I'm hurt, so I'm not playing, right? So that has kind of been the mindset of what's been going on around here.
Calvin Watkins covers the Dallas Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News, helping us scout the team. Just a couple of moments left with him on Grant and Danny ahead of Sunday's matchup in Big D. Right now, the Cowboys would pick 13th overall.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they'd be targeting? I know it's a long ways out. And I guess it's just another way of asking, what are their biggest needs if they are a little cash strapped going into the offseason? They try to pay Micah, and then what else do they try to get done?
They need a running back. That's something that they failed to do this past year in the draft. They could use another cornerback. They could use a guard, Zach Martin, the all-pro. Right guard might retire, so you need that. They probably need to upgrade their safeties. While the safeties have not been injured this year, they could probably use a talent lift there. They need a backup quarterback, so that's probably something they'll get in free agency. But in the draft, it needs a guard, corner, running back. They could use a safety. They could use a defensive tackle. They could use a pass rusher again. So they got some needs here. When you don't make the playoffs, you got problems. And the Cowboys definitely have a lot of problems and a lot of holes to fill.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that all? That's a lot of things you mentioned there.
Oh, and you know what? And they need a head coach. They might need a head coach.
There you go.
So I'm going to double click on that. I know I asked you about McCarthy earlier. So you really think he could be out?
I mean, what has he done?
Well, I get it, but I mean, they've won 12 games a couple times, and I thought this was his best coaching job. I think the last month was actually impressive.
Are they playing next week?
No,
they are not. Dak Prescott getting hurt kind of puts a damper on things, doesn't it?
Let me tell you something. This past offseason, we asked Jerry Jones, why do you give Mike McCarthy a contract extension, right? This past offseason. Jerry said Green Bay. You know what happened in Green Bay? They lost to a lower seed at home in a wild card round. Got blown out, right? And McCarthy could have got his contract extension then, and he didn't get it. So because he didn't get it then, he was a lame duck all the way through. And he didn't make the playoffs, right, this year. You can blame Jerry for what he didn't do in offseason with the personnel. You can blame, all the injuries that the Cowboys had, including losing Dak Prescott. But the Cowboys fought hard. They were in the playoff mix in mid-December. But the reality is you got to judge them over 5 years. You don't judge them for this year. They won 12 games 3 consecutive years. They got 1 playoff win. But I ask you again, sir, what has he done? He got hired because he won a Super Bowl in Green Bay. So he was hired by the guy who said, I need you to do that for us. He has not done it. He had 5 years to do it. So I ask you again, what has he done? He has not got to your goals of winning a Super Bowl. He hasn't even gotten you to the conference championship game. So what has he done? In essence, he hasn't really done anything.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, you look at the body of work.
The
thing
expectations
I hadn't thought of, too, is it's not like he's got a year left, right? I mean, you just mentioned
this is it.
Yeah, so
Right,
he has to be you'd have to give him another contract, which is not nearly as exciting as just running it back for another year and seeing what happens. Because there's no year. I mean, unless you offered him like a 1-year deal, which he's not going to take. So
He's not going to take.
I'm not going to give him a 4 or 5 year deal. That's a great point. I hadn't thought about that his contract's actually up. It's not like you're just deciding on whether to fire him or keep him on his deal.
Right, because last year would have been the year when you said, okay, we'll give you a 2-year extension, right? And then you say, okay, then you could have this year that was messed up, and you know that, hey, I got him coming back in 2025, right? But because Jerry had the expectation of him elevating the franchise, not to win the division, not to win 12 games, they could have won 10 games. But he would have got the franchise to the NFC Championship game. We're good, right? Jason Garrett was here 9 years and has won 1 more playoff game than Mike McCarthy in 5 years. And Jason Garrett is beloved by Jerry Jones. So what do you think he's going to do to Mike McCarthy?
Let him walk. Calvin, this is great, buddy. Really appreciate it, man. Have a great weekend.
Hey, you guys have a fantastic weekend. Happy New Year to you guys.
You too, buddy.
You as well. Calvin Watkins covers the Cowboys in Dallas Great conversation with him, helping us scout the boys. You know, that's one thing I have not thought about every time we've talked about McCarthy's future.
Yeah, it was to me it was like a firing or keeping. It's not.
Yeah, it's critical because that really you're talking about giving him another contract, like you're hiring him to be your coach again. It's going to be another 4-year deal or something. No chance.
No, you wouldn't think that would be the
that
case.
Could legitimately be an opening for sure. All right, let's get to our player to lock in on going into Sunday's game. Presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com.
Give me Zach Ertz, my player to lock in on. We talked about it here briefly a few moments ago. A lot of incentives for a guy that's really one of the heart and souls, one of the veterans, one of the first signings of this new regime, this organization, a guy that was cut and sort of an afterthought in Arizona's most recent stop. He's had a number of big catches and plays for this team, including that game winner that propelled them to the postseason this past week against Atlanta. I expect him to have a very nice ball game to close out the season against Dallas.
I'm thinking similarly to you. Different guy, though. Dante Fowler has 10.5 sacks. He's one away from tying his career high back in 2019. You know, it would mean a lot to him to get to that total again at 30 years old in a monster breakout season going into a contract year. With every sack, you make another $1 million is kind of what they say about edge rushers, pass rushers in contract years. But what I'm particularly interested in, if he gets one more sack, he makes $375,000
wow.
with a contract escalator. So I will say Dante Fowler, I'll lock in on him. Big game for him financially and going into the offseason eventually as well. He will be my player to lock in on via Baldino's Lock and Key. Final predictions, Danny, for the Cowboys and the Commanders from Dallas on Sunday.
A little bit uglier than we want it to be. Not a lot of style points here. That weird divisional matchup thing, even though on paper this should be a woodshed type game, I don't think it will be. Jaden Daniels is the hero. It's a 26-19 Washington win over the hated Cowboys.
I'm going to say 27-13 Washington over Dallas. 2-touchdown win. They struggle in the red zone because they don't get good quarterback play. But Washington gets what they need from Jaden Daniels and this offense. They sit starters in the fourth quarter, and they are on to the playoffs as a 12-win team. Won't next week be fun?
12 wins, dude. Oh,
Bring
my God.
that on. Next time you hear from us will be 2 o'clock on Monday. Please enjoy your weekends. Thanks to everybody out here at the Craft House for hanging out. G&D saying so long.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.